Boss, we have a lead on that no-good thief. We call him the Sea Shadow. This is his arrest warrant. Unfortunately, he's got a good nose. He's unpredictable too, which is how he's eluded us thus far.
Stop, you thief! Get back here! How's he so fast?
Hey there! Coming at ya! This one's got your name on it!
Gotta cut my losses.
He's one step ahead. Thank you! So what if you flee by sea? Come on, lads, more speed!
Please, boss, put your umbrella away!
A proper send-off! Ready to admit defeat? Let's get you to the guards.
Boss? We might need to get him to a doctor first.
It's dark in here. Wait here, Mr. Morris. I think the light switch should be somewhere over here.
Why did I have to get roped into this? What was that? Who's there? Get me out! Get me out of here!
Did you really think you'd get away, Morris?
You've got the wrong guy. It wasn't me. I'm not the killer.
You know, Eliza died a far more heroic death than this. She fought your assassin to the end, to save the children she had hidden beneath the floorboards. That is Eliza's pendant. The one with a photo of you two inside. The one you gave her. Ring any bells?
It's a fake! It has to be! There's no way!
No way your assassin didn't destroy it, you mean? Did you ever love her, Morris? Or was killing her always the plan?
No, please. Listen to me. I told Eliza to keep us a secret. I paid her plenty for her silence. I never thought she'd keep the child. Everything was gonna come out, and I had no choice. She'd force my hand. No! I'm begging you. I have money. Just name your price, please.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell. I'm Captain Shovraz of the Special Patrol. Morris, you're under arrest for Eliza's murder.
Huh?
Hmm? You're under arrest too, prop manager Veronique. Or perhaps I should call you the Second Musketeer.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Nous pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour. Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté, et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
Journalism is a dangerous profession for anyone who pursues the truth wherever it leads. But no one embraces the totality of danger and truth quite like the Steambird's poster journalist, Ms. Charlotte.
Let's get this interview started.
Wherever there's a lead to a new scoop, you'll likely find Charlotte and her custom-made camera companion, Monsieur Verite. So if you're ever on a fact-finding mission, consider inviting her along. She will, no doubt, be of great assistance. Charlotte's normal attack can combo up to 3 strikes, taking aim at targets with Monsieur Verite, then dealing cryo damage. With her charged attack, she consumes a set amount of stamina and, after a moment's preparation, deploys Monsieur Verite, dealing AoE cryo damage. Periodically, after Charlotte uses a charged attack, a Spirit Breath Thorn will descend, piercing enemies and dealing Numa-aligned AoE cryo damage. When her elemental skill is tapped, Charlotte's dauntless determination as an ace reporter kicks in. She snaps a quick photo with Monsieur Verite, dealing AoE cryo damage to enemies in front, and applying Snappy Silhouette to a limited number of them. Snappy Silhouette periodically deals cryo damage to affected enemies throughout its duration. When her elemental skill is held, Charlotte opens Monsieur Verite's viewfinder and enters composition mode. In this mode, the viewfinder range gradually expands until it reaches its maximum size. Charlotte can move freely and change direction during this time. When the skill is released, Monsieur Verite deals cryo damage to enemies locked in the viewfinder and applies Snappy Silhouette as if the skill were tapped. If the viewfinder has reached its maximum range, Focused Impression is applied instead, which deals greater damage and has a longer duration. Composition mode can only last for a limited period and affect a limited number of enemies. After unlocking the talent Moment of Impact, Charlotte's elemental skill cooldown is reduced when enemies affected by Focused Impression are defeated. The amount by which the cooldown can be reduced in this way within a certain duration is limited. Charlotte's flair for photography is the finest feather in her journalistic cap. After activating the Special Analysis Zoom Lens, holding her elemental skill does not trigger composition mode, enabling her to take photos in a rather unique manner.
Hard-hitting exclusive!
Charlotte's elemental burst forms a steambird sign from condensed ice, creating a newsflash field and dealing AoE cryo damage, while healing all party members by an amount based on her attack. While the newsflash field is active, Monsieur Verite will periodically attack opponents inside, dealing cryo damage. In addition, active characters within the field are continuously healed. The amount of HP restored is based on Charlotte's attack. Different people with their diverse perspectives offer fresh angles of approach on breaking news. After unlocking the talent Diversified Investigation, Charlotte gains a set healing bonus for each Fontanian party member other than herself. For each non-Fontanian party member, she gains a set cryo damage bonus. Reporting the news takes Charlotte right to the scene of unfolding events, and with her wealth of experience, she knows to expect the unexpected. Charlotte's elemental skill is her primary means of assisting in battle. By holding the skill, she can target more enemies and apply focused impression to them, periodically dealing cryo damage, and creating excellent opportunities for elemental reactions. When energy is full, Charlotte's elemental burst can quickly heal all party members to keep them battle-ready, while also creating a newsflash field. Thanks to Monsieur Verite's periodic attacks, she is able to collect crucial evidence from every angle before it disappears for good. Journalism is said to have its roots in the business of intelligence trading, driven purely by profit. In stark contrast, today's journalists are expected to hold themselves to a set of high ethical standards: integrity, veracity, and impartiality. I do not believe people can be truly impartial. What is true to one person may not be so to another. My words, for example, contain numerous subjective opinions, which may sound like nothing more than a tall tale to others. If Charlotte were willing to interview me, I'm curious to see how she would deal with my subjectivity. I'm only joking. My story would bring her nothing but trouble. What she doesn't know can't harm her. Whether prince or pauper, researcher or reporter, any law-abiding citizen in Fontaine will find a warm welcome from the Spina di Rosula. And there's no need to be too concerned about owing them a favor. In the words of the current president, come on, let's be friends.
Count me in!
Her umbrella shields her from the wind and sun, but also doubles as a firearm. Her geovision adds an extra dose of firepower and is perfectly color-matched to the rest of her attire. Sometimes demoiselle, other times president, Navia's unique style always breaks the mold. Those with the smartest methods always reap the greatest rewards. Navia gains increased rewards when dispatched on a 20-hour expedition within Fontaine. Navia's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive slashes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Her charged attack consumes stamina over time to perform continuous swirling attacks, finishing with an especially powerful slash. After tapping her elemental skill, Navia opens her elegant yet lethal Gunbrella, firing off Rosula shard shots that can pierce enemies, dealing geo damage. The more Rosula shard shots that strike an enemy, the more damage dealt. When a party member obtains an elemental shard created from the crystallize reaction, Navia gains a crystal shrapnel stack. The maximum number of crystal shrapnel stacks is limited, and each time one is gained, the duration is reset. Casting Navia's elemental skill consumes all crystal shrapnel stacks and enhances the skill based on the number of stacks consumed. If 1 to 3 stacks are consumed, Each stack increases the number of Rosula shard shots fired. If 4 to 6 stacks are consumed, each stack beyond the third increases the damage dealt by this Gunbrella shot. Hold the elemental skill to enter aiming mode, while continuing to collect elemental shards from crystallize reactions. When released, Navia fires Rosula shard shots. Navia's elemental skill has 2 charges by default. At set intervals, Navia will unleash a surging blade when she fires her Gunbrella, dealing Usia-aligned geo damage. After unlocking the talent Undisclosed Distribution Channels, for a short time after using Navia's elemental skill, Navia's normal, charged, and plunging attacks will deal geo damage that cannot be overridden. The damage dealt by these attacks is also increased.
A proper send-off from the Spina with love.
With her elemental burst, Navia gives the Spina President's order for a magnificent Rosula Dorada salute, unleashing a massive cannon bombardment against enemies in front of her, dealing AoE geo damage and triggering fire support, which periodically deals geo damage for a limited time. When a cannon attack hits an enemy, Navia gains 1 stack of crystal shrapnel. This effect can be triggered once per set interval. The Spina di Rosula has to deal with people of all factions and affiliations. That's much easier when you keep everyone on friendly terms. After unlocking the talent Mutual Assistance Network, for every Pyro, Electro, Cryo, and Hydro member in the party, Navia's attack is increased by a certain percentage, up to a limited number of stacks. Navia is a quick and agile thinker. Only the few who can keep up with her train of thought stand a chance of dodging her Rosula salute. In battle, Navia's main means of attack is her elemental skill, which relies heavily on accumulating crystal shrapnel stacks to fire off extra Rosula shard shots. This is a team effort, as Navia gains crystal shrapnel stacks whenever she or any of her party members collect an elemental shard created by a crystallized reaction. By using her elemental skill with enough crystal shrapnel stacks, she fires more Rosula shard shots and deals greater damage to enemies. When energy is full, Navia orders a Rosula Dorada salute, which provides continuous fire support and increases the efficiency of crystal shrapnel acquisition. As the cannonade continues, geo cannonballs fall like confetti to celebrate a well-earned victory. People have many preconceived notions of what a good leader should look like. Mature and grounded, powerful, even austere. The young and vivacious Navia is perhaps not what many would picture. But it would be a mistake to underestimate her just because of her beaming smile. She remains staunchly optimistic about the future of Spina di Rosula, the court of Fontaine, and even the whole world, despite all the trials she has endured. It's unfortunate when the path to a brighter future compels her to close her umbrella and turn it against others as a weapon. But all budding roses need thorns for protection.
camera operator. That can be a pretty technical job. Are you really up to it? Wait, you put no thought into finding a good camera angle, and the characters weren't in the shots. Positions, everyone!
Nice to meet you. I am Navia, the president, leader, commander-in-chief, executive director, and boss of Spina di Rosula. Hey there! Yeah! Ha! Umbrella warfare, I guess. Fire!
All right, cameras will start rolling as soon as the set is ready.
Whoa, Marina's really kicking things into gear as the director.
Props and lighting set the scene. Actors can get their makeup done. Extras, go over your positions. Camera ready, get the clapperboard. Actors, to your positions. Lights, camera, action.
Enough, villain! Pay for the death of our mother!
You're just as naive as her. Did you really think 2 muskets would be enough to defeat me?
Your crimes are evident. Drop your weapons. Justice will prevail. Not bad. The actors' emotions were all on point. Let's keep that take. We'll move on to the next scene.
You mean...
Did you really think you'd get away?
Chevres.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell.
Excellent! That was beyond mesmerizing. Let's make a film that'll make some serious waves in Fontaine. Not the kind of waves that drown people. I mean, the good kind of waves.
那既然这样，这个委托我接下了。你说这里有7等高手，在哪儿呢？打扰一下，谁是这里最强的人？ 我这么折腾，到底图啥？ 找到你了。
잠깐. 네 사람이 사는 건 나야.
에, 頭が切れるみたいだね。さあ、決闘といこうか。The Genshin Impact Genius Invokation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. Top players from all over Asia will soon gather in Shanghai.
"要我帮你找的小王子杯的人已经找到了。
隐患杯的人已经都安排好了。
啊？
Wow.
Wow.
That was quite the entrance for that players here.
And speak of entrance, here they come on stage now.
I mean, before even this tournament begins, how intimidating do you want to be with all of your opponents? Your poses you strike, how you carry yourself down these stairs.
It's very important,
Yeah, it is.
There's a lot on stake in this tournament.
Yeah, first impressions are important.
Here's our players lining up. First 4 players. Z Crimlet. Here's Ark.
Ooh. Looking pretty relaxed there.
Whipcon.
Yeah. Also known as Kong.
Mm-hmm. There's Injagi. Very familiar faces
Yes.
today.
that definitely 4 players were very well acquainted with.
For those of you watching at home, if you are new to the audience, we'll catch you up very shortly here.
Yeah. Of course, we have to let the players take the stage and have their time in the spotlight. It's an amazing setup, by the way.
Yeah, it's really nice.
It's been a lot of sets, you know, for these competitions, but this is the first time they've had a 2-story one.
You're right. We've never seen like players coming down the stairs before. Like all the mist and everything. Yeah. It looks awesome. We have Gold Olive.
Oh.
Oh.
Very gracious taking that bow there.
Stranger. Here's Stranger.
Oh. Powerful.
He's ready.
Yeah.
He's ready to go. He's a Menbo. Oh.
Look at that stoic face with that move too. Wow.
And here's Mango. I love that name. Who's coming next?
Who knows? We'll see. Looks like it's the Prince Cup Japan players here.
Oh yeah, it is.
I like how everyone's friendly on the top of the stairs, and then once they get introduced, it's serious business.
I mean, this is very serious business.
It is. It is.
But they're all good sports.
Yeah, you can tell everyone's having so much fun.
Yeah. Here is Kirisa. Thumbs up.
Very confident. Maybe that's a Bennett thumbs up.
Yeah, Bennett, maybe. It's a hinge for the deck he's bringing. Ooh, here's Chico. Maytel.
Oh.
I
Like
love
a money size?
poses.
Yeah.
These poses are great. And here's Bun-Up. Was that Barbara?
Wow. I think it was. Wow. We might have had a Bennett representation and a Barbara representation in that group.
Better see those characters.
Yeah.
Last but not least, Final Four.
Final Four. These are players from the Dynamic Cup.
Yes.
Some of those headshots are like quite intimidating already.
Oh, they're great. Here's Star, a rising star in this tournament.
Let's hope so.
Oh. There's Voice and oh,
also
pose.
Also doing that.
Yeah.
They're both
matching with Chico.
Yeah.
PPP.
Ooh. Popular pose, it seems.
LL Rise Falcon. And last but not least, here's LL Rise Falcon. I love that pose.
He's ready.
He is ready.
LL Rise there, just continuing his pose there on stage.
Here's our lovely host.
16名来自各个地区赛事的牌手们将在这里通过7个比赛日的较量，角逐出唯一能捧起冠军奖杯的那名最强牌手。各位旅行者们，让我们共同期待这场盛大而又精彩的对决吧！我宣布，原神七圣召唤亚洲邀请赛正式开始。
Hello travelers, welcome to the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. I'm your commentator today, Leah.
And I'm your commentator, Blep, and oh my god, it's so exciting to be here. We are live in Shanghai, bringing you all of the action from this Invitational.
It is really, really exciting to be here. We've had the chance to travel for these events for the past half year, many different places, but nothing quite as special as this.
No, I mean, you saw the size of that stage. Like, we were talking about it, you know, during the player entrances, but a whole 2 stories. I mean, that's
the stage was really cool. It was really cool with the mist coming down, all the players' poses. They look so ready to go. I'm really excited to see the games that they're going to be showing us.
Yeah, I mean, the players there looked very calm, very collected, you know, doing their practice poses. I'm sure they're all really nervous inside because this is the biggest competition that has happened ever.
It's kind of like the culmination of everything that happened in the past year, right?
Right, yeah.
Because we had multiple live events in the past year. I'm not sure if you guys watching at home are familiar. I'm sure there are some veterans in the audience, but also maybe some newcomers. So if you're new here, we'll be catching you up to speed over the course of our first day today. We have had very many live events, and these players have participated in all of them, right? So,
right. I mean, there's no accident that it's these 16 players here. Like, you know, during the introductions, they were saying how these are like the 16 best players from the Asia region here in the Invitational, and you know, they've had to fight a lot just to qualify for these events. And like I said, they've had events throughout the year. We've had multiple Prince Cups. Dating back all the way, I think Prince Cup Korea might have been all the way back in sometime May or March, very early in 2023. But now they're here in Shanghai, ready to do battle.
Yep. So first, before we get into the player profiles, we'll be watching a short video about the rules.
The first Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. 16 top players will be invited to Shanghai to take part in this competition, where 4 of them are selected from the Dynamic Cup and 12 of them are from the Prince Cup. This time, the Asia Invitational will be divided into 2 phases. The group stage phase will take place from January 11th through 14th, and then the elimination phase from January 19th through 21st, with a total of 7 competition days. The Conquest format will be applied throughout the tournament. At each tournament stage, players will prepare multiple decks in advance and engage in one-on-one battles. In a best-of-3 game, both players must construct 3 decks in advance, and they must not use the same character card in different decks. After construction is complete, both parties reveal their decks, ban one of the opponent's decks, and then play a game with the remaining decks. During the contest, the winner of a game will no longer be able to use the winning deck, and the loser can choose if they would like to change to another deck. The first party to win with all their decks wins the game. In best-of-5 and best-of-7 Conquest format games, both players will need to construct 4 and 5 decks in advance, respectively, and the same steps as in best-of-3 are required to ban the opponent's deck. The best-of-3 Conquest format will be applied in the group stage phase. The 16 players will be randomly divided into 4 groups by drawing lots. 4 players in each group will compete in a double elimination format. The winner of the winner bracket finals will advance to the upper bracket of the quarterfinals, and the winner of the loser bracket finals will advance to the lower bracket of the quarterfinals. At the elimination phase, except for the finals which will use the best-of-7 Conquest format, all other games will use the best-of-5 Conquest format. The 8 players who advance from the group stage phase are divided into either an upper bracket or a lower bracket, depending on their performance, and a 3-day double elimination tournament will be held to determine the final champion. The total prize pool for the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is 500,000 yuan, and the ultimate champion will clinch a prize of 250,000 yuan. The Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. Who will ascend to the throne and be crowned as Asia's King of Invocations? Let us look forward to this epic showdown.
Who indeed will be crowned the champion? Well, this is only day 1, so we have quite a bit to go through first before we see the finals.
I mean, it's gonna be an action-packed first day already, but you know, I think the tournament format is really cool. It's something that, you know, if viewers have been used to watching some of the other Prince Cup may not be familiar with, but first of all, we have a double elimination bracket here. And what that means is each player has a chance to lose twice. So normally, a lot of these competitions have been single elimination, so as soon as you lose a set, then you're out. But they have 2 opportunities here, but it is very difficult. I mean, if you get knocked into that losers bracket, you know, one more loss just you're out.
Yeah, I mean, 2 lives, still pretty good.
It is.
So
not 9 like a cat.
first up, we have the Group A, which is what you're going to be seeing today. These players, we have Stranger, who qualified from the Prince Cup Korea. He was actually the champion. We have LL Rise Falcon, who took top 8 in the Dynamic Cup. We have Mango, who was top 4 in the Prince Cup Korea. And then finally, last but not least, Banap, who was top 4 in the Prince Cup Japan.
And from Group B, we have from the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Prince Cup, Arc, and Z Crimlet, respectively, both coming in top 4. Gold Olive from the Prince Cup Korea also coming top 4. And then Chikua, our Prince Cup Japan champion.
Here's Group C. We have Maytel, who was top 4 in the Prince Cup Japan. PP Pig, who took top 16 in the Dynamic Cup. Voicend, who took top 8 in the Dynamic Cup. And then Star, who was top 16 Dynamic Cup. So 3 from the Dynamic Cup in Group C.
Yeah, very stacked roster there. And then, of course, to close it off, we have Amambo, top 4 of Prince Cup Korea.
Inzaghi.
Inzaghi there with the cool pose. Prince Cup, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Southeast Asia champion, along with Kong, also known as Upkong here. And then Kirisa from Prince Cup Japan, top 4.
And these lots were drawn randomly, right? So totally random assignments here. So for our group stage round 1, we will be seeing LL Rise Falcon up against Stranger. And then Banab versus Mango. And then, of course, we have upper bracket finals, lower bracket semifinals, and lower bracket finals, which we will get to later once we determine the winner from these first 2 sets.
It's a lot to take in. Don't let these big graphics scare you. We're going to be watching 5 games today, as you can see from the screen, with a rough schedule here. You know, the first 2 games are going to decide who is going to fight for the winner's place. And, you know, out of these group stages of 4 players, only 1 will come out as the group stage winner. And they will have basically 2 lives going into the next set of tournaments.
Oh, there's so much at stake.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake. I mean, you know, you do have 2 chances, but not getting that chance, you know, losing that chance in the group stage is a big blow. And, you know, there's so much on the line.
Yeah. There really is so much on the line, and I'm really excited to see what decks these players bring to show today.
You know, we are in a very interesting time in Genius Invocation. You know, if you're a veteran player, you might already know what I'm talking about. If you're a new player, it's a great time to jump in. You know, we had a very big content patch just before this tournament. So the players here are playing with cards they've only really looked at for maybe 2 or 3 weeks. But, you know, these are professional players. They've done a lot of hours, rigorous testing. You know, they've really figured out what the best decks are, and they're going to be bringing their A game in because, you know, the grand prize here is 250,000 yuan.
Yeah, that's for first place. The total prize pool is 500,000 yuan, which is insane.
Yeah, if you need a little bit of a kind of gauge of what that is, that's about approximately, I think, 35,000 USD. And to put it into perspective, for first place, just for first place, not even for the total prize. And to put it in perspective, that's the total prize pool from some of, very close to the total prize pool of some of the Prince Cups that we've casted before. So one of these players is going to basically take home the total prize pool of an entire tournament from last year.
And just going back to something you said earlier, but you know, the meta has shifted a lot from the start, but these players are very, like, they've been in the competitive scene from the very start, most of them. You know, they've competed in different tournaments that took place, you know, at various times during last year. And so, despite the large changes in patch 4.3, they've been able to adapt very well.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll definitely get to see a lot of strategies. You know, if you're a new player, this is a great time to just steal some, you know, secret strategy for yourself. I'm definitely going to be paying a lot of attention to how some of these professional players, you know, what decks they decide to bring, what cards they include. There's a lot of variation. We're going to see, we might see a lot of similar character cards, but there's actually quite a lot of variation in some of the action cards. Even 1 or 2 cards difference can really change how the deck plays, you know, how the player prepares or chooses cards at the beginning of the round. And yeah, it's going to be super interesting.
1 dice, 1 point of damage, 1 card that could change the state of the game very fast.
Don't tell me. I mean, just this morning I was queuing into a game. I think you were watching that. And I lost by 1 damage, and it was the most painful thing.
It was pretty painful. I'm sorry.
I mean, maybe I could have played a little bit better, but, you know, these players, the reason why they're here is that, you know, not only do they play well, but they just make very few mistakes. And that's kind of what it takes. It's this consistency. And especially with a double elimination format, right? Sometimes RNG doesn't go your way, but if you can stay consistent, you know, make the right decisions in each place, then eventually the dice will be in your favor at some point. You know, you can get to that place, and you do need a little bit of luck to get to first place. And you're going to need a lot, I think, in this kind of competitive field.
I mean, RNG factors into it, but so does skill. I feel like if you are constantly a consistent player, then you'll make your way to the top. And here we are, our first match, LL Rise Falcon versus Stranger. These decks are very similar.
They are.
So immediately, LL Rise Falcon is taking a deck called Mew, which is Mona Yula Wander MEW. The community calls it Mew. We also see Yulan OTK, which means one turn kill. So Yulan, Thunder Manifestation, and Signora. And then finally, there is official Nahida Lini, known by the community as Finally.
Yeah, one of the more clever names, really.
And it looks like it's nearly a mirror matchup, except we have Child instead of Yulan.
Yeah, so more of a like the Fatui angle, obviously Child and Signora both Fatui. So not quite the one-turn kill deck, and more of just a general Valley deck. But yeah, very similar from both sides. It'd be interesting to see what they ban. Of course, the players do get to choose one deck to ban. And if I was on each side, I think honestly, both sides brought kind of combo-ish decks in Mew, the Wanderer deck, and Signora, Thunder Manifestation deck. So it's very possible they decide to take out the Lini deck. You know, that one plays a little bit more aggressively, and so really is good against the other two strategies. And, you know, remember, this is a conquest format, which means you have to win with both remaining decks. So if one of your remaining decks matches up poorly into both of your opponents, it doesn't even matter if you win the first game. It really puts you at a disadvantage. So banning is very critical.
So to explain the conquest format, just reiterating the video from earlier, if you win with a deck, you cannot play it again.
Ooh.
So, okay, mirror bans.
Mirror bans, yeah, it's gonna be very close. And of course, they still have two decks to choose from, so it's still a bit of a coin flip which two decks they come in here. But I mean, right off the bat, I like Ella Rise has brought one of my favorite decks, the Yilan one-turn kill deck. You know, I'm sure some of you have seen this playing co-op as well. It's one of the more fun decks for me, at least, to play.
I know that's one of my favorite decks to play too. But I'm wondering if we have so it looks like Ella Rise Falcon is taking Mew as his first deck into this first match.
And yeah, this iteration has seen a little bit of change in 4.3. One of the main things is you see Wagner there. The new interesting tech there, Wagner now searches up one of the weapons from your deck, and you know the Wanderer deck really likes to kind of ramp in, you know, use 2 dice to ramp into something into the next round, and this is where this comes in a lot.
There's a lot of new cards in this deck too, noticeably Gilded Dreams, Opera Epiclase, Boar Princess.
Boar Princess, yeah. So, a card that I initially thought was pretty bad, but turns out it's very good.
It's very, very good, and we will explain why later. I'm sure we will see this technology come into play as these matches start. But
honestly, it's easier to show than tell in these things. It really is.
Oh, so Stranger is choosing the Child Signora deck. I'm really curious. I wanted to hear your thoughts about the matchup between this and the Yulan OTK. Which one do you think favors?
So, based on the style of gameplay, I believe I would say the Wander deck is a little bit favored here, because Stranger, you know, one of the way I think the way this deck operates, again, I haven't played this one too much, but you usually want to go on Signora and Thunder Manifestation for the beginning and then end on Child. But one of the frustrating things that the Wanderer deck does is it freezes you right at the end, and you know, if your Child gets frozen, or you know, the character that you're trying to finish gets frozen, then there's nothing you can do, and then they can really take advantage of that. So I think it leans slightly into Ella Rise here, Falcon. His deck choice might be the superior one in this one, but it can also depend on, you know, that Fatui resonance.
Yeah, so that's the main difference between this deck that Stranger brought and then the one with Yulan that Ella Rise Falcon brought, because it has that Fatui resonance card, which could make or break a lot.
Yeah, I mean, one of the great things about that deck, though, is if you look at all the elements, you know, it has Signora as Cryo, Child with Hydro, Thunder Manifestation Electro, and then Signora can turn into Pyro. You actually have all 4 elements, that basic ones that you covered. So really, any element you get from Fatui Resonance, of course, it randomly chooses one of 4 elements, is going to be fine.
First, let's get into it.
Wow. These are some really incredible play intros. The production value has so far been amazing.
It's super high.
Yeah.
Here we see our players setting up here for this first best of 3, the first match in the first best of 3.
Yeah, they are gonna kick off this Asia Invitational with, I think it's gonna be a pretty interesting matchup. You know, one of the things we really watch out for, the Wanderer deck has a lot of opportunity to draw very well in the early game. You know, if it gets an early Timaeus or Wagner, you know, Dunyazad, also a very key card. That opening hand's gonna be so crucial because it can really snowball from round 1.
So I just wanted to remind the audience here. So LL Rise Falcon's tournament history, top 8 in the Dynamic Cup, which is how he qualified here. Also had the highest circuit points last season. As for Stranger, he took first place in the Prince Cup Korea versus Amanbo, who's also here. And then also top 8 in WCG Busan, which is another tournament that one of our other casters that will come on later actually was
I
casting
mean,
for.
one thing we haven't mentioned, you know, we are not the only casters here, of course, if you've been listening to the announcements. We have 2 other ones who will be joining us later to bring you some of the matches today.
Very, very excited.
Oh, wow, look, see the concentration.
The emotion, the concentration.
I mean, I can't even imagine what it feels like. I'm so energized from here being in the casting booth, but I can't imagine what it feels like under those lights on that big stage. You know, it's got to be very intimidating.
Has to be.
Yeah, and honestly, that's one of the things that you know, that the skills you need to be a professional player isn't just to be good at the game. You have to be good under pressure.
But you know, these players have been on the big stage before.
They have.
They have been on the big stage before.
Yeah, they're
so
all
they're
experienced.
But and just also another reminder, actually, I don't think it was mentioned yet, we're going to have heart rate monitors. So you will get to see how nervous these players are as we actually get into this game. So once again, we have LL Rise Falcon playing Mew, Mona Eula Wander versus Stranger playing Fatui Resonance.
Yeah, Fatui, I guess, Seniora Manifestation.
Manifestation.
Also, I appreciate how LL Rise has put characters in the correct order. Mona Eula Wanderer. That's what I like to see.
Yeah. Also, look at the heart rates for these players.
Wow.
LL Rise Falcon at 139, Stranger at 141.
Oh
if you guys look under their names on the left, you will be able to track their heart rates with us.
Yeah, and also, of course, both sides sporting that golden card back from the Prince Cups in the first season. Much coveted.
This is no longer obtainable, by the way. You had to be a Prince Cup participant. Of course, both of these players were.
Yeah, they have exclusive rights to that card back. But of course, you know, we are in a new year with a new series of events and a new card back potentially on the line sometime in the future. But let's get rolling and see. I think this first turn here is going to be really crucial, especially for LL Rise.
Yes.
The Wanderer deck does tend to play, you know, a bit of like a combo deck where it wants to open very strong, and then round 2 is when it's going to pop off.
Though, you know, these players definitely know all of these decks in and out, especially considering they basically took mirror decks versus each other. So maybe they might even be considering different lines that they could start with that would throw their opponents off guard. There are a bit mind games that might be going on here. We'll just have to see how this starts. It does look like LL Rise Falcon is starting with Mona, which is very traditional for that deck. And as for Stranger, start on Child.
LL Rise here, you know, very bad dice, actually. Like, it's not a good opener. You can see 5 Electro dice, not usable at all. So it's going to be in a lot of trouble from the beginning.
So now that I think about it, actually, so Thunder Manifestation and Wander are kind of similar-ish. They can both attack off-field characters, which is very unique in TCG right now, in Genshin Impact Geniusification.
Yeah.
So
Thunder Manifestation and Seniora, obviously both new characters added. You know, we'll be showcasing a lot of their skills early on, but here we go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Choosing to equip Instructor's Cab and Wolf's Gravestone onto Eula.
Yeah, Elra's really making the most of, you know, what essentially was a very bad roll, but able to at least set the equipment down. Unfortunately, split between the 2 different carry characters here, between Eula and Wanderer. You know, you really have to gear up the same character if you can, but his hand just didn't let that happen.
Well, I guess now Stranger is not quite sure where LL Rise Falcon is going to go.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's very... I think it's a very unusual start, of course, from LL Rise here. So Stranger must be trying to figure out what the line is going to be. Ooh,
oh, there's that Fatui Resonance, also Gilded Dreams for Stranger. Also, look at their heart rates. I have to point this out. 160 for Stranger.
Yeah.
We said the stakes are high. Like, this is... The pressure is on right now for these players.
Yeah, I'm surprised LL Rise isn't higher because, again, I mean, I think he's definitely going to have to make this round count. He's coming back from a very difficult opening.
Very good dice for Stranger, I think.
Yeah, Stranger's been rolling very well.
LL Rise Falcon re-rolling. I don't think he wants that Hydro. But
Probably not.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I mean, depending on if Stranger is going to swap off here or not, but LL Rise is going to need to do something. He does have that at least 3 Anemo to get that Wanderer Swell started, but other than that, it's looking pretty bleak.
So... Stranger has a very important card in his hand, but he can't quite use it yet. I'm looking at that Gilded Dreams, which is going to be like one of the core support cards of that deck. But you need some other cards before you can play it. creates this engine called Magic by the community,
Yeah.
and you'll see it a bit later. We'll explain a bit later, but another Fatui resonance coming in. Ah, I see.
Yeah, Gilded Dream has definitely been kind of the star of this version. You know, it's one of the cards that were added that a lot of these pro players immediately identified as very good. Ooh, we see that swell starting on Wanderer.
Yeah, this is a very common start for Mew. Once again, Mona, Eula, Wander. So normally you will start with the skill on Mona and then go to Wander and kind of wreak havoc.
Exactly.
Spam abilities. So after you use Wanderer's skill, he gains Wind Favored, which allows him to swirl with a normal attack to the next character.
But Wanderer may be in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, Child's Burst coming down.
Yeah.
That is just enough to take out Wanderer. That's
Yeah.
not good for LL Rise Falcon.
That Adeptus Temptation coming out of Strange Hand, coming in clutch, and LL Rise not only losing Wanderer and the 2 energy there, but also that Instructor's equip from round 1, only able to get 1 dice out of that. So that's actually a really big setback.
How will LL Rise Falcon respond? What do you think is going to happen?
I mean, you almost certainly have to go to Eula here, but then those dice are just so painful. You can't possibly tune enough dice here. So yeah, maybe just...
I think this is a good play. So Timaeus draws you an artifact. I don't think that's the one that LL Rise Falcon wanted, but maybe it could come in use.
No, yeah, Timaeus also got recently buffed, kind of like Wagner, now able to draw from your deck. Obviously, I think LL Rise definitely also running Gilded Dreams in his deck, hoping to draw that off there, but unfortunately, gets a second Gamblers
Second
as well.
Gamblers. So unfortunate. Both the dice rolls and the card draw are a bit unfortunate for LL Rise Falcon.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, this happens, but this is also why, you know, this double elimination format is so important, is sometimes you are going to not be favored by RNG like this, but, you know, you don't want to let that guy down. There's still 2 more games potentially left to play, and another set that you can still lose.
I don't see Yayoi for Stranger, and I'm sure that you got it. See a freeze coming out of Eula on LL Rise Falcon's side, so that child cannot do anything. Stranger is going to be forced to swap.
Yeah, definitely going to be forced to swap here, but Child has already done so much damage. I mean, he basically single-handedly did a lot of damage to Mona, but also was able to take out Wanderer.
He got his burst off already.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at this point, you know, he's done his job and is going to be ready for Thunder Manifestation and Signora to both take over.
Oh, quick swap coming out. Leave it to me. And it is a swap to Signora.
Stranger just has, like, the perfect hand right now to really combat everything that LL Rise is at least able to do, given the little that he has.
See Paimon getting tuned into Signora's skill. Well, there's Dunyarzad. I'm not sure if Dunyarzad's the card that he wanted to draw at the moment, but...
I mean, at this point, as long as Stranger can play, you know, his cards and use his skills effectively, he has his game in the bag.
Look at Stranger's chem sitting there like, planning, scheming.
I mean, you never want to get too confident in these high-level matches. You know, one mistake can be the difference between winning and losing here. But, you know, of course, we know LL Rise's hand. He's really got not much to work with, but Stranger doesn't. There could be any number of things. And one of the things, you know, that we're going to see a lot in this metagame is even if your opponent is on 6 dice, if they have a hand of cards, they may not actually be on 6 dice.
They might have way more than 6 dice.
They have way more than 6 dice.
Even if you're on 1 dice, you could suddenly get 8. So we'll see that later.
It's a very difficult, you know, metagame for players to play in. It actually is very skillful as well.
Yes.
But, you know, Stranger being very careful here, obviously, playing around as much as he can.
So swap onto Mona. I think this is probably the best thing LL Rise Falcon can do with what he currently has.
Yeah, based on his hand, it looks like LL Rise is going to just want to deploy Liben and hope that he can make something happen in that 3rd round. You know, leaving Eula out there is going to be a little bit too dangerous. I am surprised he didn't do 1 more skill before swapping, but I guess he really wants to have more dice in the next round with that Liben, but I don't know where those last 2 dice are going to go.
We see a swap on the Thunder Manifestation. Of course, we know that there are no Electro dice in Stranger's hand, but LL Rise Falcon does not know that.
No.
And I believe the lightning round is on Eula, right?
Yeah.
So if Thunder Manifestation used its skill, it would actually target Eula and trigger Superconduct.
Yeah, that's one of the... this combination has been so powerful in this version where, you know, you have Signora apply that cryo, and then Thunder Manifestation is able to still target her.
Oh, so we see Boar Princess coming out, and then also the Gilded Dreams to basically act as a dice fixer in that case. So
a lot just happened there.
A lot just happened there. Boar Princess, if you replace an equipment card, it will refund an Omni Dice. So, and then Gilded Dreams will give you 1 Omni Dice if you have 3 different characters of different elements, and then also it will give you 1 element of the active character that you equipped it to. So basically, Surf is a really good dice fixer, and Thunder Manifestation was able to get that skill off on Eula, bringing her to 2 HP, despite her not being an active character at the time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Ella Rise even trying to swap off Eula to kind of take some of that damage on Mona, not able to make that happen because of Thunder Manifestation's Lightning Probe. Such a powerful combination, the two together.
It is a very, very powerful combination. I know we were talking a bit earlier before the stream about our predictions, like what will these players bring, because we didn't really see, right?
No, yeah. I mean, this is the first high-level tournament that we've seen with the new cards.
I think we expected the new cards to be broken up a bit in different decks, but it looks like the decks that are really stronger now still made it through.
Yeah, and Ball Princess is one of those cards that doesn't look like much on the surface, but when you combine it together with all of these other artifact cards, I mean, it really just stacks up on itself and compounds.
So both these players have very, very good dice. I want to note something in LL Rise Falcon's hand right now. So there is a Gilded Dreams as 0 cost. 0 cost because Tomayus. Ooh, Fresh Wind of Freedom coming down.
Yeah, this could be a big moment for LL Rise. I think that's what he was trying to set up there in the last turn, that Fresh Wind able to let you take another turn after taking down a character.
Yes, I think we're going to see Thunder Manifestation falling here. A normal attack with Wolf's Gravestone will be enough. And also, I believe it's Gamblers refreshing.
Yeah, I believe Eula does have a Gamblers. It was equipped in the last round. Of course, LL Rise did draw 2 of them, so putting 1 on Eula is very, very free.
And now LL Rise Falcon, because he played Fresh Wind of Freedom, gets another turn to go. So I wonder if we're going to see a burst to free Signora with that Hydro Aura on her.
Yeah, I think that would probably... the burst is the most damaging one, but of course, LL Rise does also have the option of using Elemental... You notice that he saved his Elemental skill, because Eula's second skill does do 5 damage instead of 2. And so he didn't want to waste it on Thunder Manifestation there, instead saving it for this moment in Sinora. But unfortunately, Sinora being at 8 is above that Wolf's Gravestone buff range.
I mean, seeing that Child is at 4 health, so if LL Rise Falcon goes for the burst here, that would free Signora and force Stranger to swap off, right?
Yeah.
And then the skill would take out Child and then refresh the dice because of Gamblers.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's the line that LL Rise Falcon is going to take. And you know, just a bit earlier, we were saying that Stranger's in a really good position, but actually, I feel like LL Rise Falcon is about to change the tides very quickly.
That one Fresh Wind of Freedom really turned the tables there, and you know, able to now equip that Gilded Dreams off of Timaeus is a huge influx of dice.
Yeah, free Gilded Dreams, so that is free 2 dice. And then, of course, we see a Liar Song in LL Rise Falcon's hand, so he could even return Gilded Dreams and play it again for 1 cost. And get 2 more dice.
Yeah, so effectively, you know, LL Rise has 10 dice to work with this turn, but of course, Stranger has a handful of cards. You see, LL Rise has run himself really low on cards here, and even though he is going to free Signora here, she does have that revive.
She does have that revive, and here we go. So Eula's Burst comes down, and we see a slow swap onto Child. Lotus equipped to protect him from Eula's skill.
Yeah, very heads up there. Eula's skill would do a lot of damage, but oh wait, that is actually enough.
Ooh.
5, 7. Yeah, that was actually exactly enough to get through it. Is this?
Okay, there's Fatui Conspiracy.
There is Fatui Conspiracy. And one of the things we also should mention, so there is...
Wolf's Gravestone.
Yeah, well, there is Wolf's Gravestone, but I don't think there is a way... Oh, no, Signora does go down this turn, doesn't she? Oh, this is so interesting.
Yep. Yeah, LL Rise Falcon has plenty of dice, so...
Okay.
Basically, he can take out Signora, and then the summon is going to...
But the problem... Okay, so here's the problem.
Okay.
If LL Rise attacks into Signora, it will shatter her. Signora will revive as Pyroform, and with that Fresh Wind of Freedom, which I think LL Rise is smiling. I think he knows it's in his hand.
Wait.
With that Fresh Wind of Freedom, Signora can skill twice, assuming that she can have one more die.
The frozen effect is going to be gone.
Oh, but there's an egg!
Oh, wait!
Okay. There's an egg.
Okay, Thunder Manifestation
that actually changes a lot.
Back in the
he's
game.
Gonna switch. That's actually interesting. Oh, of course. Yeah, because... So... The difficult thing there, Stranger needed to pass the turn in some way in order to make that play, but wasn't able to end turn on Signora, so that was what was stopping him from there, but he was actually about to mount a comeback. Oh, I am on the edge of my seat. And, okay, so here is the difficult part. LL Rise is going to get 2 more dice off of that Gamblers.
Yes, but Eula also falls, so...
But can LL Rise finish? I think that's enough though.
Stranger ending here.
Yeah.
I don't Yes,
No, this is
wait,
enough.
it is enough because the
Wow.
second summon, okay. So the first summon is going to take out Signora, and then she's
9.
going to revive into Crimson Witch of Embers, and then the Moto summon is going to do the 1 point of damage.
Oh my
LL Rice
God.
Falcon is taking the first game of this best of 3.
That was really
Congratulations.
unexpected. Oh, what an upset by LL Rice. I mean, if you just rewind that game back to that first round and saw how tough LL Rice had it from the beginning. Stranger, you know, if he ever gets to watch that replay, he's gonna be really kicking himself like, what could he have done differently to avoid that situation? Because it was looking so good for him.
It was looking so good for him.
I mean, I guess that's just the power of, you know, Wolf's Gravestone. Not very popular normally, but Wagner really showcasing the power of being able to equip that for free.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
That was actually like, we were on the edge of our seats here. Like,
Yeah.
we first thought Stranger had the lead, right? And
Yeah.
then all of a sudden, LL
No.
Rice Falcon, you know, draws the Gilded Dreams, has Tamaya's 3 stacks, has Liar Song, has everything.
Yeah.
And then,
I mean, I want to point out also, you know, he didn't draw the Gilded Dreams off of Tamias. The Tamias drew him a Gamblers, he drew another Gamblers,
Yep,
and then he,
yep.
off the top of the deck, got that Gilded Dreams. I mean, he needed almost exactly that card.
Yep.
Because of that Lice on his hand, and also just needing 2 extra die. If he was 1 skill short there at any moment, it would have been Stranger's game to take. But having a very fumbled start, but being able to pick up the pieces there, you know, not giving up, I think is a very much the highlight of that match there. You know, not getting discouraged by that start.
so I want to talk about like just a little bit about what happened with Senor and then
Yeah.
the egg and Thunder Manifestation,
Yeah.
like reviving Thunder Manifestation, swapping over to it, and then like, can you explain like what was happening there? What could Stranger have done better to win? Like, why did he have to make that play?
I mean, so Stranger, if it was Ella Rise's turn when Signora was frozen, Ella Rise was actually in a weird spot where he would have had to shatter Signora, and then Signora would have been able to take her out with Freshman and Freedom. But you know, that's kind of how the Wanderer Eula deck plays. That freeze forced Stranger to have to use an action, which was reviving Thunder and swapping onto Thunder Manifestation. He was not able to just pass the turn back, and because he couldn't do that, Ella Rise was able to he used all 3 usages of Gamblers. I don't think we've seen that on stream before. Gamblers, as you know, only works 3 times. It normally doesn't come up in a PvP game, but this time with Egg was able to use up all 3.
So of course, LL Rice Falcon cannot use the deck that he
Right.
went with, so we won't be seeing Mew again. However, we do see the Yelan OTK, which is the Yelan Thunder Manifestation Signora deck, and Stranger is going with the same deck that we saw last game again. So it is basically a mirror matchup, with the only difference being Yelan and Child. So.
Yeah.
Once again, I pass it to you, my analyst. What do you think is favored in this matchup?
So I play the Yelan one-turn kill deck a lot, and
I do too.
One thing I want to say, even though the 2 decks share 2 characters, they play extremely differently. You know, don't let that throw you off. You know, the difference between Yelan and Child is huge. We're gonna see Ella Rise really focus on Yelan, and I guess with Stranger, you know, we do start with Child, but it's a little bit different. It's very difficult to play Yelan against the combination of Signora Thunder Manifestation, because if you're trying to set up for that Yelan burst, Thunder Manifestation in combination with Signora can always take out your Yelan even off field.
And here we have LL Rise Falcon's deck display for the second game of this first best of 3. Yelan, Thunder Manifestation, and Signora. Very standard deck list. This is a very meta deck right now as well. Very many players are playing this around the world.
I mean, I'm playing this.
Please, if you want to try it yourself, take that deck list and try a few games with it.
Yeah, it's a very hard deck to play though.
And once again, here's Stranger's deck with Child instead of Yelan. This is also pretty popular.
Yeah, I mean, either way, Stranger is going to need to beat that Yelan one-turn kill deck twice with both of the decks that he has left in order to advance. So I like taking this pick here. Again, the start of Thunder Manifestation and Signora is very annoying for the Yelan one-turn kill deck, and we might even see LL Rise, you know, maybe deviate from the original plan of focusing on Yelan and instead go for a different line altogether because it's so hard to get her burst up.
Yeah, normally in this mirror matchups, if I remember right, if you have like Yelan no TK versus Yelan no TK at least, you don't normally rush Yelan's burst immediately.
You
because,
can.
Like, you can, but...
It's a funny game because it's like both of you have chances to take out the other person's Yelan before burst.
You can also freeze them.
You can also freeze. Yeah, there's a lot of different lines to play. I mean, when you get stomped by this deck, it's always the same pattern. You know, they Yelan burst, they normal attack you, you get a lot of reactions off, but when both decks are kind of do the same thing, it's kind of like this intricate dance where like, are you gonna burst? Am I gonna burst? Are you gonna let me burst? If we both burst, is that okay? Like, it's actually really fun if you really understand what's going on. But I really hope these players like play this matchup in a fun way.
And we were talking a bit earlier, the game you were playing Yelan OTK as well. You don't need to burst on Yelan to win with that deck, because Thunder Manifestation Senor are both very strong on their own as well.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we see that same core, of course, on the other side with the Child deck. You know, those two characters together already output a lot of damage. Yelan just kind of amps that up even more, but it really depends on your draw.
Yeah, so Yelan is a new card introduced in patch 4.3.
Right.
She's a lot like Xingqiu.
Yeah,
in terms of like her kit and stuff, but she has card draw and her burst is a bit more. It also is not per normal attack, but it lasts for 2 rounds essentially, so you get a lot more usages out of it if you have something like minty meat rolls or Northern Smoked Chicken. So
yeah, Xingqiu's burst, of course, limited to 3 usages, but Yelan plays a little bit closer to someone like Yoimiya or Beidou, where it's you set up their burst and then you just play a lot of skills in a single round.
Here we go. LL Rise Falcon versus Stranger. Second game of this first best of 3.
Yeah.
This is Group A, day 1.
Really curious to see what, I mean, it's going to depend a lot on what LL Rise draws and whether he's going to open on Yelan or some other character.
Here we go. Heart rate's still pretty high, 130 for both of them, essentially. Just another reminder, if you look under the names of these players, underneath their player cams, you can see the heart rate, so you can see how pressured they are right now.
Yeah. And we'll see if Stranger does draw that Fatui Resonance. You know, we saw Fatui Resonance in the last game, but I feel like it was a little bit late, right? It came in that 3rd round, but the game was already over before he was able to get 2 usages out of it.
I don't know. So LL Rise Falcon threw away a lot of his cards, but he didn't really get anything very useful. I haven't lost yet.
I think he has actually a lot of the same cards that he started with. So we'll have to see what his plan is. Based on what we're seeing with his hand, I think LL Rise, is going to open on Yelan. You know, he has that Northern Smoked Chicken and the Minty Meat Rolls. Usually we need one of those cards in order to build up to Yelan's burst.
We'll see if LL Rise Falcon will be able to get Yelan's burst off. As for Stranger, I feel like there's more flexibility in this deck with Child. As we've already mentioned a few times before, the main difference is that you have that Fatui Resonance card.
Right. And I don't know if we'll see it here. You know, we could open with that, but LL Rise going for a pretty standard approach. Oh, and we do see it. What's it going to be? Pyro.
Pyro. Wait, that's really good.
That's really good.
Of course, we see Thunder Manifestation talent equipped that will allow Stranger to draw a card. It is Paimon, which does not help here.
Does not. But, you know, anything other than Hydro would have been great for Stranger there. You know, Cryo, maybe the next worst one, but Pyro is amazing.
Pyro is really amazing. There's so many reactions you can do with, you know, Electro and Hydro.
Yeah, I mean, you can see LL Rise there, palm straight to the forehead there. He did not want to see that because this, you know, with that Minty Meat Rolls as well, he's saying to Stranger that I'm going to attack 3 times on Yelan, build up to a burst, end, and then burst next round. But he is no longer able to do that.
Nope, because Yelan will unfortunately perish.
Yeah.
Still going for the second normal.
Yeah, I mean, you've kind of committed to part of this line because you do use that Minty Meat Rolls, but Child here.
Ooh. And LL Rise Falcon is going to be forced to swap off because there is no way for Yelan to go for another attack without...
No, I mean, she is going to go for another attack. So... So what I think, so this is one of the, I've been playing this deck a lot, and one of the things I've noticed is that even if Yelan goes down, you can kind of force your opponent into taking her out, but it looks like it is going to swap off, but that's actually a pretty good play.
Maybe if LL Rise Falcon gets a quick swap, it'll be okay. Or maybe...
Yeah, well, if Stranger actually had drawn a Leave It to Me, you know, Thunder Manifestation, that Lightning Probe does stick to you, and right now Yelan is the target, but unfortunately did not draw it.
Already on the edge of my seat. This is just the beginning of game 2.
Yeah, and this is kind of that dance I was talking about, right? Like, Yelan is being threatened. A lot of this game is going to revolve around her.
Yes.
You know, if LL Rise is able to get that Yelan burst off safely, it will change the tide quite a lot in his favor.
I do believe LL Rise Falcon took 1 copy of Leave It to Me quick swap.
But only 1?
Yeah,
okay.
only 1 copy.
Okay.
So... whether or not he draws it, he really needs to find it, or maybe he'll need to sacrifice Thunder Manifestation, which isn't ideal. But
not
how
ideal.
are you gonna get Yelan's burst off?
Yeah, and we see Child here ready to burst
Your
as
child
well.
is ready to burst too. Also, Stranger has 2 Gilded Dreams in his hand, which he can't play just yet, but...
Yeah, we'll be able to play it with Yayoi, maybe. kind of the classic 1-2 combo there. Yayoi, of course, discounting your artifacts based on how many you have equipped. That lets you play Gilded Dreams for a lot cheaper than normal.
Ella Rice Falcon going for the skill on Thunder Manifestation, eating up that last Fatui Conspiracy. Vaporize damage, doing a lot, leaving it at 4.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good way to approach it, because now Child can't actually burst efficiently on Thunder Manifestation. It's going to waste a lot of damage in order to do so, but you really don't have many better plays available, because of course Thunder Manifestation can still hit Child off field, so even if Stranger swaps off here, Child might still go down before burst.
The unfortunate thing for Stranger is that none of his dice are Hydro. None of them. So, I mean, you don't really want to tune any of the cards in his hand. I mean, maybe I haven't lost yet. Dunyazad you could tune. I think you want to keep the Gilded. I don't think it's worth to tune 3 of those cards for Childburst. So
yeah, we might be seeing just a normal attack coming out of Thunder Manifestation here, playing some Electro here. But Ella Rise does have the option to take out Child here with a skill.
Looking at these heart rates.
Yeah, Ella has an important decision here. Does he use Thunder Manifestation? Oh, is he going for it? He's tuning. I think he is.
Tuning for another skill that is going to take out Child because the Lightning Probe is stuck on him. So even if you swap away, Child's still going to take that damage. Child does fall.
But I wonder if that's playing into Stranger's plan here. Now able to unlock that I haven't lost yet. We could see a Dunyazad with a no?
Huh?
Just a swap.
Just
okay.
Interesting. I thought we'd see a tune into maybe a skill, but
yeah, I mean we may see a tune after this. Looks like
maybe Stranger is playing around I haven't lost yet. Because then Ella Rice Falcon, like if Thunder Manifestation gets taken out, Ella Rice Falcon could go to Yelan and use Yelan Burst, and that's something Stranger is trying to avoid.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, we do see that I haven't lost yet in Ella Rise's hand, and I think Yelan Burst is actually very threatening here. You know, if Ella Rise does get Yelan Burst out with Stranger down to just 2 characters, that freeze from Signora is going to be very devastating into the next round.
Also, something else that the players have to keep track of in patch 4.3 is the fact that you can go from like 1 to 2 dice into like 8. So like you can't, you have to watch the dice count, but it doesn't always mean that they are limited.
No, I mean, one of the things to watch out for, you know, does your opponent have Yayoi on the field? Neither side does right now. How many equipments do you have equipped?
Ella Rice Falcon Druid, the quick swap.
Oh, he does.
The quick swap. And Stranger drew
2, but not going to be too useful now, because if Yelan gets that burst off, assuming that Ella Rice can roll 3 Hydro, does he get it? I think he does. Ooh. But he hasn't built up a lot of dice here. You know, he doesn't have those engines that we're talking about with Gilded, you know, or Yayoi out on the field. Neither side does. So
neither side does. I mean, we see the Gilded on Stranger side. We see the Boar Princess on Ella Rice Falcon side. But I mean, to make the magic work, you need all of the elements in play.
Here we go.
Here we go. Quick swap.
This is almost certainly to Yelan. Of course, Boar Princess does also work if your characters go down. So Ella Rice here basically letting himself burst on Yelan and then waiting until Stranger takes Yelan out so he can get that dice back.
Oh yeah, because Yelan has an artifact equipped at the moment. And so if Yelan falls, Boar Princess essentially will refund up to 2 dice.
Yeah. And it's actually really good for Yelan to do that right now, because you see that Lightning Probe effect, that highlighted circle, means that Thunder Manifestation skill can't hit anyone other than Yelan right now. So Ella Rise's own Thunder Manifestation is very safe from the opposing one.
Yeah, Stranger choosing to slow swap onto Thunder Manifestation to avoid triggering Boar Princess, that is very smart, I think.
I don't know how long he's going to be able to avoid it, because again, that Lightning Probe is stuck on Yelan, and this is what I like doing from the deck. You know, if your opponent isn't willing to commit to taking out Yelan, her normal attacks are just so good already.
Wait! Oh.
Yeah. There's not quite enough dice there, unfortunately.
I mean, there isn't enough dice there.
Oh, but Yelan is going to go down, and that might actually give... No,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, we're still 1 short. Oh, no, but we have the I haven't lost yet.
Wait.
Yeah, so Ella Rise does have a potential to get... I think he can get up to potentially 6 dice this round.
Okay.
We'll have to see.
Would you like to explain how?
I think I might be off by... I think because of how Covenant works, he's not exactly able to do it. But we might see the start of it here.
So yeah,
I
we
don't
see
think
the
it's gonna
zero
quite
cost
work out.
artifact coming down. Another new artifact in this set. I believe it's called Heart of Kavarina's Brilliance.
Yeah.
And so I haven't lost yet. For an additional dice, give Signora just enough to use her skill.
Yeah, and looks like we're not going to see any more dice out of Ella Rise there. Of course, Covenant not able to, without Yayoi in the field, not able to equip that Gilded Dreams.
Yeah, you can't really play Gilded Dreams without discounting it first. So we do see a triple tune into another Signora skill coming out of Stranger.
Yeah, and we see here,
Oh, NRE.
it's so even on both sides. Like, look at it. It's two health on the Thunder Manifestation on each side, and then Signora. Stranger's Signora is a little bit healthier, but honestly, I like Ella Rise's hand a little bit better right now.
I feel like the main difference, Child has already fallen, but right now we have Yulon burst up for one more round, and I feel like that's going to be very crucial for
It is going to be
Ella
very
Rise Falcon,
crucial
because you have those freeze and electrocharge reactions upon every normal attack from Signora or Thunder Manifestation.
Yeah, one of the powerful things about the Yelan one-turn kill deck is that you have two options. You can either go to Thunder Manifestation, normal attack for a lot of damage, or you can go to Signora and freeze your opponents to control what they can do. And down to this last round.
So look at their heart rates. Ella Rise Falcon, 155.
Stranger oddly calm, actually. Does he know something we don't? I feel like this game is really close, but the way Stranger is approaching it, it kind of feels like he has it in his bag.
Maybe he does. Maybe he does. He's making a calculating pose right now. He's thinking.
I mean, one thing we haven't seen yet, of course, Signora does revive. You know, we see that cryo symbol on the bottom left. Her means that even if you take her out this round, she'll revive as the Crimson Witch on 1 health.
Oh, here we go. Liar Song is going to take back. Interesting.
Yeah, so that actually reduces the cost of any other equipment by 2, which lets Ella Rise play Gilded Dreams for just 1, which essentially is the same as if you had returned Gilded Dreams, so very nicely there.
And then, of course, Gilded Dreams will give an additional 2 dice.
He's going to see what he draws off of that. Ooh,
Northern Smoked Chicken. That's
actually
pretty good.
Yeah, without any... I mean, as the only food in his hand, it's a pretty good one to draw. Basically, just an extra die there.
Here we go. Gilded Dreams onto Signora. 2 dice coming in. 1 Omni, 1 Cryo.
Yeah, I have to see. I believe a skill here does... a normal attack does do more damage than the skill. I think it's actually about equal. So it's just like, do you want to apply Hydro or Cryo at the end of it?
Yeah, so one thing to note about this deck, the reason why you run characters like Thunder Manifestation and Signora is because their normal attacks will apply elemental damage and not just like physical damage, right?
Yeah.
So
Signora actually very important. I mean, the only other character that has like a catalyst like normal attack would be the Cryosystem Mage. And so these are the only 2 characters that can do that along with Yelan. So
and Freeze.
Yeah. Freeze is actually very important for this deck. You know, don't overlook it. Sometimes, most of the time, it's correct to do a lot of damage with Thunder Manifestation, but it's a burst.
Interesting. So Ella Rise Falcon is using Signora's burst. This does mean that she turns into her Crimson Witch of Ember state and gains 2 health. But I mean, if she gets taken out at any point, she's just gone. There's no revive anymore.
That's a very risky play here. Especially because Stranger was able to draw that Leave It To Me, able to quick swap onto Thunder Manifestation and get the burst off.
Quick swap, burst. That will trigger Superconduct as well, leaving Thunder Manifestation. Oh, what?
Okay, that egg draw is actually huge. So, Stranger just needs to survive this round. Like, that is his goal. If he can survive this round, then he's going to put himself in the winning position. The Gambler's going to make it really hard, though. Ella Rise has a lot of dice left on his turn here. And now he's forced to swap over to Signora. But Signora, of course, remember, she does have that revive, so it's going to take multiple hits.
So Stranger's Signora does have her revive. And we do see this egg coming out. Child is back in the game. Welcome back. And he ends.
You see Ella Rise there smiling. So Ella Rise, if you look at his deck list, he actually runs 1 egg in every single one of his decks. So he loves that card as well. But let's see.
So if you take out Signora and you have Gamblers, does that give you the refresh, or does it not count towards Gamblers?
Well, it doesn't unless you take her out completely, but of course, with the follow-up Yelan hit, it will. Yeah, and I actually think Ella Rise has just enough.
Because Northern Smoked Chicken, right?
And his Covenant and Northern Smoked Chicken.
Ooh. Wait, this is it.
Really
this is it.
This is it.
This is it.
Yeah, actually, with that Gambler's refresh and the Northern Smoked Chicken. That's it, I think, yeah.
Normal attack for only 2. Child does fall, and the winner is LL Rise Falcon.
Yeah,
congratulations.
Very convincing 2-0 there. You know, able to win both of these games, not losing any games off of Stranger there. I mean, I think that so much momentum coming off of that first game where it looked like he was about to lose, but he was able to make a comeback, take that momentum into that game too, where, you know, I'm actually not too sure about Stranger opening on Child there. You know, I personally really prefer opening on Signora Manifestation to really threaten Yilan. And we saw how Yilan really took over the game as soon as her burst went off.
But you know, despite Stranger taking a loss in this first best of 3, this does not mean his journey here in the Asia Invitational is over.
Correct.
Because he will be seeded into the loser's bracket. And so he will have one more life, one more chance.
One more life, yeah. Everyone here has 2 lives to play with, so very well played by both players. I mean, you can see, like, there's
the handshake, friendly handshake.
You know, it always comes down to, like, 1 turn, 1 dice. You know, Ella Rise there had just enough dice to be able to finish off Signora there through her revive as well. You know, I think it was a very risky play to use up Signora's revive there with her burst.
It was,
but it ended up being the correct decision because he needed that pyro damage along with Yilan over the freeze from the Signora's ice form.
Yeah, so, I mean, as you're saying, Signora's ice form is very good for control, but it doesn't pack a punch.
No.
And so, I mean, if you actually manage to get Signora's elemental burst off again in her Crimson Winch of Embers phase, it does a lot of damage.
Does a lot of damage.
I think Ella Rise Falcon was very confident that he would be able to survive, and he did.
He was, yeah.
2-0 against Stranger.
I mean, if he was just a couple of dice short, it would have made it, you know, Stranger doing everything he could to set up that next turn. You know, unfortunately, Manifestation's burst is delayed, right? It has this 2 upfront damage, but then the 3 damage doesn't come until the end of the turn. So he was trying as hard as he can with that egg, you know, with the food and defensive maneuvers he had to survive, but not enough.
Yeah, and I feel like we are seeing Yilan's strength.
Yeah. Don't underestimate Yilan. I mean, her kit looks a little bit strange, but with her card draw and really good damage just up front, it's just quite good.
So we're gonna get into the highlights really quick, and we'll catch you after a short break.
Oh no, the stats. Yeah, so we see some stats here, of course, from our previous game here. I really like that they're tracking these things. Ella Rise here with 4.5 effective dice. Actually higher than I thought, because I really thought they really had lowered that number from that first game, but maybe on average actually working out okay.
So I actually really like the stat, by the way. Average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds. This basically means how many usable dice that you have. So I mean, there's only 2 games, but 4.5 usable dice is actually, like, it's over half.
Yeah,
I feel like it's probably average, actually.
I guess he must have made up a lot of ground in that second round.
Oh, here's the average heart rate. I know I kept commenting on this. Stranger 155 in that first game, but his heart rate actually lowered in the second game.
Yeah, maybe really trying to calm himself down to try and, you know, not rush into decisions here. You know, maybe identified a mistake from that first round that he could have improved on, but Ella Rise here able to take that 2-0. Oh. I mean, you must be feeling pretty good. You know, the first game of the Asia Invitational, you know, the first staged match, and you're able to take it out. Like, that must be a good feeling.
It really must be a good feeling. And so we're going to be seeing them play a bit later as well, but soon we're going to be getting into a second best of 3.
We will be,
with the rest of our players in Group A, and then,
Yeah, I mean, I really think, you know, that game was all about Yilan in the end there. You know, Child not able to get his burst off either, and that was kind of the difference between the two. I mean, it came down to just minor bits of damage, but, you know, Yilan...
As it usually does.
Yeah, as it usually does in these kind of professional games, but Yilan able to get her burst off, adding up so much damage over the course of the game, and Child missing out on that 8 points, and you can see the power of Thunder Manifestation there, right? Like, you really have to play around that lightning probe, which sticks onto one of your characters.
It's really hard to play around it,
It
though,
is
because
really hard.
if it sticks to your character,
Yeah.
you can't just swap off. Like,
No.
you have to do something else to protect your character,
Exactly.
because, I mean, normally characters cannot attack, like, inactive characters. You can only go for your active character, but Wander and now Thunder Manifestation can. And so, I feel like this is one of the reasons why we're seeing Thunder Manifestation played so much in patch 4.3, because of that unique mechanic. It's very unique, and it's difficult to play around.
It is difficult, but I think it is possible. I mean, it really depends on what dice you have, what cards in your hand. It even matters, like, do you go first or second? And those kind of, like, tiny decisions are going to start adding up, especially against these decks that don't allow you a lot of room for error. You know, if you slip up once, use the wrong skill or swap to the wrong character, and you get a key character taken out, that can make the difference between winning and losing.
Kind of wondering if we're going to see more of the child variant of that deck, or if we're going to see more of the Yelan variant of that deck. I feel like Yelan is stronger, but I don't know if that's personal bias.
Yeah.
So
the child version actually played very early on. I think I really like the
remember that,
Resonance.
yeah.
I really like the
Resonance
Resonance. It's a fun card to play with, and it's very powerful in that deck. But maybe it seems like LRI is showing us that the Yelan version is the slightly superior one. I mean, again, they share very similar cards.
Slightly.
Only slightly. I mean, all you need is a little bit of edge.
Well, it's more of a true combo deck, I think.
Yeah.
Because once you have Yelan's burst up, and I feel like, especially that mirror matchup, getting her burst up is going to be the most crucial thing.
Yeah.
And as we saw in that game, LRI's Falcon was actually able to get up with that quick swap.
Yeah. The one of actually, drawing that single quick swap at the right moment was actually pretty crucial.
It was he only had one copy of it, I think, in his deck, and so drawing it was actually.
Yeah, and if you look back at the game, he's trying to maneuver himself into a state where you're trying to bait out that burst from Child onto Thunder Manifestation, so it could put him onto Yelan to let him burst. But then I think Stranger chose to play around that that move by swapping off of Child. But then after drawing that quick swap, then LRI was able to shift his plans a little bit, go for the more aggressive route to just go right onto Yelan, burst right away. But part of that also was him setting it up very beautifully in that first round. He equipped them into meat rolls early on, did his 3 attacks, and then used his last die to swap onto a different character to keep her safe. So honestly, just planned that out very well from the beginning using the cards in his hand.
Yeah, Fatui Resonance isn't quite like Lee's Burst, where it will keep applying damage. It's only once per round,
only once per round. Yeah.
LRI's Falcon was very aware of that and was able to protect Yelan. Just.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the smallest of edges in here, and it must be really wrenching to lose a game to those small kind of things of chance, drawing the wrong card, having the wrong thing happen at the wrong time. But of course, Stranger is going to show up again today later on, in another match. He has one more chance, one more loss to take before he's knocked out of the group bracket and from a place in the finals.
And for those of you watching at home, I'm wondering if this first best of 3 met your expectations. So who did you think was going to win?
I mean, honestly, I thought Stranger was in a good position in both games.
Especially in the first game, though. Especially in that first game. I remember we kept going back and forth about it. Like, Stranger was set to win, and then all of a sudden, LRI's Falcon drew exactly the cards he needed with the Gilded Dreams and Liar Song, and was able to get all the dice he needed, and then just very back and forth. But we are going to be throwing 2 highlights and then a short break. We will catch you soon for our second best of 3.
Boss, we have a lead on that no-good thief. They call him the Sea Shadow. This is his arrest warrant. Unfortunately, he's got a good nose. He's unpredictable too, which is how he's eluded us thus far.
Step back there! Get back here! How's he so fast?
Going somewhere? Hey there! Coming at ya! This one's got your name on it!
Gotta cut my losses.
He's one step ahead. Thank you! So what if you flee by sea? Come on, lads, more speed!
Please, boss, put your umbrella away.
A proper send-up! Ready to admit defeat? Let's get you to the guards.
Boss? We might need to get him to a doctor first.
This invitation is yet to be sent. He doesn't have a fixed residence, so addressing the letter has proved problematic.
Don't worry, I'll deliver it. If you find the target, report to me.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Oh. Spina di Rosula Special Delivery Squad! Mission accomplished! What would a banquet celebrating Poisson's reconstruction be without you? Come on, partner. Let's go! As long as I keep digging, it will shake the world like no other news report in history. Your credible source of the unbelievable truth. That's my journalistic motto. What's the news? To put it in adventurer terms, I guess for me, it's all about the thrill of the chase. All right, let's get this interview started. People aren't always very fond of journalists. You know what they say, lies are soft and malleable, but the truth is sharp and inflexible. The time has come for your interview. Ready to be a star? Breaking news! Hard-hitting exclusive! Truth bomb! Morning! Did you read the paper yet? worries. I'll read it for you.
And welcome back, travelers. Once again, my name is Leah.
And this is Blep, and we had a very action-packed first match here. I mean, it's gonna be hard to top that. You know, we saw a lot of close games here, and a lot of complicated things happening. You know, I think one of the things that kind of define this particular content pack is there's a lot of new characters that have very unique mechanics.
Very, very unique mechanics. It's hard to explain them as the match is going on, just because it's like 10 million things are happening at once. So we're definitely trying to explain as they happen. But
yeah, I think if you're a newer player, you might have a hard time following along with exactly what's going on. But you know, one thing I do want to highlight, you know, we saw a lot of Thunder Manifestation being played. You know, it was featured in I think pretty much every single match here. But one of the reasons that so many players have started running that card is the Manifestation talent card is particularly powerful. So if you're not aware what it does, it's 0 cost, and you can actually equip it even when Manifestation is off field. So if you saw the players back then playing that card that's a big purple one even when it was off field, that's what was happening.
And here we have our second best of 3 in this group stage. Day 1 of the Asia Invitational, Banop versus Mango. So again, we see very similar decks from last time. I think the only difference is that double animal deck at the bottom has Jean, Tia, and Lynette. Very excited to see that one in action. I'm wondering, do you think it's gonna be banned or not?
I don't think so. I mean, we saw both sides banning that. I'm really actually curious now. I hope the Linny deck doesn't get banned because
I want to see it played once.
All the players seem to be so afraid of it, and for good reason. It's a very powerful deck right now.
I personally feel like that Yolan OTK deck has to be banned. I expected it to be banned last time. It wasn't. It won. It needs to be banned this time. That is my opinion.
I mean, I think if players are expecting to be able to play the Linny deck into the Yolan deck, it's pretty favorable. I actually think Banop might not ban the Linny deck because the Lynette deck actually runs pretty favorably into that. So he might be doing a different strategy. Maybe he will ban that child deck.
Yeah, so I mean, most of these decks are very aggressive.
Ooh.
Ooh, so
I guess I think that's what we predicted, right?
Almost. I was wondering if the Yolan OTK deck would be banned, but it looks like so. The Linny, finally, deck was banned for Banop.
Yeah. I like these bans from Banop's side quite a lot because you don't need to be so afraid of the Linny deck when you have the Lynette one in your pocket.
And of course, Banop is choosing to play the Yolan OTK deck, Yolan Thunder Manifestation Senora. Once again, we have a very standard support card list for this deck, except I do see a cheeky Heavy Strike in there. I feel like it could come in handy. I mean, so one thing that this deck is really focused around is it combos off normal attacks, right? So you get Yolan's Burst off, and then you're looking to normal attack on either Thunder Manifestation or Senora. So that Heavy Strike will increase damage by 1 or 2 depending on if it's a charge attack or not. So to me, it's going to come in handy, I'm sure.
Yeah, and this deck tends to draw through a lot of cards. You'll see that Heavy Strike more often than you normally would in another deck.
And here is this finally deck. To explain the name, as the community affectionately calls it, it's Fi because of official, Na because of Nahida, and Leave because of Linny. So finally.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to point out, I mean, this deck looks pretty. List has a lot of familiar cards in it. You know, again, we see Gilded Dreams, the artifact with Yayoi, but we also see Opera Epiclese as well. One of the new cards for equipment heavy decks.
Do you see the artifact 3 cost?
I do.
Dendro artifact, I believe.
Is it? Oh, it is the 3 cost.
Yes, it's the 3 cost.
It was I think recently buffed to only be 2, but of course it's the one that not only reduces the skill's cost by 1, but will also fix your die at the beginning of the round.
I mean, when you're playing Yayoi, you can kind of afford to take those more expensive artifacts.
Yeah.
I think it's the plus of playing like artifacts tech, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually pretty interesting because again, a lot of players prefer kind of the smaller version, which only costs 2 unaligned dice versus 2 aligned. And the main reason is, you know, it helps you fix your die, and the fixing rolls isn't all that important, but I wonder if Mango here really prioritizing the Nahida 5 cost skill. It's really hard to get the 5 Dendro dice out.
That must be what we're doing, but first, it looks like we're about to get into our next game, so let's get into it. Here we are once again. The players are setting up for their next game.
I can't get enough of those player intros. Right?
I know, they're so cool.
They look like so much fun to even just film and get a chance to see the city here.
And here's the versus sign. So if you are just joining us now, if you are new to the stream, we are on our second best of 3, the first day group stage of the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. Here we have Ban-Up.
Yeah.
Getting ready.
Very stoic there, just concentrating deeply.
Do you want to talk a bit about Ban-Up's tournament history? Because I feel like it's very extensive, the most extensive in Group A, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, especially if viewers have been familiar following kind of the Cattail Gathering, one of the tournaments that leads up to this. Of course, here we go, Mango. But still talking about Ban-Up for a minute, he's had multiple top 16s and top 8s in multiple seasons of the Cattail Gathering tournament. And of course, coming in top 4 in the Prince Cup Japan. Yes,
and for Mango, he also took top 4, but in the Prince Cup Korea, actually versus Stranger, who we just watched play. And also in Season 4 of the Asia Cattails Gathering, took top 8.
Yeah, only one Cattail Gathering appearance here, but, I think it was his first one, but he managed to top 8 that, which is really impressive here. So both very strong players.
Both very strong players, both very similar standings as well. So here we go. Yelan OTK versus Finally.
Yeah, I
think Nahida Official. How would you name that deck?
I think Finally is a good enough name. Honestly, deck names are getting so difficult because of how varied the decks are getting. A lot of characters are functioning right now. You can build a lot of different decks with them, and I mean, naming is always the hardest part of anything, especially in a community like this. No one can ever agree on names, particularly not even for Thunder Manifestation. But
we were debating a bit earlier about who the core.
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup particularly, I think one of the reasons Ban-Up didn't ban the Linny deck was he does have a favorable matchup later on, but in this matchup specifically, I think Mango is actually quite favored.
Yeah, I think we were talking a bit earlier about the core of this deck with Nahida and Linny, whether it's Nahida or Linny himself.
Right.
Official is there for kind of support. You normally start on her and do her elemental skill. And then you kind of have the freedom, but normally you go Nahida, do double 3 costs into burst. That's one line you can play.
I mean, with Mango running 2 of those Dendro artifacts in his deck, I think very much you're right in that, for him at least, Nahida is kind of the main focus of the deck, the one that's going to be dealing the most damage.
Taking those artifacts, right? Going for the Nahida 5 costs. So
maybe not choosing to prioritize burst quite as much like some of the other ways that the deck plays here. But at least for Ban-Up, if Mango does open that way, Ban-Up has a pretty safe opening to build up Yelan's burst.
So, I mean, we have a combo deck versus a aggro deck.
Yeah, I would think so.
What do you think is favored here? Actually,
I mean,
the aggro has to
is
be,
always
right?
favored, yeah. This is, I think, a bad matchup for Ban-Up. He might just be getting it out of the way here. He could have chosen the other deck, but he does have to play this matchup eventually, no matter what.
And just a reminder about the heart rate monitors beneath the names that are beneath the player cams on the left. If you want to see the pressure these players are under, you can track those with me. We're at 127 for both these players right now. Pretty high.
I kind of wonder what Ban-Up's is. If Ban-Up's name is some kind of combination of banana and apple, do we just have like a fruit versus like fruit salad matchup with Mango?
Wait, you just blew my mind.
I did, didn't I? I just noticed that.
Do we have any fruit food cards?
I don't think so.
I don't.
No. Anyway, we should probably focus back on the game here.
All right, Seed Dispensary coming down. Also, Treasure Seeking Sealy. Of course, Seed Dispensary makes that 1 cost card 0, so gets to play Sealy for free.
You saw Ban-Up's reaction there, kind of like, oh, of course it is. It's a very strong combination. You'll see those 2 cards played a lot. Seed Dispensary, of course, discounting 1 cost cards by 1, letting you play them for free, which is extremely good for something like Sealy, which draws into more cards.
Yeah, and speaking of card draw, so of course, Thunder Manifestation's talent coming down, and
yeah, we were just talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
And you notice you were able to play that even without Thunder Manifestation being on field. So even just including it in your deck,
it's just strong. It's free card draw.
Yeah, gives you access to that free card draw.
There's a lot of other card draw in Ban-Up's hand as well, with the Heart of Kavana's Brilliance, that 0 cost artifact straight in the middle.
Yeah, we'll probably see it get equipped pretty soon. One of the things Ban-Up doesn't have right now is a way to reduce another normal attack from Yelan. You need that in order to get 3 energy right away. And you kind of need that speed to keep up with the aggressive deck. So I think Ban-Up could be facing a tough spot.
Mango swapping to Nahida as he should, but look at those dice.
Yeah, I mean,
look at those dice.
This is where I think Gilded comes in pretty clutch, because not only is it very powerful in a combo situation, but Mango is going to be able to use that to fix 2 of these dice. We're probably going to see the I Haven't Lost Yet tuned in order to make the skill happen. Ooh.
I think it's going to have to be Gilded Dreams, or else you're just basically passing your turn. You don't really want to be tuning Stove.
Right.
So here we go. Gilded Dreams, 3 costs onto Nahida. And so tuning the I Haven't Lost Yet for her skill.
Yeah, and I really like this out of Mango. He is going to be drawing 3 cards at the beginning of next turn. So he's going to be able to refresh his hand very quickly. So making the most of your die at this moment is the best play.
Yeah, and I mean, with an aggressive deck like this, you want to get damage out as fast as possible, especially against a combo deck like Yelan OTK, because, I mean, once Yelan gets her burst off, it can very quickly be game over for your opponent, right? So
it can, but we see Banap taking a very different line here. You know, you see him swapping over to Thunder Manifestation and then swapping back. He's very intentionally reducing the amount of elemental reactions coming out, because that's the main way Nahida is doing damage, right? You see those 2 seed stacks there, but I'm denying all reactions in that first round, keeping himself very healthy.
Unfortunately for Banap, though, we are probably going to see another Nahida 3 cost coming out of Mango, assuming he gets the right dice for it.
Yeah.
Oh, keeping the Pyro, so maybe we'll see.
Could be going over
3 cost into Lini.
Yeah, we could go 3 cost into Lini. I don't know if you want to burst here. Your opponent's already denied so many reactions. I think if you go for the burst Nahida line, you're not going to be able to deny Yelan's burst herself. So keeping dice for Lini seems like a good idea.
What 2 cost food card is that in Mango's hand?
I think it's not Tandoori. I believe it's an Adeptus.
Is it Adeptus? Because that would be enough to take out Yelan. I mean, Nahida's burst already is enough to take out Yelan.
Yeah. But, you know, with the play Banap had in the early game, I'm not sure if he's actually going to be that concerned with bursting on Yelan. I kind of like that. You know, the Lini deck is so aggressive that if you try and go for Yelan's burst, you're going to have to use up a lot of resources to protect her. And then your other characters could just be taking a lot of damage anyway.
Look at Banap's player cam. He's thinking, how can he get Yelan's burst off? It's so important, but she's very threatened right now.
Yeah, this is a big turning point for him. Does he decide to stay on Yelan? You know, maybe use a Lotus to protect her, but either way, having to put up 2 more energy is probably too much. We might just see a normal attack to draw that card. You know, Yelan's passive, of course, if she's at more than 2 stacks, will let her normal attacks infuse and draw her cards. So maybe just getting some value back out of her.
Ooh, Lotus coming onto Yelan, except, I mean, the Adeptus, we know there's an Adeptus in hand. It might actually be enough.
Yeah, although Mango didn't, of course, keeping those 2 Pyro does actually have the Dendro to burst here, so maybe going to do something different.
Free Chef Mao, because that seed dispensary. I want to know if we're going to see. There it is, Adeptus. Gonna have to tune 3 for Nahida's burst.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the dice given by Chef Mao was not Dendro.
No. And I think Mango here digging for... does draw the Yayoi.
Wait.
That is an insane draw.
Free Yayoi. Gilded Dreams is only 1 cost. Gives 2 usable dice for Nahida.
Yeah, so now Mango does only need to tune 1.
Only has to tune 1.
That was an incredible draw, getting Seed Dispensary and Yayoi off the top there. You know, one of the reasons you play Seed Dispensary is you have so many 1-cost skills to discount, like Chef Mao, like Yayoi, and Treasure Seeking Sealy, and I mean, Mango's played them all this round, right? He's played 1 of each. Just showing us the power of this deck.
Tuning Tandoori, and here it is. Nahida's burst will be enough to take out Yelan. Yeah. And we see Banap, did not get Yelan's burst off, unfortunately.
I mean, I think that was just almost too much to hope for anyway. You know, it was already so much damage piling on. One of the good things here, though, is Banap has kind of limited how many seeds have been spread by Nahida, so a lot of her damage has been mitigated. Did soak up a lot of it on Yelan, though.
And I wonder, I mean, I do see Gilded Dreams in Banap's hand as well as Liar Song, but unfortunately there's nothing to discount that Gilded Dreams. If Banap draws Yayoi, it would kind of be perfect hand to start getting things ramped up on his side. Because, I mean, we talked a little bit about this earlier since this deck came up, but Yelan getting her burst off is not the only thing needed to succeed. Thunder Manifestation and Senora are plenty good on their own.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Banap, you know, not having that Sealy early on doesn't quite have the right mix of cards, and Mango will be able to take advantage of drawing that early Chef Mao Yayoi to get a bit of a dice advantage on his opponent. Here we go.
Here we go. Thunder Manifestation Elemental Skill coming out. It will leave Nahida at 2 HP and Fischl at 1. That Gambler's proc could be pretty good next turn.
Yeah, the
actually,
Gambles have to come in next round. We saw Banap drawing a card that not many players are playing. You know, we see Echoes of an Offering. Normally, you only see the 0-cost equivalent, the cheaper one, but this one not only draws you a card when your character does a normal attack, but will actually reduce the cost of your skills by 1 if you have more cards in hand than dice. So very similar to Sumeru City, which I think some of the players at home, if you've been playing in the past few patches, would be familiar with.
And Banap was using the last of that timer probably just to think about what to do next round because he doesn't really have anything to use at this point, but...
Yeah, and you see how much damage just comes in from that Fischl at the end of the round here, very much evening out the health totals here. And Linny's still at 8, which is going to be very threatening soon.
Yeah, I mean, Nahida's Elemental Burst passive does buff elemental reaction damage, then also quicken, stacks, and everything. It piles up to a lot.
Yeah. Wonder if Banap's going to regret not banning this deck here.
I mean, maybe this is why we saw it banned both times in the first best of 3.
Very much so. I mean, I will have to say, Mango did draw an incredible... Like, any hand where you open with Seed Dispensary into Sealy just feels so good.
Here we go. Thunder Manifestation falling. Signora is the only one left, but I mean, she does have that revive, and she is at full health, so I wonder.
We also have an egg, of course, on Banap's side, so he will be able to revive one of his characters, most likely Thunder Manifestation.
Unfortunately, though, Banap lost Gilded Dreams.
Yeah, he did.
So that is really unfortunate because you can't perform magic without Gilded Dreams.
No. I mean, the Lyre Song works pretty well with Flowing Rings as well because you are able to reset its effect and it's effectively the same as Gilded Dreams there because it puts you back up 1 dice. So I think he still has a pretty good shot there. Probably why he runs both in his deck. But this Lotus Crisp is going to protect Linny.
And we do see, and I haven't lost yet, in Mango's hand just waiting to be used. I believe that was Linny's elemental skill coming out.
His Prop Arrow.
Yeah, Prop Arrow.
Yeah, so Linny's an interesting kid here. You know, he has a secondary normal attack, which basically, you're right, it basically functions like an elemental skill. It costs 3 pyro.
Yep.
So for all intents and purposes, that is correct, but... And here's a Lyre Song combo.
Yeah, and here's what you were talking about earlier. So using that Lyre Song to take back that Gamblers, and then it makes the next artifact you play cost 2 less. So we see the Flowing Rings coming in.
Yeah, and Flowing Rings, of course, should be discounting Signora's skill by 1, so only going to cost 2 here.
Normal attack coming out of Signora. I mean, just to get rid of that Lotus, right?
Yep, refunding that 1 die after using a skill. Ooh.
Boar Princess.
Boar Princess.
Wait.
That could actually be pretty huge.
That could be pretty huge. Also, Yayoi.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, Banap is because he's not running a lot of 0-cost artifacts, it's going to be harder to get those dice back from Boar Princess immediately. Oh, we're going to see a Fischl skill.
A Hash Brown swap onto Fischl. I think this will protect her, except...
I kind of like this a lot because... you know, you can't take out Signora this turn, right? She's going to revive no matter what.
Yep.
So the best thing to do is let your summons do a lot of the damage, have her flip at the start of next turn, and then you can take her out after she flips.
So Fischl summons Oz here, triggers Overload for... It would be for 4, right?
It should be for 4 because of the Nahida Burst, correct?
Yeah, Nahida Burst.
Of course, it's also going to be buffed as well by that Quicken Stack. So Fischl's going to do a lot of damage with the next hit, but that's why that Lotus Crisp
Yeah, the Lotus
goes
Crisp
down.
is definitely coming in clutch right now because I'm just thinking like, oh, -2. So
That's 5 damage, yeah.
I think those summons might actually, they will definitely trigger her Crimson Witch of Ember State.
Yeah. So Signora isn't going to go down this round, but she is definitely going to flip at the beginning of the next one. But Banap's still holding on to that egg. So here's a really interesting thing that can happen. You know, we have that Boar Princess in hand. Banap doesn't really want to use it right away with Gamblers in hand, but with that egg, he could let Signora fall. Oh, but that Gambler's now for Mango. That's one of the risks of playing egg. You know, if you revive on your characters, it does let your opponent re-trigger their Gamblers into another 2 dice.
Banap has been making this face for quite a while now.
Yeah, I mean, he's not in a very good position. Again, it's
His
really...
heart rate's so high. 152.
He's really not favored in this matchup. You can start to see why, right? Between Overload and all the damage that Nahida outputs, it's really hard to set up Elan against the stack.
I mean, we were saying earlier, there's a reason this deck gets banned. It is very strong.
But they're rolling a very rainbow myriad of dice. I think he's only missing, what is it? Dendro? No, he's got Dendro. Cryo.
Well,
he's missing Cryo. Almost a bounty.
Oh, you're talking about Bunup. I was looking at Mango's dice. I was like,
no,
they look pretty good.
Great.
They look pretty good, but
yeah, they are great.
Yeah, Bunup is just missing Cryo for a secret bounty.
Exactly. I mean, the one thing Bunup does have his favor, he has a lot of cards. The thing is, I don't think he has a lot of time to deploy his cards. He's only got one character left. Signora's Revive is already down. He needs to use that egg this turn, but he's trying to figure out what the follow-up after using egg is.
Who would you use egg on? That's my question. Like, who?
It has
who
to be Thunder Manifestation.
Okay. Why?
Because he's the one that's going to do the most damage. You know, I think your hope is to take out Fischl, revive Thunder Manifestation, force Linny to use a skill, and then somehow stay alive through all that. But I think, you know, based on what I see, there's just nothing.
Oh, it's Yelan instead.
Oh man, Pro is always proving me wrong.
It was a 50-50. You lost it.
It was a 50-50. Losing a 50-50 to Yelan, I guess that's okay. I'll take that.
So, I mean, ideally, if you're Bunup, you would be using Signora's Elemental Burst on Linny, because that would basically take him out. But, I mean, Fischl's the active character right now.
Yeah, Fischl's the active character. You know, there is a quick swap, so we could see something like a quick swap onto Yelan to take out Fischl, and then finish with a Yelan Burst. I actually wonder if he should have taken that line there instead of...
So, Bunup played Boar Princess. I think he's using this as a dice fixer.
Oh, I know why he chose Yelan. There's freeze to think about.
Yes, because Yelan can freeze Linny and basically shut Mango down for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, okay, so that's his plan.
But does Bunup have enough dice to finish off Linny?
That's going to be the big question. You know, I think he does between Yayoi. I mean, the Boar Princess is going to give him one more dice. He's going up to 6. He does have Shatter. Let's not forget about Shatter, though.
Wait, Shatter, Heavy Strike. Wait, but...
I think this might be enough.
But... Hang on.
So Yelan's going to skill here. Yeah. Take Linny down. I mean, the crucial thing here is Linny's going to get frozen, and then Mango has no way to use his 6 remaining dice. And that's going to be huge. Right? Like, he has a significant advantage going to this round, but because of freeze. So very clutch there with Bunup, identifying Yelan as the crucial character to revive, you know, not going for damage.
Wait, but is it going to shatter if Yelan has...
Oh, it's not.
has a Hydro application with their breakthrough stacks? Wait a second.
It's not. Oh. A status point. Okay, but she does have Heavy Strike though, right?
But you can't use Heavy Strike because it's 3 cost. You only have 3 dice.
Oh, he drew. That's my chicken.
Oh, wait,
that's enough.
Wait, Covenant. Wait a second.
He was short by
Are you
short
serious?
by
Wait,
one
look
dice.
At Bunup's,
he was hoping to draw. I mean, I think that's the only card that saves him there.
It literally is because, I mean...
Oh no, but he's satiated. He's already eaten.
Wait, he can't use it.
He can't use it. I think he's also realizing he saw the Notice Like Chicken at the same time.
He can't use it. Because he used egg to revive Yelan. It's exactly what he needs, that Covenant. Oh my gosh.
No. I wonder... Oh no, I think So, if you look...
Look how calm Mango is. Mango official summon.
I don't know if Mango appreciates how close he came.
I don't think he knows.
No, he doesn't know that game. Bunup.
Oh, I feel so bad.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, there's so much pressure on the stage. You know, players are going to make mistakes, and this is the worst time to make them, but it's going to happen. This is how you become a really good Invocation player, is just making less mistakes. But, oh, man.
And congratulations to Mango for taking the first win and the second best of 3 in Group A.
That was such an interesting situation. If you look back over the game there, the freeze was super important, but he couldn't shatter. I don't think I've ever uttered those words before.
I mean, I've seen it happen before. I'm trying to think of what character it was. There's like another character that has
sometimes
that happen. Like Chongyun.
Yeah, Chongyun has that happen pretty frequently.
Or like Ayaka, like any character that has like elemental infusion. So shatter happens if you are attacking, like normal attacking an opposing character that is frozen, and essentially it does additional damage and breaks the freeze.
It's 2
but
damage,
it has to be a normal attack. So I mean, basically, if Bunup was able to if Bunup was able to do a normal attack and do physical damage there, it would have been just enough to take out Linny and win the game.
Exactly.
But because of Yelan's breakthrough stacks, it infused her attacks with Hydro instead.
Yeah.
And so it was not a shatter, it was just -2 Hydro damage with normal hit.
And the other thing is, of course, Banap did have that heavy strike in hand, which if he had been able to maneuver into a situation with an even count of dice,
just one dice.
But I think it was one shot. You know, I think he was at 3 dice already. If he plays the heavy strike, it's not enough. If he was at 4 dice or something, he might have been in a maneuver situation. But again, and then that egg, of course, right, making Yilan satiated, not able to try that northern smoke chicken.
Yeah, so the only way Covenant was gonna be able to save Banab is if he had a way to reduce the cost of his normal attack, because it's only 3, and Northern Smoke Chicken reduces it by 1.
Just by 1.
But because Yilan ate the egg.
I really, you know, it'd be really fun to go back and watch Banap's reaction through all of that, because I think we saw the moment he drew the Northern Smoked Chicken. I think he was very happy.
He was very excited. He was very excited. And then he realized he could play it. And,
like, and then I think we realized about the same time he did that, wait, there isn't... Yilan's already eaten something this round, and...
Mango just like calmly sitting there, like taking notes of his pen.
Like, it was so close. It was so close. But I mean, if Banap had come back from that, it'd been really impressive, because again, he is definitely not favored in this matchup.
So it looks like Banap is gonna run that deck again. We're not quite seeing the Lynette 2NMO deck just yet.
Not yet.
And of course, Mango, having won with the Lenny deck, is forced to choose Mew, Mona Eula Wanderer.
Yeah, so I kind of like this pick. You know, it looks like most of the players here are opting to choose with the deck they're more comfortable with, the one that they think is the strongest, you know, going to give them the most momentum going to the next game here. And I think the Yilan deck out of those ones is a good one. It's good to finish, I think, on the double Unknown deck. I do hope we see that in action here. So we'll see if Banap can pull through. It's a pretty interesting matchup here. You know, I played this a few times. I think it's fairly even, and it really comes down to what the openings are like. You know, you saw in that last game, Banap actually had struggled a bit with his opening. You know, there are a lot of cards in this deck, like Northern Smoked Chicken, Minty Meat Rolls, that let you skill 3 times on Yilan from the beginning, but he didn't draw any of them. And that really puts you in a tough position.
Yeah, I think it's very important to draw the right cards as soon as you can with a combo deck, because it relies on getting everything you need quickly. And I mean, that's why you play Yilan, right? Because she has that card drop in her kit. Here we have Mango's Mona Eula Wanderer deck.
Yeah. Very interesting that he's running Covenant. Yeah, it is different.
I see Ancient Courtyard.
Yeah, we saw both players in our first round here choosing Fresh Wind of Freedom. You know, it's the card that lets you take another turn after you take an enemy. But Mango instead choosing to use Ancient Courtyard, which of course discounts the equipment cost by 2 for artifacts and weapons, but only if you already have something equipped. But we have a lot of equipment flying around right now, especially that Wonder deck loves equipments and artifacts.
And there were 2 catalysts in there that we did not see in previous versions. So I believe it was it?
No, well, one of them was 1,000 Floating Dreams, I believe.
1,000, yeah, I saw 1,000 Floating Dreams.
That's a favorite one on Wanderer. And then 2 of them were Fruit of Fulfillment.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that one in a while. You know, Fruit of Fulfillment, when you play, lets you draw cards. It's not very popular. I'm actually surprised to see 2 copies in Mango's list. So I'm really curious to see if we get to see them in play. It's a very nice card to make use of Wagner to just refill your hand. Because Wagner does mean you tend to play out the cards in your hand a lot faster than you normally would.
Here we see these players setting up once again. Mango is so calm.
Yeah, I think I'd feel pretty confident going to this matchup. You know, the Wonder deck, because of freeze, can really disrupt Eula.
Wait, so it's Mango playing Mona Eula Wanderer, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So Mango is bringing fruit.
2 fruits. Oh my god. I didn't even think about that. Nice.
You made fruit puns earlier.
And he
drew it.
Oh, and he has Ancient Courtyard and Fruit and Elias.
Wait. Okay, so... And Gamblers. So basically... Wait. Okay.
There's a lot that can happen in the first round. We'll have to see. Banap's hand actually is very good. Yeah, you know, we saw Northern Smoked Chicken. I said earlier how important it is to draw one of those normal attack foods. And he was able to draw it with Chef Mao as well. So it's going to be a really great opener, assuming he can roll the right dice.
So I thought Mango would keep the Gamblers just because, like, it basically discounts the full equips by 2, right? So you equip Gamblers for 1, and then you play Courtyard, then you can equip Fruit for 1. And so it's, like, very efficient. But he actually got rid of Gamblers and drew Gilded instead.
Yeah, I think you really want to get a few more I mean, the Wanderer deck is very proactive, meaning it wants to be the one in control of the game, you know, dictating where those swells and freezes are going. So I can definitely agree with throwing back something a little bit later in game, like Gamblers. He's going to hope to draw that later. You know, that's one of the best cards for a later turn.
Oh, you know, so Banab has Chef Mao, Northern Smoked Chicken, and had enough dice to skill on Yelan. I actually feel like we're going to see Yelan's burst coming out the start of next turn.
Yeah, I think so. You know, with Northern Chicken, all you need is exactly 8 dice to build up the burst. And against the Wanderer deck, there's really not many ways they can swap it. One of the things that Mango could do at the start of the next round is swap to Eula.
Oh, wait, that's perfect.
That actually is perfect, yeah.
Yep, here we go. Tamaya's coming in. Wait.
Oh,
wait.
Getting equipped instructed. He doesn't need to though.
He's gonna.
I think he's gonna save it. Yeah, he's gonna save it. There's no way.
You probably want to equip that gilded.
Yeah, well, it could be either one, but I think he's just keeping it secret so that Banab doesn't know that he has to play around that card. But Banab, of course, knows that Mango drew some artifact, but not quite sure which one.
Wait, egg's too early.
A little bit early for egg.
Normal attack, of course, infused with Hydro. Because of those breakthrough stacks, giving Banab another card. It is Gilded Dreams.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a card tuned for Banab here so he can normal attack and build up to Yelan's burst right away. Mango
Wait.
ending the turn.
Yeah, so what would you tune here? What would you tune here?
I think I definitely keep Lotus.
Or Egg.
I might actually tune Egg. Egg is a bit reactive. Oh, it's going to be Lotus.
But Egg,
okay.
we keep seeing Egg coming clutch.
You know, okay, yeah, I take that back. I think Egg is good against this deck in particular because Eula has a hard time taking out characters by herself. It's probably the character that is going to end the match here. And be able to revive a key character while Eula is threatening you is
Liar
pretty important.
Song. Wait, Liar Song from both sides.
Yeah. Of course, Banab doesn't quite have a lot of the other artifact cards to go with Liar Song. Mango with Timaeus there's going to be very powerful as well.
Those dice rolls are really good on both sides. You see Mango shaking his head and he's like, yep, we're good.
Well, I think he's hoping for a less pyro than that. Like, he's really looking mainly for a Nemo.
Well, I think he kept the pyro.
Oh, did he?
I think so.
No. There's no way.
I thought he did.
No, I think he rolled back into it. Pyro shouldn't do anything for him.
It's tragic.
But, I mean, that's why Gilded is so good, right? Gilded is going to be able to fix Mango's dice. And here we go. There's going to be so much dice.
Gilded onto Wanderer. That is 2.
Changing shifts.
Ooh, changing shifts. That's a free swap onto Wanderer. And of course, with the Hydro Aura on Yelan, we will probably see a skill.
Oh, there's going to be Instructors?
Wait a second. It might be.
I think it might be Instructors. No, it's going to be Gilded
it's Gilded again. It's Gilded again.
Okay. He could just...
Ancient Courtyard.
No.
Free Instructors.
Oh my god.
Are you serious?
Mango
That's so big
has
brain.
essentially produced 14 dice for his round after doing all of that.
This is why we call it magic, by the way. If you guys at home were wondering where the name magic comes from. So, this artifact engine is very magical.
Yeah, I mean, we could try and break that down for you. So what happened there was, you know, you play Gilded Dreams, you get 2 dice. Every time you use Liar Song on a Gilded Dreams artifact, it basically gives you +1 additional dice. And then we saw Mango there using Ancient Courtyard to equip Instructors for free. And Instructors are going to give him 3 Anemo dice after Wanderer uses 3 skills.
Yes, and
Incredible.
of course, it's very incredible. We see Yelan's burst coming out of Banab, and he is not in a great situation. He knows it. You see that expression?
I think
player Kim.
You know, I think Banab is going to be forced to swap to Signora here, because one of the ways you combat Wanderer as the Yelan deck is just to freeze Wanderer, right? Like, Mango can create a bunch of dice, but if you freeze Wanderer before burst, you can at least delay it a little bit and survive for longer. If you had a quick swap, if you had to leave it to me here, it'd be really clutch, because he would have been able to freeze Wanderer right away, but as it is, he doesn't have it. Wanderer will be able to get 1 more skill off, or 1 more attack off before he gets frozen.
Unfortunately, Banab's hand doesn't really help him all that much. He doesn't have everything he needs for the magic to happen.
Yeah.
He does have Gilded Dreams and Liar Song, but...
Actually, you know what? I said 14 dice. I think I'm wrong, because Mango has a Gambler's in his hand.
Yeah, Mango does have a Gambler's
So we're not
going to
stop at 14 this round. He's almost certainly going to take out a character, and once he does, it's going to go up to 16, maybe 18. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, choosing to stay on Yelan, I'm wondering?
I like that. So one of the ways you can fight against Wanderer decks, you know, if you swap around too much, they'll keep hitting characters with Hydro Aura. So the way Bunup is playing it now, by staying on Yelan, he's preventing Mango from normal attacking to swell again. So if Mango wants to swell, he's going to be forced to use a skill here on Yelan. So Bunup here sacrificing Yelan a little bit, but once she's bursted, she's very much, you know, very liable, or I guess not very important, and so
oh, interesting. Yeah, I was watching Mango count earlier. It's one thing TCG players have to do very well. They have to count all their dice, make sure everything is accounted for, and I guess he decided to go for the normal attack onto Thunder Manifestation, thinking this is the best play. I was expecting the swirl onto Yelan followed up by a normal attack, but we might see it the other way around. Maybe it will be
I really like this play from Bunup here. Now that Wanderer has used up all of his stacks of Wind Favor, remember, you know, he only gets 2 attacks. So normally, Wanderer would be able to take, you know, hit Signora here in the backline swell, but no longer has an option. So Wanderer is going to have to either burst or just use another skill. But that Gamblers, I think, makes it pretty easy choice to just go ahead and do that.
Yeah, you don't want to burst on Thunder Manifestation, who's only at 1 HP. But yeah, the problem is with no stacks of Wind Favorite, as you were talking about, Wanderer can't reliably swirl that Hydro Aura. Ooh, choosing to swap on the Mona, I actually think I like this.
Yeah, looks like Mango's going to let those 3 dice go to Liben. You know, he doesn't need to kill Thunder Manifestation here. That'll be playing right into Bunup's strategy. So instead, going to save his dice up for another big turn next round. And Eula still being at 10 is actually really important here. You know, she's going to be the finisher as well. And right now, Bunup isn't able to threaten Eula at all.
Yeah, you would think that Mona would go for the elemental skill here, but that might not be the case. We'll have to see in a moment here. Of course, Bunup has ended his round. We are waiting for Mango's response.
No, I think you just end here. It's not too important to take out Thunder Manifestation. Although, if you do take out Thunder Manifestation here, you leave 2 characters with Hydro Auras on them, and so Eula might be able to do a lot of damage.
Oh,
okay.
Is going for the kill on Thunder Manifestation. That means Mango will not be feeding those dice to Liben. So, Mango's heart rate's so high, 146, 155, it's going up. He looks so calm, but he's like...
I mean, these situations are so crucial, right? Like, it's a tiny thing. Do you skill on Mona, or do you leave it for Liben here? What is more important here? You really need to think through all the different possibilities.
And every time we see this Yelan OTK one-turn kill deck being played, we always see Signora as like the last one coming out.
Yeah.
I think there's a reason for that.
I mean, you want to keep her healthy for revive. So one of the things about her mechanics is if you take her out before she flips, then she revives on 1. But if you start the turn on Signora with 4 or less HP, she'll automatically get rid of her ice form and go into the Crimson Witch of Embers form and not revive anymore. So taking her down to 4 is actually very crucial if you're playing against Signora.
The good thing about Mango ending on Mona means that he will have a quick swap to whoever he chooses.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he could go for a freeze or he could go for Wanderer Burst or skill. There are very many options for him right now, and Bunup knows it.
Yeah, it's one of the ways, that's one of the reasons this deck is so popular, is that it has just so many options, right? Like, kind of Bunup is being forced into a corner here. He doesn't have a lot of good moves, and he might just be forced to stay on Yelan. Yeah, looks like he is.
And here we go. So, I mean, earlier we saw Mango producing some magic. We see Mango nodding his head here. He's like, So, Boar Princess comes down for Bunup. Gambler's equip. I'm wondering if we're going to see Liar Song gilded at some point.
We might. I mean, with that Boar Princess, I think Bunup is very much allowing Yelan to be taken out here. He wants Yelan to go down, get that dice back from the Gamblers, dropping off.
I guess it depends if Mango will let that happen.
Exactly.
So
I think he has to, though. Like, I guess the only way that Mango doesn't take out Yelan here is if he uses a Wanderer skill. I think he's going to think about that, because that's actually a pretty powerful play. The one thing Mango doesn't want to happen is get one of his characters frozen. If he can ride out this turn, if he can start next round and Yelan's burst is down, then he's in a significant advantage. Yeah.
I mean, it really looked like everything was going in Mango's favor for a while, but considering, like, these cards Bunup is drawing could change the tide very quickly.
They could.
Yayoi. I see Yayoi for Bunup.
Yeah, we see Yayoi. Mango, of course, running slightly low on cards here. The interesting thing is, does he want to take out Yelan? He does have a Gamblers.
There is a Gamblers, yes.
So he could try and take out Elan and get those dice right now, or save that gamblers for Eula later and just try and get Wanderer to deal a little bit more damage. I mean, me personally, I really like just using a skill here. You know, Elan's not really going to threaten you. Ooh, it's gonna be a
Lotus. Elemental skill. That is enough to take Elan out, though, so...
Where did extra damage come from?
No gamblers coming in, but we do get that dice from Wanderer's instructor's cap.
Oh, I totally forgot that Wanderer has had a weapon equipped this whole time.
Yeah. Yeah.
That happened so early on, and so much has happened. Okay.
No attack coming out of Signora to freeze Wanderer. And of course, the only response Mango is going to have is to swap onto Eula, unfortunately. I'm wondering if Banab could actually do enough damage right now.
Oh, it could be close. Signora doesn't quite output quite as much damage. Unfortunately, Banab doesn't have like a minty meat rolls to discount his normal attacks.
Yeah,
Judging by his hand, I believe he can do 3 attacks this round, which won't be enough to finish off Eula, but then Eula is going to be able to freeze on the next round. Okay.
There is a heavy strike, but I mean, if you use that heavy strike, then you're getting rid of one of your dice.
Right.
You need all 6 of those dice to normal attack. This is hard.
Yeah, Mango trying to protect Wanderer here. That burst is going to be very threatening to Signora. You know, she's at 7 right now, but is going to be able to go down very quick from that burst damage. Yep.
Just using 2 normal attack here. Of course, Eula's frozen, but Mango can't really do anything.
I wonder if we're going to see that egg actually finally. This could be a really good time to egg.
It could be, yeah. It could be, yeah. Egg and then swap onto that character.
Oh, interesting.
So wait, what artifact was equipped on the Signora again? Was that...
Oh, I think it's a Gambler?
I thought it was a Gambler's too. Ooh, here we go. Signora's Elemental Burst.
No, it's not a Gambler's.
It's not a Gambler's.
Oh, it's so hard to keep... There's so many artifacts and things that played right now that it's really hard to keep track.
I think we're going to see Covenant Egg swap. No, it wouldn't be a swap.
I think you would want to swap, yeah.
But you can't swap.
Oh, you can't swap.
You can't swap.
Oh, yeah, he is 1 short. Although, no, there's a, I think, yeah, there's a Liar song play here.
Wait a second.
So he does have enough to egg, actually, this
Wait
map.
a second.
You can return.
Okay, Liar Song, returning Gilded.
Is this enough to actually kill? No.
No, I don't think so, but you play Gilded again, and you get 2 more dice. And you play, wait, Heavy Strike?
That might be, that's 6, 8. That might be 8. No? Oh, it is 8. It's exactly 8.
Wait, that's it. No, wait. What? What is that?
Oh, Banab calculating everything perfectly, getting the exact amount of damage he needs to take out Eula. Mango playing very well there to try and avoid any sort of kill there, but Banab being able to conjure 4 dice out of thin air.
We're sitting there like trying to count and keep up, and here Banab has it planned out in his mind perfectly. Congratulations to Banab for taking that win in the second best of 3.
Yeah, you can see Mango smile there. I think he's also a little bit in disbelief about what happened. I think he really thought he had the game there, but you know, Banab identifying, and you know, I don't want to kind of underplay how difficult it is. Like, think about the stress of the situation. You are on that stage. You have a limited amount of time to make the calculations to see that you have exactly the right number of dice, exactly the right number of cards to finish off Banab there. Like, everything had to be perfect.
It really was perfect. Yeah. Banab calculated that so well, taking that second game, and now we're going into our 3rd game in this best of 3. I'm just mind blown. We were sitting there counting the dice, like we thought there'd be an egg and then swap just to preserve, like, for another turn, but no. He calculated it down to the last point of damage, the last dice. This is why we call it magic.
Yeah, and it was crucial that Signora did transform, because in her cryo form, she definitely didn't have enough damage to get through all of the health there, but was able to do that. Oh man, it was so close. Like, I don't know that there was any other way that Mango could have played around that. I think Banab did end up drawing the right amount of cards. Even though Banab was so dominant in the early game, one of the advantages that Mango was so dominant in the early game was that Banab did end up drawing a bunch of cards, and he had so many options in the end. So he had a lot more resources to work with, and definitely leveraged that to his advantage to kind of take the win unexpectedly almost.
You know, I have to say that watching games in this meta is very, very exciting as a caster.
Yeah.
Because it's like you think that someone is winning, and then all of a sudden, with one card draw, like the tides change so quickly.
Yeah, it can be very.
As you've seen in both of these best of 3 so far. Yeah.
I mean, if Banap wasn't able to finish off Mango in that round, you know, Mango next round did have the Eula there ready, being able to freeze whatever character or Signora basically on the other end, and really not allow Banap to take any more action. So Banap needed to finish the game there, and he did. Yeah, he found the line.
He definitely found the line. None of us saw it. We were counting the dice, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah. I think definitely I mean, one of the things that's going to be very challenging for us casters here is we have to like figure out how many dice the players have to work with in order to reliably predict things.
I know we're watching both sides too. We see both sides cards, both sides dice, but I mean, with taking that game, Banap will not be able to play that deck again. So we will be seeing that Lynette deck coming out. This is the first stall deck we've seen. And here we see the decks at the bottom here. So yeah, that Lynette 2-in-1 deck is coming out. I'm so excited to see this.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what is favored here. I've not played this matchup myself. You know, if it was the Linny deck,
deck is.
Yeah, if Banap was able to maneuver a situation where he played that deck into the Linny deck, I think he would have been favored. But yeah, the Lynette deck is surprisingly sturdy.
And here we go. This is the first time we've seen this one today. So, Wagner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is pretty standard.
It's a pretty standard list. So one of the things this deck also employs is that new Wagner. You see 3 weapons, 3 different weapons, notably. That's how Wagner works. In order to draw a weapon off him from your deck, you have to run 3 different ones. 2 of those, you know, Sacrificial Sword and Aquila Favonia, very obvious choices. The Lighter Folio Incision is a new one added in the most recent version. Lets you get dice back from normal attacks. It's the worst sword out of the 3, but you have to run 3 swords, and it's actually still pretty powerful.
Here we go. Mew once again.
Yeah.
Mona, Eula, Wanderer. And of course, we commented on this list a bit before, you know, small differences between this iteration and the ones we saw earlier today.
Exactly.
With Ancient Courtyard and 2 Fruit.
Yeah, I think one of the things this list running 2 Vanarana as well is very focused on doing everything it can in round 2. I mean, you just saw, what was it, 14 dice out of Mango's side in round 2.
Yeah,
like that round 2 is just explosive, and he has so many different options to enable that to happen. But it ran out of steam very quickly.
It did. Yeah. I mean, you are trying to win when you do that, right? And if you don't, your opponent can easily do the same thing and get an advantage later on. So
yeah, and that's why I really think the Yelan deck could be was a little bit favored there, because one of the Signora's Revive is really annoying for Wanderer to play around, because he has that big damage burst, but you can't take out Signora in one go.
Here we are, our players setting up here. The pressure is on. Yeah. I mean, their heart rates have been so high. I'm really curious to see like the post-match breakdown at the end of this best of 3, like what the average is for both these players.
I mean, they've come down. This is the deciding match. The winner of this match is going to face off against LL Rise for a spot to be top of this Group A here today.
Double elimination. So I mean, whoever loses this best of 3 will not necessarily be out of the tournament.
Nope.
We will be seeing them later today.
Yeah, but winning out in this group is so important. You know, you want to have those extra chances in this double elimination.
I love these poses, by the way. Look at Banap. Here we go. Double Animo versus Mona, Eula, Wanderer.
Yeah, I think very fitting for the Lynette deck.
Wrong sword. Throwing it away.
No.
Oh, there's Lynette's talent. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Lynette's talent, not super useful in the early game, but since you only run one of them, you know, you don't always draw it in every game, but now you can really craft a game plan around that.
And of course, so one of the most recent location cards added, I don't think it was this patch, I think it was the previous patch, was Storm Terror's Lair, and you can actually draw talent cards. There were a lot of changes to talent cards in the past couple of patches. And so, I mean, noticeably, Banap is not running it in this deck, so it's very lucky that he drew Lynette talent.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, being a stall deck, you do tend to see a lot of your cards. You know, your goal here from Banap's side really we're going to see to try and prolong the game. And I think that round 2 is going to be crucial. Because round 2 is when Mango's going to do a lot of damage. If Banap can survive that second round, then it's going to go very well. And we see a very...
Ooh, I'm looking at Mango's dice. There is a lot of cryo, not a lot of hydro. And you're starting a Mona. You want to use her skill. I wonder if we're going to see different line played here. We could see Lieben Vanarana.
We could see Lieben Vanarana. That might actually be... I mean, it's that or Tune 2.
Oh, there it is. And of course, for those of you watching at home, if you're not familiar with this, you have to play this in a very specific order. Normally.
Yeah, normally you do have to play... Yeah, you want to play Lieben first because it does go in the order that you play your cards. You know, you don't want Vanarana to steal the dice first. So this guarantees the draw. But Mango here, not a very good opening.
Not a very good opening. Kind of saying, we'll try again next turn.
I couldn't have put it any better myself.
So Diasco coming out on Vanup's side.
Ooh, Sacrificial Sword.
Saxword.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best swords you can draw. You know, Aquila is decent, but again, it's a deck with so much burst damage. And especially ones that can attack off-field, because I believe if it attacks off-field, you don't always trigger the Aquila effect there. So Sacrificial Sword, probably the best one.
Ooh, Tenacity of the Millith for Banup. I feel like, you know, one of the goals in a stall matchup is to get your characters equipped as fast as possible. Just to, you know, you're trying to out-sustain your opponent because they'll use up all of their resources and then you can come in and kind of finish out the game. It could mean a longer match, but getting that Tenacity now is pretty good for Banup.
Yeah, I think Banup definitely is looking to play it. You know, Mango was off to a pretty slow start. I mean, he has 12 dice now. But it's still not quite as... I mean, you know, he had 14 dice last round. Like, man, this is nothing.
What do you mean this is nothing?
This is peanuts. No,
I mean, look at his hand. He could easily produce some more.
He could, yeah.
Instructors
is going to net him additional ones, so it's going to be about 10. So he does have enough to do 3 skills on Wanderer, but not enough to actually burst. So one of the reasons you play so many RAM cards, you know, from the Wanderer deck is if you get up to 12 dice on round 2, you can skill 3 times on Wanderer and burst and really put a lot of pressure on your opponents. But because of Mango's opening dice rolls was so bad, not able to employ that strategy, but it's been able to recover a little bit this round.
And those heart rates are picking up again. They were a bit lower at the start of this match, but they're slowly creeping up. Mango's at 148. You can see them beneath the players' names under their player cams.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing for Mango here, so one of the reasons you want to start off with Mona's skill is it guarantees you that swell from Wanderer in the next round. But now Banup is able to swap off of Dea, who has that Hydro, and deny the swell reaction.
Ancient Courtyard coming down. We see a quick swap onto Eula. Wolf's Gravestone equipped. That is going to do a lot of damage. -2 onto Jean.
Interesting. So I think Mango, because of his slower start, is identifying that Wanderer may not be the right choice here, especially since he wasn't able to swell that initial Hydra application. And, you know, in longer matchups, weapons get progressively better as the game goes on. So equipping it early to Eula. Unfortunately, though, those 2 Wagners in Mango's hand are going to start looking pretty bad, you know, because he's already equipped 2 weapons and hasn't played any of them.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, those Wagners are going to become tuning fodder,
yeah, they're almost going to become tuning fodder. But I think that's okay.
Though, you know, if you swirl Cryo onto Hydro or vice versa, it's a free freeze.
And Banup, they're switching back to Dea. So I think Banup's kind of stalling a little bit. He wants to at least get some kind of swirl on Jean. And so is trying to force Mango to use up all of his dice. Mango here very much incentivized to stay on Eula, and so Banup has control of who's going to be taking the most damage.
Yeah, unfortunately though, if Mango does go for a freeze on Dea, then Mango's going to be at 1 dice, and Banup's going to have 8.
Yeah.
So basically, Banup will be in total control for how the rest of this round goes.
Yeah, and that's a risk of kind of investing so much into weapons in the early game. You know, Mango's already spent 6 dice on weapons, and 3 of those dice on Wanderer hasn't really done all too much. He was able to draw 2 cards, but, you know, he hasn't been able to leverage that all that well.
Do you see, you know, Wagner is at 3 stacks for Banup, so that is a free sack sword equip if he chooses to use it. I think it would go to Lynette, right? Or
it
Jean,
really depends. It could be Lynette or Jean. I believe, based on how the game has gone so far, we might see him go to Lynette and go for her burst instead of Jean. Especially now that Mango has declined to deal more damage to Dea. It's interesting, you know, Mango's really electing to take a slower route with his plays here and not really try and rush out damage. And I think that makes sense. One of the ways that the Lynette deck likes to play is it takes a lot of damage quickly and then heals it all back up with Jean. But if you kind of slow the damage down a bit, it really reduces the effectiveness of Jean's heal.
So I know we're definitely not going to see a refresh of Mona's skill here. I'm wondering if Mango's going to drop a second Vanarana Unfortunately, though, that Liben in his hand is not ever going to get used.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of cards in Mango's hand might just be used for tuning.
Very, very unfortunate, actually.
But I think Mango was trying to kind of play around the swirl and try not to deal too much damage to Daya. Yeah, it's just going to swap stall.
I think this is what you have to do. Sometimes, you know, especially when you're up against a stall deck, because stall decks are also going to be swapping around. Players will swap from character to character just to kind of stall out their opponent. And it looks like a whole lot of nothing is happening, but it's actually like a lot of mind games.
Yeah. Honestly, we've seen a bit of a role reversal here. You know, Bunup is actually taking the more aggressive route, despite being the slower deck. But I think that's one of the strengths of the Lynette deck, is it can pivot very quickly between, you know, being defensive using heals, but then also dealing a lot of damage because of those weapons.
So I was laughing because Jean swirled Wander into Mona. And I mean, Mango wants to avoid that Pyro being swirled by Jean again, so he just swaps on the Wander again. And Bottom's like, okay, I'll normal attack.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the really annoying thing about Jean is that, you know, if there's a character you want to be on and she continually forces you off of her, especially with that sacrificial sword equip, she can deal so much damage to that character that at some point you can't safely go back onto that character again.
Definitely. But I mean, Banov has used up all of his dice. Wander is pretty low here, and Jean's Burst is up. I feel like, you know, despite this being a stall deck, Banov definitely has the upper hand at the moment.
Yeah, Banov is in very full control of the game here. You know, this freeze is just going to wear off at the beginning of the next round. Jean's going to be able to burst here, and pretty likely to swell Pyro. Ooh.
Oh, double Liar Song, but I don't think we've seen any Yield of Dreams from Mango yet. Mango's draws have been really poor, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. Kind of wrong cards at the wrong time. You know, he drew his weapons early, but not Wagner, and then Wagner really is not used. I really wonder if, you know, if he would have been better off taking more time to deploy those Wagners early, saving the weapons for a little bit later. But part of that also was just the really bad dice rolls in that first round. He was really forced into this line of play.
I do see Aquila Favonia for Banab. I mean, I really like that weapon.
Yeah, it's a great one. It's almost something going to go into Lynette, and we're probably going to see Banab just wait until Wagner is at 3 stacks. Of course, Wagner does build up 1 charge every single round, and so Banab's going to be looking to equip that for free once the game goes a little bit later.
Wait, so Mingo slow swapped onto Mona. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter at this point because there's already Pyro applied onto Wander.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what Mango's plan here is. There's been a lot of dice just swapping between characters, where Banap has been very efficient with, you know, his dice use.
I agree.
Okay. But unfortunately, no Hydra Aura on Jean.
And of course, that Sacrificial Sword is refunding 1 Animal dice to Jean, which is great because those 3 Dendro are probably going to go to Tenacity of the Millith equip.
It depends, yeah. It might be a little bit late. So I think Banap's really identified that he has kind of the advantage right now between his weapons and just the way the game has gone, that he doesn't need to play the slow game, and he can really turn the aggression onto Mango, you know, do a lot of damage with Jean and a weapon and force Mango to commit to something and then finish the game with Lynette in a couple of rounds.
And I'm just looking at Mango's dice, but they're not good. I mean, we know Mango's cards are also not good, so I mean, I guess he could tune them, but wondering what you do here. I don't know if you go for Eula Burst. It's not really looking great here.
No, Eula's Burst isn't going to be able to do a lot of damage because, you know, you can't follow up any more attacks with Eula. It's one of the downsides. You know, a lot of the decks are running this Lysog, and it's great when it works, but there are games where you don't draw the pieces that go with Lysog, and it's one of those cards that does amazing things or absolutely nothing. And we're seeing it do absolutely nothing right now.
It's doing absolutely nothing because it doesn't have its counterparts. Yeah. I mean, that's why you normally take a lot of card draw. That's why it works so well, specifically with Yelan, because her kit naturally has that card draw. But I mean, in the case of Wander, Mona, Eula, you don't really have that card draw. I think that's actually why Mango takes those 2 fruits.
Yeah, exactly.
Those weapons in this deck.
Yeah, but unfortunately, drawing the cards in the wrong order is not going to be enough to overcome. And I think Banap here going to look to tank some damage on Lynette. Of course, Jean's heals the entire team. So to really get maximal use out of it, you want all of your characters have taken a little bit of damage.
And just a reminder, so these players are 1-1 in the second best of 3 and in the group stage. Group A, this is day 1 of the Asia Invitational. So whoever wins this game will go on to the upper bracket. They will have 2 lives for the rest of the tournament.
Well,
and,
they still have to defeat.
Yeah, they still have more games to go through.
Yeah.
They'll be in the upper bracket later on.
Ooh, Lynette's skill going here, gonna take out Wondro.
But whoever loses will not be out quite yet.
No, they'll have one more chance.
So wait, did Banop? Banop didn't use talent, right?
Not yet. So the talent only works on the second hit of Lynette's skill. So you almost always want to save that as a surprise. You know, you don't want to reveal it on the first usage because it does nothing then.
Right.
If you hold on to it, your opponent won't play around that +2 damage. And yeah, we might see... I think Mona's going to skill here, but I think Banop is going to use that talent.
Ugh.
He has to tune 3, but I think it's worth it.
You don't think there's just going to be like an equip? It might be a Killer Favonia equip, honestly.
It's a little bit late right now, and I think you want to save that equipment for Wagner later. I like talent here because it takes out Mona, and it means your opponent no longer has the option of swapping between characters. They're forced to stay on Eula, so you can really dictate the pace of the game from there on out.
What do you tune? Would you tune Paimon, Lotus, Tenacity, or do you actually...
You could use... I mean, Paimon's definitely too late. I guess Paimon is definitely an option here. We could just see Paimon being deployed at end of turn. I think it's better than Tenacity at this point in the game. But I could be wrong.
Oh, I hear the timer ticking down. Banop has to make a decision quickly.
It is going to be Tenacity.
On Jean.
Okay. So it looks like Banop's going to go with his primary plan. Basically, take some damage on Lynette. You know, it looks like he's expecting Lynette to get frozen next round, but he's going to be able to swap over to Jean.
I think that makes sense.
I think he's really hoping to draw a Nemo Resonance. We haven't seen him draw one just yet, but that's going to let him swap quickly over onto Jean and use her burst right away without getting frozen.
Wait, there's Mango's Gilded Dreams.
Oh, it's finally here.
It's finally here. Like, this is exactly what Mango needs to try to turn the tides. Like, we could see this game turn around very quickly here.
Yeah, that Gilded Dream is going to unlock the 2 Lyre songs in his hand, of course, and not having any good targets for it before.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm looking at Banop's hand. It's definitely way too late to play that Paimon. I think we might see that get tuned at some point.
Here we go.
Lynette's skill does heal her.
So powerful that, you know...
Very powerful.
Healing 2, of course, if she doesn't drop below, I think, 6 HP, she will take another 2 damage, but I think Banop is expecting for Mango to do this freeze line here, which is the most one that makes the most sense.
It is. And thankfully, Jean has Cryo instead of Hydro, so swapping Jean won't get her frozen. We do see Eula's Burst coming out, and I'm really excited to see how many stacks Mango can get on that summon there. So right now, at the end of turn, that summon will deal 3 damage. That's the thing you see at the bottom left there, 3+. And then it will be plus however many stacks he gets at the top right, which is that blue counter. So.
Yeah, and it should... With those 2 Liaisons in hand, we do see a Nemo Resonance finally on upside. But with 2 Liaisons in hand, Mango is effectively at 6 dice this round, so we'll at least see 2 more skills. Or I think I see at most. I don't think there's any way for him to actually generate more than 2 without a Gambler's.
Tuning 1, Dunyarzad?
Yeah, a little bit late for that.
Wonder what's going to happen. Hash Brown. Hash Brown on Jean?
Yeah, we could see a slow swap onto Jean just to take some damage, get that tenacity. Oh, it's a quick swap instead.
I think Banop was trying to see if he could get an animal dice from Chef Mao.
I think so. I mean, you gotta. Sometimes it'll happen.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Sometimes it happens for sure.
Ooh.
That elemental skill will be enough to take out Mona, by the way, with that Pyro Swirl, and so it's just Eula now.
Yeah,
and the Sack Sword.
Yeah, the Sack Sword is gonna mean that Jean is gonna threaten Eula before the end of the round. So, Mango does have a food in his hand, but if he wants 6 dice this round, he's not going to be able to have time to deploy it.
Wait, but Eula is literally 1 normal attack away. There's Lotus. He has to play.
He has the Lotus. He has to play the Lotus. But unfortunately, if you play the Lotus here, I mean, look at the totals on Banop's side. They're so high. I don't think there's any way for Mango to come out of this.
Tenacity of the Millith giving another dive.
I felt like I said this in the first game with Stranger, and then everything turned around. But I think in this situation, you know, the Lynette deck wants to be in control of the game. It is a stall deck. It is more of a control deck that is to play slower, and right now it has everything it needs to basically stay alive.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, if you're Banop here, you could just equip Tenacity. Yeah, I don't think you need to attack.
Wait, is he going for a burst? Is he going for Jean Burst?
You could. I mean, I think a Jean Burst would be very safe
It is safe. It's definitely safe.
Yeah, the other thing we could see is maybe equip of a tenacity, then swap over to like Dea to take some damage.
Well, I think the tune means we're gonna see Gene Burst because you wouldn't skill here, right? So
the tune could be to equip tenacity is another thing. You definitely, yeah, I don't think you skill. I mean, you could skill, yeah.
Oh, okay. It is a swap on the Dea. Okay.
Interesting.
So yeah, it's probably a tenacity equip, like you were saying.
I think, yeah, Mango definitely knows that something funny is happening because when you tune and swap, that's a very unusual set of actions.
Wait, is Gene Burst? Gene Burst is 4 costs.
It's 4 Nemo die. Yeah, so we'd have to tune another one in order to make that work. But yeah, it looks like it's gonna be the more conservative play. But I like this a lot. Next round, Barnup is gonna have Wagner at 3, gonna be able to equip Aquila on Lynette, and he's gonna have 2 fully geared Anemo characters.
And this is kind of the plus for playing a stall deck like Barnup. Like, you can afford to take that extra time and spend those dice equipping things like that. And Mango here used that Lotus trying to block damage. And then, I mean, attacking through that Lotus is not really efficient, right? So you just go for the equip in that case.
Yeah, you want to run your opponent down on resources, just put him that. I mean, look at all the shields now on Barnup's side. You know, he's in full control of this game. He has a Nemo Resonance. He has a Lotus Curse as well. Like, that hand is perfect for what he wants to do.
You have Boar Princess, Instructor's Cap.
Yeah. Mango's still doing everything he can, but I think he knows it's over.
But yeah, there's
9
no way.
damage. But as soon as he takes out Dea there, Gene is going to be enough to clean it up.
Elemental skill to secure the win. Barnup going 2-1 against Mango. Congratulations.
Yeah, very well played there.
Very, very well played.
Yeah, the only player so far in this group here to take that Lynette deck, but it was such a strong showing of the deck's potential.
Very excited to see, you know, the variation.
Yeah.
Aww,
look at that humility.
Aww.
Yeah, the players that we're gonna see their heart rates a little bit later to see if, you know, just to back up how sweaty those hands are. I mean, it was a very close game, right? Again, stall decks are very powerful when you play it correctly, but one mistake and one slip up, you know, if you play it slightly wrong and that Yule is able to take out one of your characters with 2 equipments, you lose so many dice, so much advantage. And of course, Mango there with a very slow opening and letting, which gave Barnup kind of the window to take over.
I definitely think, you know, the key game of this best of 3 was the second one.
Oh yeah.
You know, without Barnup securing that win, it was basically a reverse sweep, if you can call it that, in a best of 3. Without Barnup taking that win with that surprise, like we were both surprised by it, we wouldn't have gotten to see that third game. So I mean, kudos to both of these players. They performed very, very well. And of course, with that friendly handshake at the end there, very sportsmanlike.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Barnup once again.
And we saw, like, you know, there's a lot of similar strategies, but also some different ones being deployed here. You know, Barnup, out of the 4 players here in this Group A, definitely brought a slightly different variation. And we saw that also with, you know, what deck he decides to ban. You know, he was the only one not afraid of that Linny, Fischl, Nahida deck.
Well, I think if you play 2 Anemo into it, it's actually pretty favored, right?
It is,
so, I mean, he banned according to what he picked.
Exactly.
And so I guess he anticipated that his 2 Anemo deck wouldn't be banned because,
Yeah, I mean, it might go to his advantage here, you know, if he has good deck lists to the other ones, because I think a lot of the other competitors here in this Group A have bought pretty similar things. You know, they have very similar lists, slight variations, but he's the only one that has that double Anemo deck, and that might actually be kind of his secret to getting him into that top position in this bracket. So really going to be one to watch out for. I wonder, you know, the players are, of course, I'm sure, eagerly watching these matches, and the opponents. I'm sure Ella Rise has reviewed those games there, looked at what Barnup is capable of, and maybe he's going to ban that Lynette deck.
And I feel like we're going to be going into the post-match breakdown very soon here, go over the stats for this last best of 3.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see these.
So I'm very curious to see these.
Wow.
5.1 average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds, but that's actually really high for Barnup.
That is really high.
High roller.
Yeah. Doesn't like to use Elemental Burst much, though. Doesn't need him. Yeah, we saw Gene didn't even burst at the end there, right? Just skilled the whole game and just did a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, average rounds 4, that's definitely because of the 2 Anemo.
Yeah.
2 Anemo deck. You know, the stall decks are always going to have longer games.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of games go down to 3 rounds. Like, 3 rounds is where a lot of the other decks are going to pop off.
Here's the average heart rates, pretty even again. So, I mean, it kind of goes back and forth, but it's between the 130, 145, 144-ish range. It's, you know...
I mean, we saw Mango climb
still.
a little bit up in his second one. I wonder if you get close to winning, you know, you kind of get nervous. Like, you anticipate that next win. Like, all I need is one more to make it, you know, out of this and into the finals. But that can really work against you. You know, if you get too nervous, you know, make the wrong decisions. But yeah, these have been some really close games.
Very close games. You know, Mango taking that first win, very deserved, and Banov coming in clutch in that second game. And then I really feel like, you know, that third game was very evenly matched. It's just Banov was able to stall long enough, as that deck does, to secure that win. And Mango, just bad dice and also bad cards, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think Mango had a tough decision during that game. You know, he had an opening that wasn't very fast. You know, you really want to get going round 2, but that wasn't possible. So he tried to pivot into a slightly slower strategy. And one of the things that I really liked out of Banop was, rather than responding himself with trying to play slowly, as the Lunatic does, he really pushed his advantage there by aggressively using Jean's skill rather than her burst, just output damage, and kind of force Mango into an awkward situation before he could recover from that stumble at the beginning.
I feel like, you know, the strength that Twinama deck kind of shows too, because it is flexible in that way where you can go faster if you want to. You don't have to treat it as like a true stall deck.
It's true.
And just, you know, prolong the game. It's like you can get going as soon as you want to and control your opponent, right?
Yeah, you really have to find those right windows. And yeah, unfortunately, you know, I think Wandro didn't really do anything on Mango's side, didn't really have the opportunity to.
Didn't have the opportunity to. It was nothing that Mango did. It was just purely, you know, the dice rolls. And
dice rolls and the cards. I mean, one of the things that both decks run Wagner, have that weapon package, but you can see the difference here where Banop was able to deploy Wagner early, use those stacks, build them early on, and get that discount. Whereas for Mango, he had to equip his weapons without Wagner, and then drawing Wagner later was a real detriment.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of having Wagner is so you don't have to spend all those dice, right? You're trying to conserve as much dice as possible so that you can, like, go at it. Especially, you know, with a deck like the one he was playing, you need to get that damage out quickly. It's against a stall deck like 2NMO, which is going to take time to build up. Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, they have more cards definitely to take advantage of the longer game than you. You know, Tenacity being the famous one. Even though we didn't see Banop equip Tenacity right away, and I think that was the right choice. You know, if he'd slow down a little bit too much, then Eula might have been able to take over with Wolf's Gravestone, which is capable of outputting a lot of damage through Tenacity shields, but instead, you know, saving those Tenacities for key moments when he had a little bit of more breathing room from setting up his other skills in order to deploy them and then get those shields up and ready to take over the endgame.
So, after watching these games, both this first and second set, we saw, like, minor variations in how the Mona Eula Wanderer deck was built. Because, I mean, you have the same character cards, right? But then you have different, like, support cards in the actual deck. And so, I mean, judging by, like, the performance we've seen so far, like, which iteration do you think is maybe, like, slightly better or slightly more favorable?
Yeah, I know, I think both Mango and Stranger both brought the Ancient Courtyard variant of Mona Eula Wanderer. And it's usually that or Fresh Wind of Freedom. I think that really tells two different philosophies.
Yeah.
If you bring Ancient Courtyard, you're really looking to hit it off on that round 2, but it does require you to draw well. And if you stumble a little bit, you know, it's a high synergy deck. If your cards combine together correctly, it really overpowers your opponent. But if you draw things in the wrong order, like we saw, you know, Mango draw 2 Liar Songs without any artifacts, those cards were dead in his hand for a lot of the game. And by the time he drew the artifacts to pair with it, it was almost too long.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, Fresh Wind of Freedom is a card that comes in clutch when you can actually, like, use it. Like, it's very situational, but, like, when you can use it, it can basically win you the game, right? So you play it, and if you take out an opponent's character, you get to go again. And that can, like, basically be the difference in securing a win or not. So, I mean, Ancient Courtyard might be safer, more efficient overall, but
we'll see.
For now, we're going to be throwing to a break. We will be catching you tomorrow.
Boss, we have a lead on that no-good thief. They call him the Sea Shadow. This is his arrest warrant. Unfortunately, he's got a good nose. He's unpredictable too, which is how he's eluded us thus far.
Stand up, you thief! Get back here! How's he so fast?
Going somewhere? Hey there! Coming at ya! This one's got your name on it!
Gotta cut my losses.
He's one step ahead. Thank you! So what if you flee by sea? Come on, lads, more speed!
Please, boss, put your umbrella away!
A proper send-off! Ready to admit defeat? Let's get you to the guards.
Boss? We might need to get him to a doctor first.
Opera walks the line between truth and fiction. For though the story is fictional, as far as the characters are concerned, their fate is real. Therein lies the rub. Are you and I the audience, or characters on the stage? Nobody can know for sure. After all, nothing is easier to fool than the senses. We know only one thing for certain, that the prophecy is true. Because in this show, the prophecy is a part of all characters' fates. Don't believe me? So, you still haven't noticed that I'm not even speaking to you. This is just a recording playing in your head. Now, do you see? The prophecy has come true, and everything has been lost to the Great Flood. And you are the only one I have left. And so, while fate may seem like it's playing cruel jokes on you, only fate will not deceive you. Unless you can first deceive fate itself.
Welcome, travelers! Welcome to Genshin Impact's Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. I'm co-casting today, Rin.
And my name is Dafa. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us today. And the tournament is truly underway now. May I say, what an honor it is for us to be here.
Yeah, this is my first trip overseas in years, and getting to do something like this is like amazing already right off the bat.
Yeah, same as well. For me, in my case, it's my first time overseas casting at all.
Oh.
So it's a new experience here. Be kind to me, everyone.
Yeah.
And hopefully you guys have been enjoying what's been happening here at the TCG Asia Invitationals so far. We've seen some really intense matches. These players really proving their mettle on the stage.
Yeah, featuring all the new characters just introduced in 4.2, 4.3 recently, and seeing all these different groups work. I've been casting a lot of these tournaments now, and seeing a completely new meta like just unfold in front of us has just been really exciting to see. So with that, let's take a look at the decks that are being featured in this next round.
Yep, for those of you who don't know, this is the upper bracket finals. These are the two winners we saw in the first half of the day. LL's Rise Falcon against Banab. And of course, they're going to be bringing the same decks that they brought earlier. We have a Mew on the LL Rise Falcon side, the similar Yelan OTK on both players, as well as the Finally deck, as well as the double Animo Lynette deck that was able to clinch Banab his victory earlier.
Yeah, so which tech do you think is going to be bad here?
Well, now, we did see players focus a lot onto Finally. Only one player didn't actually ban that out. I can't quite recall if that was a Banab or Manko.
There it is right there.
But LL Rise Falcon going to stick to his guns. We're going to be banning away that Linny deck. Banab, though, deciding to get rid of the Yelan OTK.
Yeah, at least it looks like, there won't be any mere matches between these two.
That should be quite interesting. Let's have a look here. Now, we've already seen these decks earlier. This is going to be the Mew deck, the Mona Eula Wanderer, in the hands of LL Rise Falcon. Nothing too unusual in terms of the deck list. This is very much intended to be a more aggro style. Set up on Mona, get those swirls in, and Eula to finish with freeze combos.
Yeah, I was playing this deck earlier just to have like some experience with it. Eula's actually a wonderful anchor to this whole thing, just in case Wanderer doesn't go through with this. And then, this deck I was introduced the other day. It's amazing how much dice can be generated just from Yelan Magic OTK, as the community calls it.
We've definitely been seeing some variation of Signora being played together with Thunder Manifestation, but I wasn't actually aware of this particular variation. I think both of us, until yesterday when we watched Blep playing it. And what a terror it is, the ability to draw cards from the deck, the ability to create dice basically out of nowhere. Magic, as Leah has put it repeatedly, is really something to see.
Yeah, just the dice is everything in this game. And if you can guarantee the dice to be the dice that you want, you are unstoppable, pretty much.
Unstoppable indeed. We've already seen how some of these players are able to use the newer engines that have been introduced in the recent patches. We're seeing a lot of that, but I'm excited to see what happens next.
All right, so let's get on with the next match.
Yep, starting things off. And I have to ask, what are your thoughts about these player intro videos we're getting to see here?
They're amazing. I love it, honestly. You just embrace just this atmosphere. You're in a competition for a really amazing prize. The opportunity itself just to be here and to participate in this is amazing. Sorry, I'm just going over in my accent.
I get you.
Yeah, you know what I mean, right? I'm just very excited for these guys too.
Yeah, the excitement is palpable, and it is such a huge opportunity for them. Now, we got the players up on stage. LL Rise Falcon from the Dynamic Cup going up against Banab from the Prince Cup Japan. Both these players already demonstrated what they're capable of in their victories earlier. LL Rise Falcon was able to take down Stranger in a clean sweep. So going into this, it does feel like he may be the favorite, but Banab, what's happening there?
Remember earlier, Banab had was it Banab that had the egg, but then couldn't use the northern chicken after that situation?
I believe so,
Yeah.
Banam had some really close calls in his best of 3 series, and he was able to bring it back. That was a reversal because he did lose game 1. But the fact that he's here shows what he can do, and I'm so excited to see who will move on. We have to note, the winner of this matchup gets a ticket to the knockout stage.
Let's just see how it goes. I just want to see this match go on.
Ooh, yeah, like both these decks have already shown what they're capable of. But jumping on into the match, Rise Falcon on the top, Banap on the bottom. Now, with the advancement of the meta, we're definitely seeing how new engines are being created, and there's a lot more focus towards newer character cards as well as newer artifacts. We see the Echoes of the Offering up there, Gilded Dreams especially being a massive menace on the board here, and basically included in every deck we've seen today.
Yeah, I think Gilded Dream is joining gamblers in that kind of like artifact meta that every side should be like running for sure, just with the amount of dice. Even if you don't have like a team or deck setup that can really like make it shine, it's still such an amazing artifact to have on your team.
I think the way that meta has shifted now with all these new artifacts, the companions as well, we saw Dunya Mao engine being quite a thing previously, shows that nowadays it is much better to play characters that are in a way self-sufficient, right? They're able to operate independently without requiring too much backup from support and event cards. So by running these engines along with characters that are pretty strong in and of themselves, you end up with meta decks.
Yeah, these 6 cards alone, all different, all very perfect examples of what you just described. All right, Yelan leading in with her skill, which, a lot of these cards, Yelan, Thunder Manifestation, all very draw card power heavy cards as well.
Yeah, so one of the key points of the Yelan OTK deck, which we see down there, is that it draws cards very quickly, right? Having Yelan being able to draw cards, having Thunder Manifestation being able to draw cards, as well as running like engines that are able to pull cards out of the deck for you is very efficient. We did see a variation of this where Bled, for example, played it with Stove God, but Banap is going with Covenant of Rock instead. So a little bit more on the aggressive side, since typically the deck also runs Northern Smoked Chicken and Minty Meat Rolls.
Yes. All right, here comes your Heavy Strike. Saw that ability. Oh, there's your Gilded Dreams right there. Perfect. Yelan looks like they're getting Banap's getting set up quite nicely right now, but...
Yeah, so one thing to worry about here. On the other side, right, Rise Falcon, this is the Mew deck, Mona Yula Wanderer, as we've already mentioned before. Very solid deck. We see a lot of players playing it in the tournament so far. And the goal of round 1 is typically get that first attack onto Mona, get as much setup and ramp as possible into round 2, and then end turn on Mona so you get a free fast swap. But because Rise Falcon has been able to get so much efficiency out of his dice, he's able to just end the turn on Wanderer and even end first, thereby gaining turn priority, which is not ideal, but now wants to be able to get burst out onto Yelan. And if he does decide to grid that out on stay here, the swirls are going to be coming.
Yeah, and that really good Timaeus and Wagner setup too. So Falcon has tons of options to open up here. Let's see if he can get a bunch of Animo.
Ooh, there's a lot of Geo up there.
Yeah, there's no Geo on this field, unfortunately. Maybe the second reroll, will we see something better? No.
There's no Animo.
Yeah, no Animo yet.
On the turn you want to play Wanderer the most.
Yeah, that's gonna really set you back. That really highlights the importance of like having those cards that can create die for you from Gilded, from Liar Song, and replaying Gilded again and things like that.
Yeah, if he had Gilded right now, he'd be able to fix some of these dice. Instructors makes up for that somewhat. Tula as well, actually not too bad to help arrange for some of this. This is a weapon that can create dice for you on normal attack. So while Rise Falcon definitely would prefer to skill, maybe if he needs the dice, he might be forced a normal attack here.
Yeah, maybe... Probably get instructors on right now, then maybe tune the other one. I would probably try.
The big question is whether Banap wants to stay on Yelan. Because Banab obviously isn't aware of Rise Falcon's dice situation.
okay,
He's expecting a skill to swirl Hydro here, and if the Hydro gets swirled off of Yelan, it's actually not too bad for him to stay, but he has to worry about the Thunder Manifestation's health because Wander's gonna start attacking the next character instead.
Yeah. Close one here. Yeah, okay, so we did tune the food. Oh, yeah, that's a good move too. Yeah, play Boar Princess, re-equip these. Yeah, okay. That's a really good move right there.
Yeah, that's the thing about the artifact engine, right? You think you have bad dice, but you play Boar Princess, play some Lyre Song, switch some artifacts around, all of a sudden, poof, you have all the dice that you could possibly need. And that means that Wanderer now in win-favored state. Yelan is not at risk of more damage if Banab wants to build up energy, but he needs another 2 turns to get Yelan burst out. And in the meantime, poor Thunder Manifestation is going to be the target of Wanderer's attacks.
Just to go back real quick, can you refresh me on Boar Princess? That's replacing or losing the artifact. You gain a dice, correct? Yes.
So if your character goes down with an artifact on them, or if you replace directly, Lyre Song does not count into Boar Princess, so that's something to keep in mind.
Yes. Lotus on the Thunder Manifestation, okay. Ooh, Northern Chicken coming out too. Yelan's got options here. Could normal attack for another card if they'd like.
So what Banab is gonna need to be thinking about right now is how much does he value Manny's presence on the board? Because this deck can do quite a lot, even if, say, you were to lose Yelan, and you can bounce that Yelan burst off of either Manifestation or Signora. Losing one or the other technically means that you still have things to play around. It's just not the most ideal.
Right. Okay. Let's see. So they have their burst. Just need to tune 1 card. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, so this is the typical Mew.
Yeah.
Wanderer going to be doing a good amount of damage here. Having that Instructors, allowing him to generate a bit more dice as well. One thing that players will be aware of is that Mew almost exclusively runs Fresh Wind of Freedom. We see it in Rise Falcon's hand, so Banab is more than aware of this. He has to be careful not to allow his characters to drop below enough that it would give his opponent 2 free turns.
Right. I would think you burst here right now, though. You gotta.
Yes, he does have enough dice.
Yeah, just get it set up. Because you do have a quick swap over. You could potentially save Yelan that way.
The problem is he only has enough dice to do one more attack without swapping.
Right. But I think right now you quick swap over to Thunder Manifestation and probably end your turn on that one. And then start Thunder Manifestation on the next round to just keep going. Yeah, I can't really tell what cards at the bottom screen because they're cut off. I think 2 of them are the Noel quick swap and 1 is the heavy attack.
I think the value of staying on Yelan right now is it forces Wanderer to have to go for a skill again if he wants to actually swirl. Normal attack going to Manifestation right now with no elemental aura applied, while still doing some good damage, is not going to further the cause of the Mew win condition. So Rise Falcon now needs to think about whether or not he wants to consider giving Eula a turn. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have anything in his hand that would allow him to go for other options.
Oh, there's that timer. Normal attack, okay.
Decides to go for the flat damage. I think that's respectable. In the end, the goal of Wanderer in this deck, like as much damage as he's doing, he's not actually meant to be the finisher. That goes to Eula. So the lower health Rise Falcon can get the characters on Banab's side of the field, the better it will be.
This is a very close match so far, actually. I think, personally. Yeah, quick stop to Thunder Manifestation, right?
Doesn't he have enough? Wait, I can't remember. Did he have Gilded on one of these characters? Because he does have a Lyre Song.
Yes, he did.
So that would be enough. And I think that's a Boar Princess next to Lyre Song as well. So he definitely still has enough for at least 1 more attack even after the switch.
Do you go for the attack now or do you take turn advantage on the next one?
I think you just go for the attack at this point. I'm just wondering whether he can threaten Wanderer enough. Because Wanderer Burst is ready. That is a very important thing to get rid of here. If they can.
Definitely.
He has heavy strike, but that would force him on normal attack, which is not the most ideal. He gets enough dice here. This is the magic we talked about.
Yeah, here comes
Gets the gilded back.
comeback. Yeah.
He'll be able to get 4 dice in total, which is enough.
Oh, yeah, replace on Yelan
What
too.
food does he have?
That was, I think it was Lotus.
Can't remember.
Yeah,
But that is 5 damage.
Wait, what was it again? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, that's enough. Oh, I forgot about Yelan burst.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 damage was enough. Very nice play here by Banap, being able to get the numbers necessary to remove Wanderer from the field. Unfortunately, he cannot quite breathe just yet, because we've seen Eula solo carry literally earlier today. You can see that from his heart rate as well. He knows he's not out of the woods.
Yeah. That's going to be a tough one right here.
Very tough situation for both these players.
Yeah.
Their heart rates are spiking so high. You can see their hands on their faces. You can see the sweat dripping from their brow.
I think you should get the Phantom out right now.
Get the what, sorry?
Get Mona's Phantom out. Yeah, right here. Yeah. So Mona can sustain for just a little bit. You want to keep Eula healthy, because Eula can totally sweep this team if done correctly. They all have Hydro on them right now, too. So.
Especially now that they're all hydroed up.
And they are below that certain amount of health threshold too, so it's actually still very close to what's going to happen here.
Both Thunder Manifestation and Yelan are pretty in range of a single attack here from Eula. So Signora is going to be the main player for the Banap going forward. It's still not too can't remember what food he had there. 1 cost. So it could be Lotus. I don't think it's worth playing it at this point. May as well eat it on Thunder Manifestation. But turn priority is going to be on LL Rise Falcon, so he can quick swap to Eula to start things off.
Right. Banap does still have a quick swap themselves, though. Something to keep an eye on.
Okay, so this is also the concern, right? LL Rise Falcon is in a very good spot right now, right?
Yeah.
3 Hydra Auras on the opposite side. Eula can easily freeze and sweep. If not this turn, then the next. But because Banap was able to get the Yelan burst out, a quick switch into Signora when Eula is out basically ends LL Rise Falcon's game. So he cannot allow Eula to get frozen.
Gonna be tough. That was Lotus.
So it is Lotus. Okay, you have a better memory than I do. So he's gonna Lotus into normal attack.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay, that's a nice play. You might. What this does is it doesn't kill Mona.
Right.
And normally that would be good because it would force the opponent to slow swap. But because it's Mona, LL Rise Falcon can still quick swap. But due to the fact that Mona is now on 1 HP, Electro Charge will take her out no matter what.
Right.
So it's difficult for LL Rise Falcon to switch to Eula as well. He will be forced to because there really isn't much other option.
Yeah, there is
Attacking
no other
on Mona
choice
would
here.
waste too much dice here.
Yeah. Wonder if they should have played Gamblers. Wait, no, not yet. Sorry, that didn't take them out because of the Lotus curse, correct. But you would probably quick stop here to Senor and do a normal and then use Yelan's Exquisite Throw to freeze Eula right here.
Yeah, it does seem like a very obvious play. He has the dice for it as well.
Yeah.
In his hand, he has at least the Gilded Dreams. I think the other one should be an Echoes. Gilded is going to be the one he wants to go with.
Gilded will definitely go on.
That'll give him effectively 5 dice here to work with. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a Northern Smoke Chicken. I think if he had like Northern Smoke,
no Gilded yet. Maybe they will later. But that freezes Eula now,
Yeah, LL Rise Falcon is in a tough spot. He can't do anything here. He has to switch back to Mona just to...
They only have one... Yeah, I would switch back to Mona. You gotta sack Mona
What
at this
other
point.
option is there?
Yeah, you have to.
It's either switch back to Mona or end turn. That's the only things that LL Rise Falcon can do right now. If he switches back to Mona, Mona can probably survive.
Not with the Gilded though, unless they decide for it.
Cost 1, gives 2. Without food, he doesn't have enough to do another attack.
What if they burn the dice, use Covenant, then use Gilded?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about.
Yeah, there we go.
I did not think about that. Yeah. Brenda dies, Covenant,
Yeah.
Gilded, and that is enough for another attack.
Yeah.
Is this enough? This is enough to kill Eula as well, right?
Yeah, there it goes.
With
right
the
there.
shatter, it doesn't even take the Lan burst.
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
go to
this
Mona.
first map to Banap.
And Banap
Yeah.
claims victory for game number 1.
Yeah.
A beautifully played game here by Banap, securing his first steps towards moving on to the knockout stage.
Ooh, boy. That was very close considering how everything went back and forth. I think Falcon did have an edge for a while, but yeah, as soon as everyone had Hydro applied to them, all that cryo just should have gotten in the way, but unfortunately couldn't do anything about it.
What we've seen from experience is that the Yelan OTK deck, despite being named after Yelan, can operate just fine without her burst. We've already seen it. But if you're able to get her burst, the damage level, the dangerous level of this deck just increases by tenfold.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's why it should be stuck to Yelan OTK, because Yelan is the one doing the finish every time, just from the exquisite throw. Yeah, that deck is just supremely powerful. I remember the first time Blep showed me that deck, demoed it in front of me, I was just like, my mind was blown. Like, I couldn't believe it.
Me too.
I was saying something like that.
When I was watching them play it and just seeing all the dice suddenly come out of thin air, I was just like thinking, this is pretty disgusting here.
Yeah.
But that's kind of an ideal situation. You do need the cards necessary to be able to produce all of those dice. You won't get like 14 dice turns consistently, but even so, this deck performs in such a way that you will always have some sort of tool. And I think a lot of it did come down to the fact that they were able to not only remove Wanderer from the play early, they were able to get Yelan burst out as well. And once those two conditions were achieved, there really was no way for LL Rise Falcon to come back into it.
I don't know. I'm still trying to like reel over that last match from.
I get you.
Yeah. Covenant of Rock coming in clutch and then doing that last normal attack there. Perfect move. Yeah.
I always kind of forget when like you can play cards in a certain order. Right? I'm thinking like, oh, he won't have enough dice with Gilded because he's not going to be able to play Covenant after that. But hey, just play Covenant first, you know?
Yeah.
It seems so obvious when you look at it, but sometimes the simplest things do slip your mind. And that's why these players being able to maintain that sort of mindset on stage is huge.
Yeah, and that's why they're here today. And looks like we're seeing the next decks being picked from both sides. We got... Which one was that one again? I forgot the fun name that we gave it. Finally deck.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Finally, the 2 Nemo deck, I guess, between Jean, Lynette, and Dia coming in. So, a stall versus... How would you describe the other one?
It's definitely aggro.
Definitely aggro.
So it's like the polar opposites here, and it's funny because we do have both of the siblings on either side.
Yes.
So this is a battle to determine which of the two are the stronger sibling. Now this deck has been consistently banned out by every other player today. LL Rise Falcon gonna be bringing it to bear. It is a summon-based deck, but actually has quite a lot of front-loaded damage as well. That's why it's so difficult to play against.
Yeah, Nahida definitely gonna be very crucial to getting things set up with Fischl here, and then, or maybe you can like bounce between Fischl and Lenny to kind of like, you know, play with them a little with the overloads.
Yeah, the classic opening for this deck is to go Fischl, summon Oz, and then Nahida to get the seeds spread out. But if you want to apply pressure early, you can actually go for the line of Fischl into Linny, because that applies a lot of early damage with overload. But now, gonna be bringing the Tunamo deck. Lynette have the anchor on this side, and this is the deck that was able to secure him victory in game 3 of his first match today. Will it be able to repeat history?
No, I think you need to take out one of their units right away. Stall deck only runs when all 3 characters are there. If you lose one, you lose your strategy, especially if you lose Dia right off the bat. So, yeah, if Banap starts with Dia, definitely need to take Dia out right off the bat.
I mean, that's easier said than
done.
There's a reason why we see so much Dia here.
But there's potential in the Mew deck, though. There's a lot of power there. Did I say Mew?
You did say Mew.
Forgive me. It is a little late for me.
Yes. We do have a cat
we have the cat on the team, too. Then we have a fake cat on the other team, I guess, by design. But anyway, that's neither here or there. So what do you think? How do you think this next match is going to go?
what it's gonna now normally stall decks match up favorably into aggro decks, right? Because they're if as long as you're able to survive the initial burst of damage, then the stall deck just wins out in terms of more draw power, more staying power, more healing. But the strength of the finally deck is that it applies so much damage by having, for example, Lenny's talent, having Nahida's burst, having catalyzing field available, that Oz can go from dealing like 1 damage to 4 damage, and that's just one of the possible summons here. Not to mention the additional damage from the Seeds of Skanda being applied. So while stall should be the favorite matchup, I do actually think that there's a reason we see the Lenny deck banned so often.
Yeah. We're definitely going to see a very strong start coming from the final lead deck to finally take down stall, hopefully.
I hope so. I'm just gonna straight up express my thoughts here. I'm not a big fan of stall decks, you know. Don't lynch me, people who enjoy playing stall decks. My brain is not big enough to understand how to play stall. I want to go Unga Bunga. That's how I play the base game as well.
Yeah,
so
I believe your main is Hu Tao, so that is definitely
correct.
fitting your style for sure. I am more of a slow burn kind of player. Watch them suffer at the same time.
I see. Maybe this will be right up your alley.
Yeah, we'll see.
We do see both players starting with 2 artifacts. Tenacity in opening hand is excellent for Banat, as well as Opera Epic Place. So he's going to be able to start off with a good amount of dice advantage. So we do see the typical openings. Fischl for the finally side. Got Dea. Both are going to be starting with their summons.
Let's see how the dice roll here. Ooh.
Rise Falcon looking for Electro, maybe Dendro. Okay, that's not bad.
Not bad at all,
But not... I don't know why we're seeing so much Geo today.
Yeah, well, Geo kind of made a little comeback in-game, but that's for another day.
We haven't seen any Geo characters at all today, right?
Yeah, we used to see, like, again, prior meta to this, it was Ito all the time, Ito Noel. We don't see that anymore because of the new cards.
When there is a Geo character meta, we're not going to see these Geo dice anymore.
No.
But Banat did re-roll, and he wasn't able to get the Pyro dice necessary. So this is a really scuffed dice roll for him. Our Rise Falcon definitely has better tools overall.
Yeah, Falcon right away knew what they want to do. Throw Oz out there. You got to go. Yeah, just go. Don't give them less time to think about what to do and how to set up. That's another key thing to stall players. Don't let them think.
Don't let them think.
Don't let them think as much as you can. As long as you can think faster than them, be like 3 steps ahead of them, then you'll be in a better position for sure.
Just think faster, guys.
Yeah, think.
That's Rin's steps to victory.
If you just throw things out there, they can't react to it, right?
If you don't know what you're doing, how will they know what you're doing?
Exactly, yeah.
Right now, the typical opening for Banat would be to scale on Dia. There's 2 things that stop this. 1, not having the dice for it. 2, if he were to stay on Dea and Rise Falcon has a quick swap, which he does, he can instantly go into Nahida and get the catalyzing field up. And that's something you typically want to try to avoid.
I just want to point out Opera Epiclese being played there as well. That's a new card to me. Can you explain how that one works again?
So basically, when you have Opera Epiclese, if the total cost of your weapons and artifacts are equal to or more than your opponent, you just get 1 dice for free.
Right.
So I think this is a card that a lot of people looked at first and thought, this seems kind of niche.
Yeah.
But you then forget the fact that like equal to just gives you a free dice. So if neither side has any weapons or artifacts, you just get 1 dice for free.
Yeah. So pretty strong card to have out there. Especially with all these decks being very artifact heavy these days, because you see a lot of Yayoi, you see a lot of Dunyarzad being played out there as well. Oh, did they just tune the Aquila Favonia? I think they did.
I think so. I do notice they already have the Sack Sword in hand, so once you have that, there's not much reason to go for the Aquila Favonia as well. So I think that's fine.
That stall's getting set up there now.
Tenacity on Lynette. Now, I actually thought this would go on Jean first, because you typically don't go to Lynette until the very end of the game. But like we mentioned, that means that Rise Falcon will be able to switch to Nahida, get the Quicken out to start getting seeds set up.
Yeah, I think they went to Lynette just to get because they had the dice where you get tenacity on her right now. So they can have that option to switch over to her. She'll have her shield. She'll get a card back right away. Jean can benefit from it as well. But Falcon's doing the right thing. Official to Nahida. Start getting your things out.
But tenacity usually goes because you want to benefit from the dice generated by tenacity, right? That's why the character equipping it, you want to be active so they can get hit. And in this case, that's usually going to be Jean. You want Jean to be starting to swirl the pyro to annoy the enemy side by rotating. Though I guess in this particular case, you don't want to give LL Rise Falcons free switches because the benefits of that deck, no matter who you switch to, there's going to be a reaction.
It's going to be a problem, yeah. I think it's just because they just had the die, and then you never know. Maybe you'll just never have the die after that. You might as well get it equipped now, as much as you did not want to do that. So, yeah, off to Lynette they go. See what they're going to do there. No reactions on Dia. Off to Linny. Okay.
The siblings face off on stage. Now, the value of having Lynette in this deck in particular is that Animo decks typically aren't the best at 1v1 because swirl reaction does the most. The more characters are still alive on the enemy side. But Lynette's kit allows her a lot of staying power because her burst reduces damage, she has inbuilt healing, and her talent card adds an extra 2 damage to her skill as well. That's why she's usually saved until the end because she is one of the strongest 1v1 duelist characters in the TCG. The fact that Banap has to be forced to switch to her because Jean providing free switches is not ideal already shows that this matchup isn't the most favored for him.
I think they're just going to stall in Lynette, though. Lynette, like you said, Lynette can sustain just on her own. She could just like slowly bleed the other team while keeping herself up. And Jean is equally a great finisher as well.
That is fair.
Yeah.
It's not the typical, but
Not
being
typical.
able to adjust on the fly is the mark of a great invocator here.
Yeah, and I think that's very important. You don't want to play to the book. You want to change things up a little bit, just so they're not expecting the same thing every time.
So for now, we can see on the side of LL Rise Falcon, he's going to be getting the prop arrow out. That's going to benefit from the free overload you get with the Oz, as well as Green Malkin Hat at the end of phase. Not to mention the Quicken, gonna be buffing that Oz damage. This is one of the strengths of this deck overall. Linny, Nahida don't just do good damage straight up. Their summons are also a pain in the butt to deal with.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to think what Banap's gonna do here. I think Banap would just NA again. Then probably set out Dunya's ad to Wagner.
I'm trying to think as well. What's difficult now is there's no element on Linny.
Right. Okay, there's the NA.
Ooh, okay.
Probably Dunya's ad to Wagner. I don't know what that food is though. I'm thinking it's Lotus.
I don't think we've gotten a good look at it yet.
Yeah,
we'll see. We'll try to keep an eye on it the next time Banap hovers over his hand. Now, 5 health threshold is actually an important breakpoint for Lynette specifically because her skill, her talent, my bad, provides +2 damage to the second cast of her skill per turn. So that is enough to take down characters at 5 health or less. LL Rise Falcon going to respect that. Switches back over to Nahida, which is quite interesting because you would think he'd try to avoid giving free swirls for now.
I don't think the swirl will happen yet. Well, they don't have the dice for it, right?
That's
it's
the problem.
But I think what Banap wants to try to do here is get I don't know what Lynette's cat is called, the other Boggle cat that comes out from her head.
That is the name, Boggle Cat.
Is it Boggle Cat?
It's Boggle Cat Box.
Okay. Because that Boggle Cat can absorb an element on the character, like whatever. Because Dia's skill is also out there too to provide pyro. Oh, they switched to Jean though. Okay.
Switching to Jean.
Yeah.
So Banap here sees that LL Rise Falcon switch Nahida in despite it being a situation where you typically wouldn't want that pyro aura to be easily swirled. That means that he probably intends to stay on Nahida, maybe build up the Nahida burst, which is what he did. So Banap would be able to elemental skill, but he doesn't have the dice for it. So right now he is just going to be stalling out his turn, which unfortunately gives LL Rise Falcon turn priority.
Yeah. They're going to sacrifice Dia in this turn, though.
I think they have to.
Or do they want to overload Lynette and then create a burning reaction onto Jean? they're gonna sacrifice Dia. That makes more sense. You don't want more elements and more ads to be out right now, so.
You definitely sag Dia here. She's able to eat both summons without Jean or Lynette taking damage. This is already not the best spot because that means that Dia's defensive capabilities have been removed from the field, and those are pretty important against a deck as aggressive as the Finally deck on El Rise Falcon's side.
But they do still have Pyro existing for them to swirl around though. So that's very important. Because like you said, Animo works best when there's another element out there. But that dice rolls was terrible. Oh, Jesus.
Ooh,
yes.
Banav not catching a break here.
Yeah.
Only one Animo dice, no Omni here. And he doesn't exactly have dice fixing in hand. Whereas LL Rise Falcon basically has everything he needs. It's beautiful, actually, the dice that he has.
I think you put Chef Mao down, then you play your food.
We still don't know what food that is.
I think it's Lotus. Lieben.
It's a live and draw. So Banav definitely still has the tools to survive a little bit longer.
You that or you tune Wagner for an Animo and you use your burst here, I would think. That'd be my guess.
Use I don't know, it's a tricky spot.
Yeah.
One thing I will admit straight up, I'm not smart enough to understand stall decks. I have no idea what is the best play here.
I think just defensive. You set up your defenses. Set up like a wall that they can't go through, right? Yeah, you need to be able to soak up all the damage here.
So, well, let's think about this in reverse. El Rise Falcon, basically all of his statuses and summons have been cleared from the field, so he's basically going to be starting from 0, which means summoning Oz once again. With Lynette having the Pyro application, that means that he is vulnerable to Overload, but I don't think he particularly minds being swapped over to Jean at this point. So staying on Lynette makes the most sense overall, since it will also allow him to generate a dice.
I'm surprised they didn't use their talent card yet.
Nah, the talent card you always save as like a finisher.
Really? Interesting.
Not to mention, you can only use it if it's your second elemental skill cast in the same turn.
Right.
So it is a little bit limiting in that regard.
I guess why I just wondered why they didn't equip it at that turn there. Is that
No, it's an instant use type of thing.
Right.
It's not an equipped talent card. So for now, Banap going to be swap stalling, keeping on Lynette to make sure that the Dendro on Jean cannot be used. It's in situations like this where you do get to see the staying power of Lynette overall. She is quite good at holding her own. What worries me is that El Rise Falcon, unhindered, will be able to continue getting out, catalyzing fields and summons at the end turn. And I'm not sure if Banap has the tools necessary to survive all of it.
That's what I'm confused about. Why didn't... I don't know. Was there a problem not to equip the talent when they use that skill at that point? Like, why not just have it ready?
Because it has to be the second skill cast.
Understandable, but you would at least have it equipped, though.
No,
at least, right?
when you... You know, that's a good question. I feel like I have to... I feel... You're making me doubt myself.
No. That's what I'm trying. Like, why didn't you just have it equipped and have it ready? But I don't know. Maybe they want to tune it out for something else, perhaps just as an in case.
Okay. No, I can answer that question. Is that if you use it, you have to use that second skill. You are basically removing all flexibility from this turn.
Oh yeah, because you want to set yourself up for the next.
There's a chance that depending on what the opponent does, you don't want to skill a second time.
Right. Okay. Oh, Tandoori's gonna help that out.
Tandoori's not bad.
Yeah. And that was mushroom pizza earlier.
No, one thing is that Lynette did not skill earlier, right? I think that was a basic attack.
Yes.
So the talent is not going to be usable at this point, which is unfortunate. But Tandoori would fulfill a similar niche, which means that Lenny is within range of being lethal this round.
Oh, Tandoori's gone too now.
Yep.
Now they're gonna leave it after this. Makes sense to me. But yes.
I don't know if I'm missing like some calculation. Either way, the results speak for themselves.
Yeah. All right.
So Lenny has been removed, which is very useful here. He has probably the highest damage ceiling overall in that deck. It could still perform fairly well without him, but he is in a way the anchor. I don't think LL Rise Falcon expected that kind of damage to come out, which is kind of weird considering you'd expect Lynette talent to be available. But now it does look like he's going to be stalling things out a little bit.
Easily you leap in from here and you take the next turn.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You have perfectly 3 different elements as well.
But Falcon, they have a couple of quick swaps back to Nahida because Fischl, once they apply Electro over. But I don't know. You still got to deal with Tenacity as well. And now Lynette has her skill card. So.
One thing to note is that LL Rise Falcon has I haven't lost yet. He can use that this turn.
Yeah.
It would give enough energy to Fischl to prepare that burst, and then it would give enough dice as well to switch back to Nahida and burst if he wanted to. So LL Rise Falcon has options here.
There it is right there. Swap over the Nahida. Yeah. Burst on Nahida now for sure, right?
Yes. So that's going to be 4 damage to Lynette. That's going to allow Oz to get Catalyzing Field as well and do 2 damage in total at end phase. Yes, 2 damage.
Yeah.
What worries me is that with Pyro now on Nahida... Yeah, we're going to have to see how this proceeds here. This is still in a state of the game where either player still has chances of victory, but being able to remove Linny at that point has allowed Banap to really claw himself back into this situation.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. A much more favorable die roll for Banap, but Falcon's got a good hand too.
Yeah, LL Rise Falcon. This tournament, I feel like he has been getting a really solid amount of... oh my goodness, what is that? That's gross. The number of effective dice this man has been rolling is incredible. But going into this turn, Banap does have the dice advantage. Lynette, although on 4 health, does still definitely have a good amount of staying power, especially with Tenacity on. And now Lotus Flower Crisp as well. So you were right, that was a Lotus Flower Crisp.
No, we got it afterwards, so from Mao. Because we used Mushroom Pizza, I believe, on Lynette.
I'm not good at keeping track
That's
of food.
okay. That's all right.
I just eat it.
No, this is good though. Yeah, Lynette. This is a great move from earlier, putting Tenacity on Lynette here, because Lynette has her skill. She can heal. We got food ready to go. She's got her sack sword. I even think like the lo-fi sword just showed up as well. So there's some more options here if they need to. And there's no reactions on Lynette right now. You hit her again, she'll get another die. I think Banap probably has it
Banap
here.
is definitely in a winning situation right now. Like, not having the burst damage from Linny's presence is really affecting LRI's Falcon because Quicken tends to be a slightly slower reaction unless you have like a really strong Dendro anchor like Alhaitham, for example. Nahida is not going to do enough against someone like Lynette.
You double. Yeah, sorry, keep going.
No, go ahead.
No, double skill from Lynette right here. You got it.
No, but he doesn't have. Wait, yeah, he does still have the talent equipped. So, yeah, this is very dangerous. Not.
You got 9 die. You switched to G. Interesting. Huh. Okay.
I think this is fine. Because what he can do right now is if LRI's Falcon stays on Nahida, Jean with a Gale Blade can get the kill. So forces the switch into Fischl. LRI's Falcon would probably be forced to burst, and that means that Jean would be eating most of the damage. He does go for the Gamblers. How much? Hold on, is this enough? Yeah. This is enough. That's enough. 7 damage.
Yeah.
No Adeptus necessary. That is the Nahida burst plus Quicken onto the 4 damage Midnight Phantasmagoria. I think it's smart that Banap switched over to tank this on the chance that there was a quick shot to Fischl.
But Lotus is on Lynette still, no?
Not anymore. Remember, there's piercing damage.
Right, you're correct.
So that's already been Ethan here. Lynette... I think Lynette has already used skill this round, right?
I don't think, no.
Not yet.
They still have
so
only
he
die,
still does have the 2 heal from the skill. That's 5 effective health. If Fischl goes for a basic attack, that is going to be 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 damage potentially. Lynette can survive with heal, but that was a massive burst coming in from LRI's Falcon.
I think they should have stuck to Lynette earlier. Neither's here. Oh yeah, that's right. They get a quick stop on that as well.
No, but if they had stuck on Lynette earlier, then
anyway.
they would have died to the Midnight Phantasmagoria anyway, and Lynette is a better anchor than Jean.
Well,
so that means LL Arise Falcon evens up the series 1-1. We're going into the tiebreaker, game 3, to determine which of these players moves on to the knockout stage.
It's amazing.
Yeah, like I'm speechless. There's not much to say. Like, we went into this definitely expecting that, okay, the finally deck has some favor.
Yeah.
But Banat was playing pretty well, like being able to remove Linny from the field pretty early on, staying on to Lynette. But you have to remember that there is still a lot of burst damage from that official burst. And you have to respect that. Even if the deck doesn't usually run Adeptus Temptation, the extra bits of damage from Nahida really add up.
Yeah, I'm still trying to analyze in my head there. They should have double skilled on Nahida into official. They probably could have survived it. If not, Jean could have just wrapped it up really easily for them.
It's a tricky spot because the switch into Jean was to try and keep Lynette safe because he was expecting a good burst of damage to come out.
Yeah.
But I don't think he was quite prepared for that overall, because nowadays you don't see a lot of I haven't lost yet. Like, even though the card used to be the most popular card before, with more recent additions to the meta, it doesn't quite see as much play. So it's something that players have kind of stopped thinking about as an option.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes then. So, but yeah, we're down to the. I think this is we've had we had a third match between games, right? So we get to see these two go at it. So what do you think is going to happen in the next round?
I don't know, but we can see what decks are going to be facing off. And now that both players have had a winning deck here, it means that game 3 is going to be played between the double Animo deck as well as Mew. And I think in this case, the double Animo deck definitely has a better matchup overall, as long as they play their cards right.
Yeah, no, I'm still a little speechless from the last match, 3v. I'm still trying to run that one through my head, but here. Mew deck coming back, though. Proper one this time.
Yep, so we've seen a lot of this deck already. We know the lines that they want to play. Start on Mona, get the Hydro Swirl, finish off with Eula comboing Freeze onto the enemy anchor, preferably. So the way for Banat to play around this is, of course, going to be using Jean to make it very uncomfortable. But the whole reason why we didn't get to see this played in is that Mona does offer a certain amount of defensive utility against Jean's switching around due to the fast swap that she provides every round.
Yeah, that's only once per round too, right?
Once per round is a lot.
It's still a lot, and the Phantom can definitely soak some of that damage as well. Now we're back to here again.
As for Banat, we didn't really get to see the real power of the double Animo deck in the previous matchup because he was avoiding switching to Jean to give free reaction switches over to his opponent. In this case, it'll be a lot easier for him to go on Jean, switch off of Wanderer, which will make it very uncomfortable. But he also has to be careful not to get Jean or Lynette frozen in bad timings.
Yeah. So we'll probably lead in with D on that one as well, just to start stalling as it should, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Start when you have decks like this, having a character that you typically start with skill once and then switch off is very good because it means that you avoid giving that free Hydro application straight away.
Right.
But it also kind of depends sometimes whether or not you're starting first.
Yeah.
If you're going second, then it's still difficult to start on Dia.
Yeah. I think you still gotta do it though. I don't think, Lynette and Jean should never start. So yeah, it's really going to come down to who gets to go first here, and then how Banap's going to react to that. Either go back to Lynette or go back to Jean.
I mean, if you really want to play it safe, you can actually start with Lynette, eat the initial Hydro Aura, then switch to Dea and play normally, because you know that Lynette is not going to see play until the very end of the game.
Fair enough, yeah. Get some quick damage in there, give her free energy to go. So, all right, I'm excited.
I think we're all very excited because looking at the way that these players have been performing, right? There is a reason why these 16 players have been invited here to the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. The fact that we're getting brought into another tiebreaker game shows that these are very evenly matched individuals and they really want to move forward in this competition.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to blow your chance when you've got to come to a massive opportunity like this.
Yeah.
So everything's on the line right now for one of these guys.
I'm just imagining how stressful it is to be up on that stage.
Yeah. Oh, also, we should pay attention to their heart rate monitors at the same time.
No, like the heart rate monitors have been really high throughout the whole day, actually. It's actually kind of concerning how high it's gotten at some points. Hopefully these players will be able to reset and calm down a little bit to make sure that their mental state is where it needs to be going into game 3.
Yeah, those heart rate, I've seen them go as high as what I would expect to see if you're doing like a full-on sprint, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You would know that. You've been going to the gym.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. So let's see how we start off here. Decent setup for Banap, I think.
Banap starting with Tenacity and Vorukasha.
I think that's
nice.
a great
swap
setup
as
for
well
Banap.
for some flexibility. I'll Rise Falcon. We do have a 1,000 floating dreams. Not exactly a weapon we see very often, but can be good in certain situations. We'll see whether or not he wants to start with that. I do think he, if I recall correctly, he had a Liban as well.
Yes.
So the typical play for Mew would be skill on Mona, plop down Liban, and then end turn, or switch to Wanderer to get turn priority.
Yeah. Just watching Falcon right now make a decision here. Let's see.
So our Rise Falcon has enough Hydro dice. Yeah, his dice are okay for what he wants to do. Banap did decide to go for Dea because he is starting first. So the situation we mentioned earlier will not be too much of a concern. Dea skills, eats the Hydro application, then switches to Jean to avoid the free swirls from Wanderer.
Yeah. But let's see. How will this go? It's going to be an interesting one. The Animal Resonance card, that's a quick swap and dice added, I believe? Yes.
It switches, it's a quick swap to the selected character, and then you generate one Omni dice on top of that as well. Right. For turn 1, I'm pretty sure we're not going to see anything too different.
Probably switch over to Jean with that, I would think.
It does depend a little bit as well, because what LL Rise Falcon wants to happen is he has turn priority so that Wanderer can swirl onto the character that gets Hydro applied by Mona summon at the end of the turn.
Yep.
So what's more ideal for Banap is that he wants turn priority instead, but well, LL Rise Falcon's just not gonna give it to him straight off the bat. That's the value of having Mona.
Tenacity onto Jean. And then leave him to eat up the rest of the die.
So Banap going for Liban as well to make sure that he can match up to the dice dice priority. The important part about playing stall is that you want to make sure that the number of dice you have available each turn is equal or more to your opponent, which allows you to play more flexibly and defensively, and preferably allow your opponent to waste dice. So even though Jean is definitely going to get swirled in this case, there's really nothing he can do to stop it. So make sure that he is able to get the tools necessary for round 2.
Yeah, that tenacity is really definitely going to help sustain for a little bit longer here. They kept the 3 Dendro die though. I'm trying to figure out what they're going to do with that.
Probably use tenacity again, or like Sack Sword.
Sack Sword or tenacity?
Probably Sack Sword. I don't think you need a tenacity on anyone else right now.
But if you want to stall, you want to get everyone set up, though.
Yes, but you also, like this, round 2 is typically quite important for a Mew deck, because this is the turn where Wanderer is going to be whacking you real hard, to put it in layman's terms.
All right, yeah. Here comes Instructors, create some extra die. Oh, and the lamp as well. All right.
Tenacity gonna be able to eat a good amount of that damage. Creates another Animo dice for Banap to work with. Yep, it's gonna be Sack Sword, and what he can do now is actually switch off of Wanderer.
Yep.
And because LL Rise Falcon already used the quick swap from Mona this turn, he's not going to get it again.
All right. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm also just like thinking along with them. I'm just trying to formulate a thought in my head. Trying to watch this.
How about you vocalize the thoughts that are being formulated?
Yeah, I should try that, huh? No, I don't know how to vocalize. Like, I'm doing equations in my head. I think that's what I'm trying to say here.
Okay, we don't want to put the viewers through math class
Yeah,
again.
we don't want to do that
I think we've all been traumatized enough.
No. Now, listening to your input, it's helping me kind of formulate my thoughts here.
For now, LL Rise Falcon gonna end round and ramp again. Really smart play here. He doesn't have the quick swap back into Wanderer, so why not play Libin? Allow the fast swap to happen next turn.
I think Banap should tune and then get them off Mona right here. Yeah, I think that's the best idea you could do.
Yes.
Plus you get Pyro on everybody. All right. Good.
Yeah, this is a very good spot for Banat right now. And this is what we were talking about before we started the game as well. Although, like, Mona does provide quick, like, some degree of utility to counteract Jean just switching you all over the place.
Yeah.
This is still a much better matchup for the double Animo deck as compared to the Finally deck from previous.
See how the die rolls go here. Both sides actually pretty favorable, I'd say.
It's okay, but you see the dice being generated by Livin, and both players are matching once
they're
again.
matching right now.
So LL Rise Falcon, unfortunately, not quite able to get the advantage that he wants to here. Like, the thing about stall decks, as long as you look even, you're ahead.
Oh, never mind. Okay. Thought that maybe they should have used that energy card and got Eula's Burst out here.
Now, he doesn't need to go for Eula's Burst so soon, and I think it's a waste to take energy away from Wanderer just to achieve it. You're not at a stage yet where it's going to create a lot of impact, because you know that Banap will just be able to heal up with Jean Burst ready. I like the Cryo Aura here as well as staying on Eula, because if Jean goes for skill again, it means he's going to swap back onto Wanderer, and there's going to be Cryo that he can swirl onto both Dea and Lynette.
Jean did get hit, right? So Tenacity Shield is off right now, I believe.
Yes.
And now they have Lotus Crisp spawn. I wonder if they do the energy thing here and then attack Jean with that.
Looks like Banap, not bothered by the possibility of Cryo being swirled, will still go for the Gale Blade regardless.
Will they go Gale Blade or will they burst?
He doesn't need to burst just yet. What's going to happen here is that Wander probably wants the normal attack onto Dia, and that's going to swirl Hydro, get the freeze onto Jean, and force Banap to switch.
Hang on. Wouldn't... If you swirl Cryo off Jean, wouldn't that freeze Dia?
No, if you normal attack, he attacks Dia.
Right, what I'm saying. Sorry to come back to this, but because if he bursts, though.
Who bursts?
Wander onto Jean.
Oh!
Yeah.
He does. Oh, okay? You may have seen something I did not. Hawk's art.
I don't know if that's what they're gonna do though.
Wanderer.
They're gonna do the normal attack though first.
Yeah.
Jean will be frozen.
But
Dia's
Fresh Wind of
taken
Freedom
out.
actually allows it.
Yes.
I didn't actually realize it did that much damage.
Right.
That is from 1,000 Floating Dreams. All these little numbers actually add up.
Actually, now they have to switch over to Lynette. Wander can then. Yeah, there it is. Or are they gonna do it here? Yeah, they're just gonna take out Jean.
Yeah, Banap switched over to Jean because she had more health and because you want to save Lynette for the end.
Right.
But not realizing that Cox's art is available. LRI's Falcon is going to have to tune some things. I don't think he really needs Chile Tula anymore.
Right.
Maybe Timaeus as well. Otherwise, Gilded, I don't think he is in a situation where he really needs it. And then Burst on Wanderer will do 7 damage in total. Not quite enough to lethal on Jean, I think. Unless there's some... Hold on. He does have weapon. 8 damage? 9 damage.
9 damage, yeah.
I
Plus
failed
1 plus... That's okay. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't... Because if you swirl Cryo and the other 2 characters are Hydro, they would get frozen too, wouldn't they not?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for someone in chat to tell me where that extra 1 damage came from. But now, LL Rise Falcon has been able to overthrow the odds here. Like, you really don't consider some of the hidden numbers within these attacks, because when you looked at Banap's board before Wanderer started causing chaos, all the characters were in a pretty healthy enough state that he didn't have to worry about too much. And all of a sudden, Jean and Dea are gone.
But I think this Banap still has a chance here. They're all below 4 health. Banap could really get set up here for the next round. Oh, that's even better, actually.
Keela
Pulling a
performed.
Keela. They have no dice. They have no summons right now. I think Lynette could probably sweep this up quite efficiently here.
He doesn't
Wait,
have gamblers,
actually, hang on.
unfortunately.
They do have... The problem is that they have Hydro added to them right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Yulu can stop that. So we're going to have to see how careful Banap's going to be on this next one.
He has to avoid Lynette being frozen, but there's not a lot he can do
There's
about
not a
it.
lot
I'm
he can
actually kind of surprised he didn't go for the... Actually, no. If he did go for the attack and kill Wanderer here, it would give LL Rise Falcon a free switch into Eula, and then he could very easily end turn first to get turn prio. So Banap prioritized turn priority over getting a free kill.
There's those Geodice.
Whoa, look at those Omni dice on the LL Rise Falcon side.
LL Rise got a good side right now, but let's see here how this one's going to go.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot. Opera Epiclase as well as Lion Song available for LL Rise Falcon. Not to mention the Boar Princess means that he definitely has more dice here. I think he can get like up to 10 or 11 depending on how he plays it. Lynette will be able to get the kill onto Wanderer.
Yeah.
And now Eula and Mona are both on pretty low HP. But with Hydro applied to Lynette, Eula can very easily freeze. And then Banap can't do anything for the rest of the round and can only hope that Lynette has enough effective HP to survive until next turn.
Oh, they're going to create some... Oh, that's
Instructors is good as well.
They also have Boar Princess as well. Right, so they can get some extra die there and Gilded on top of that.
And to mention, I haven't lost yet. It's going to be usable this turn too,
that as
since
well,
Wanderer was just taken out.
I think that's the key right there. You got to get Eula's burst out for this. So definitely freeze. Oh yeah, I think this is GG. It should be.
Freeze onto Lynette. I'm trying to do some math right now. I'm not very good at it, but I'm gonna try and figure this out.
I think Ito right now, you burst with Eula. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't lost yet. Burst on Eula. That's gonna be 3 damage onto Lynette. It's gonna do 3 damage on end phase. So he just needs another 3 damage somewhere.
Boar Princess. Maybe. No.
Yeah, Liar Song, Gilded Dreams.
Yeah.
That's gonna be 2 dice. And then he can replace it with one of the artifacts with Boar Princess. That'll be enough for another attack. And that is gonna be a confirmed lethal.
Yeah, I think that would be enough. I think you just skill here and then let the burst finish off. Oh, actually?
No, that's enough.
Should be enough? Yeah, that's physical damage, right?
That will add damage to the burst. And not to mention the extra
right,
damage from Shatter.
Correct. Forgot about that.
7 damage.
7 damage. Look at Falcon, so excited about that.
He is very happy at his performance, and he should definitely be Mew showing what it's capable of here. Even though it's up against a deck that can control the field somewhat. He had the dice, he had the cards necessary. And who would have thought that Dea and Jean would fall in such quick succession?
Yeah, so congratulations, LL Rise Falcon, for advancing to the next round. Exciting that was.
Yeah, I think this also confirms that LL Rise Falcon is the first player moving on to the knockout stage.
Right.
I don't think I'm wrong about that. So congratulations to him. We're going to be seeing him move on. But Banap is going to have to play for his tournament life a little bit longer.
Yeah. Fortunately, I really wanted to see some more play from Liddy there. Sorry, not Liddy, Lynette. But yeah, I don't know if they were utilized correctly in my opinion.
Yeah, Stall is an archetype that requires quite a bit of finesse overall. And nowadays, we're seeing decks apply a lot of pressure with the amount of dice that can be generated. It takes a lot of on-the-spot thinking to be able to figure out what's the best play for like double Animo. And in this case, I think Banap did do a good job.
Yeah.
But the sudden damage to take out Dea into the Fresh Wind of Freedom into Wanderer Burst was outside of his calculations.
So I'm just reliving the match in my head right now. But yeah, Oh, that was amazing. I think we can get into the player stats coming up here soon, right?
I'm really interested to see like what kind of stats we're going to have here. I'm especially interested to see the number of effective dice that All Rise Falcon had, because it did feel like he was rolling Omni really well.
Yeah. There's more dice going on Falcon's side, way more than because we kept seeing Geo. Like that's another thing that added to Banap, just like not being successful. Just the die roll, very important again. And with the new meta being able to create magic dice out of nowhere, very important. That's why you see teams like this be at the top in this kind of tournament. So
yeah, the meta is really being shaped by these sort of engines overall, being able to pull cards out of your deck, being able to generate dice out of thin air to extend your turns. That's why we're seeing decks like the Yelan OTK gaining a lot of traction overall. It shows that these players have already mastered what the new cards are able to bring to the table, and now they're showing it all off for us here at the Asia Invitational.
I feel like a little too quickly, if I might add.
A little too quickly?
Yeah,
you think so?
People just, credits to the GITCG community for really featuring the cards, really studying and like really showcasing what everything can do. Wow, five effective dice.
That's actually kind of insane.
Wow.
Being able to get an average number of 5 effective dice in the first 3 rounds all the time is kind of how you could see All Rise Falcon setting up these really impressive starts for himself.
Average heart rates too, they're kind of matched back and forth. I think this should be the normal heart rate we should be expecting.
It does feel like you would normally expect heart rate to be below 100. That's like normal resting heart rate. But when you are on a stage as big as this, with so much on the line, it's understandable why the players would be visibly anxious.
Yeah, no, like this is an esport. You're gonna be like on your game. You're gonna be excited. You're gonna be like alert for everything. So definitely, this is just perfectly normal to see from players.
Yeah, but like now that we finished our first match of the day, it's technically the 3rd match, but it's our first match of the day. I'm so excited to see what's going to come next. We're going to be moving on into the losers bracket. We've already seen all of the decks from the players that are going to be playing today. We're going to be resolving Group A, and only one of the remaining 3 players will get to move on to the knockout stage alongside All Rise Falcon.
Is that how? Yeah,
that's how it works.
Yeah, that's how it's working today, right?
It sounds scary, but that's how it works.
Yeah, I know. To be pushed to this match too. Yeah, you're definitely gonna be twice-fold as anxious as you were coming in already. So you don't want to mess this up. Definitely.
Yeah, one of the benefits of the Conquest format, the double elimination format, is that these players all do have that second life. So at the very least, you don't come all this way just to lose one set and then go home. But now all of these players have lost that first life. It's all on the line here. But now we'll get to take a short break because we're first going to be watching the match, I believe, between Stranger and Mango.
Yes.
So, like, between these 3 players, is there anyone you feel like should move on just based on what we've seen?
I would like to see Stranger.
Oh.
Personally. But nothing against Mango or anything either. I just want to see how those 2 will figure things out. Because I think it was Stranger that had the different, not Yelan, but with Child?
Yes.
Right.
Unfortunately, it didn't quite work. It ended up losing 2 games in a row.
Right, but I'd like to see it try again because that deck gets to play the Fatui extra cards as well, which we don't normally get to see.
The Fatui Conspiracy.
Yes,
it's a fun card. I actually do quite enjoy watching people play with Fatui Conspiracy, but it's also a notable bit of RNG because you're really hoping for the right element to appear. And even in the case of like of Stranger's first match today, where he got that Pyro, which is basically the best element you can ask for, it still wasn't enough to clinch him the victory. So that could be an issue.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to play for, because you have Signor's passives that can apply to the other character on top of that too. So there's going to be a lot of chain reaction damage if that can get going on top of Child's Riptides as well. So yeah, I would love to see that setup go correctly if we can, for sure. I think Mango actually had the same kind of deck too, did they not?
I don't think so. I believe there was only one Tartaglia deck today, unless my memory is failing me.
All right.
Either way, though.
Yeah, so we're just going to check the highlights out on the next match, and then we're going to take a quick break, but don't go away, stick around. We will begin round 4 of today.
Welcome to the most spectacular show in the history of Fontaine. Please put your hands together for our national icon, Fontaine's biggest celebrity, one of the 7 archons of Tibet, the Regina of all orders, kindred, peoples, and laws, Marina de Fontaine!
Vocal cords ready, blood sugar replenished. Let the show begin! camera operator. That can be a pretty technical job. Are you really up to it? Wait, you put no thought into finding a good camera angle, and the characters weren't in the shots. Positions, everyone!
Nice to meet you. I am Navia, the President, Leader, Commander-in-Chief, Executive Director, and Boss of Spina di Rosula.
Hey there!
Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Fire! All right, cameras will start rolling as soon as the set is ready.
Oh, Farina's really kicking things into gear as the director.
Props and lighting set the scene. Actors can get their makeup done. Extras, go over your positions. Camera ready, get the clapperboard. Actors, to your positions. Lights, camera, action!
Enough, villain! Pay for the death of our mother!
You're just as naive as her. Did you really think 2 muskets would be enough to defeat me?
Your crimes are evident. Drop your weapons. Justice will prevail.
Not bad. The actors' emotions were all on point. Let's keep that take. We'll move on to the next scene.
You mean...
Did you really think you'd get away?
Chevras.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell.
Excellent! That was beyond mesmerizing. Let's make a film that'll make some serious waves in Fontaine. Not the kind of waves that drown people. I mean, the good kind of waves.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Codex Nouvellette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Welcome back, travelers. Round 4 coming up in Genshin Impact's Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. I'm Rin Tai Cho.
And I'm Staffa. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks a lot once again for joining us on the stream where we will witness top players from all across Asia battle it out to become the king of invocations here. And of course, for that delicious grand prize.
Yeah, all just from playing Genshin Impact just on a whim one day like myself. And here we are. Like, I'm casting with you. These guys are here visiting beautiful Shanghai right now. And I guess we're just going to jump right into it. We're going to take a look at their decks again. We've seen Stranger. We've seen Mango. Like, right across the top. Mirror match right there.
There's actually a lot of mirror match.
Yeah. The whole thing is a mirror match, actually.
Actually, it is.
Yeah. They all have the same exact decks. What do you think they're going to ban, though?
We've been seeing finally getting banned very consistently. I've said this multiple times.
Yeah.
And the few times we'll see it get let through, it has won. I'm pretty sure the deck has 100% win rate right now. I could be wrong, but hey, if I am, don't tell me. So it is going to be the finally ban on both ends.
Yeah.
Stranger starting off with the Fatui Manifestation deck here.
Can you explain how the Fatui cards work again? I wasn't quite clear.
Yeah, so we have Fatui Conspiracy there, which you can it's basically Fatui Resonance.
Right.
So when you play it, it is going to summon in a way a Fatui agent on the opposite end. It could be Cryo, Electro, Pyro, Hydro, and when the attached character casts any skill, then they take 1 point of that element damage.
Right. So similar to like Klee's burst as well, when characters do an attack.
Yes.
Klee's burst would follow up on that as well. But
it is basically a combination of Sparks and Splash and Abyssal Summons, basically.
I think that's what's really neat about this game, is that they can find many different ways to create new cards just based on like affiliations, elements, even factions, I guess, as well.
Yeah, but as we get on into the match, we do have a bumper video to check out, so let's just jump right into it.
All right. So players are getting set up on their PCs. I guess we're running. I'm hoping, right? Yeah, we're running PCs on these right now. Yeah.
I cannot confirm nor deny that statement. But it is going to be Mango from Prince Cup Korea versus Stranger from Prince Cup Japan. Now, neither of these players have really gotten to show us what they're capable of so far here, because they did both end up losing their first matchup of the day. We've got Stranger up there. I don't know if I mentioned the correct Prince Cup earlier.
Or
are they both from Prince Cup Korea? No.
I didn't catch it.
I didn't quite catch it.
I didn't quite catch it.
The chat will correct us.
Yeah.
All that we need to know is that these are two very strong players that have already proven their capabilities in Prince Cups beforehand. And now they're going to be battling for their lives. So far in all the matches we've seen today, no one has gone home yet.
No. So this is the match that will send the first person home, technically, yeah?
Yes. And that is not a good feeling. You don't want to come all this way for stakes as high as this and be the first player sent home. So that's something we want to avoid.
But just so everyone knows that even if you do place last, you still get something. So I hope people will like participate in future Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG events coming up.
That is true.
Oh, speaking of Fatui Conspiracy, right off the bat for Stranger. Okay.
Both Fatui Conspiracies. Don't know if you want both of those in your starting hand, but Stranger seems quite happy with that.
Yeah, Stranger seemed okay
actually
with
going
that.
to keep his entire hand without a mulligan. So that's pretty good here.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the classic openings of Tartaglia and Mona.
I want to point out that both their heart rates started pretty low coming in compared to what it is normally here. So I think both of them are pretty chilled out, humbled from earlier matches today, and let's just see if that can carry on all the way through.
They've both had a good amount of time to actually rest here, as well as observe some of the other players. So I think they will definitely be coming in with more fresh mindsets. Now, we're going to see the Fatui Conspiracy straight away, and that's one benefit here of Stranger going first. It actually makes it so that Mango cannot attack without triggering this right off the bat.
Yeah. Actually, Cryo won.
Oh, it
the
is.
Cryo Conspiracy too. I've always
That's
found
a
that
freeze.
I don't know if there's an order to this, but I've noticed that the Fatui Conspiracy does apply seemingly the one element you absolutely want to put on them. So
that is not the case usually, but
right.
we are definitely seeing that trend here so far. We'll see whether it continues. It's only day one, but that's going to be a freeze on Mona. The thing is, it's not going to actually affect Mango very much because he is able to get that summon out as well as a ramp to set up for Wanderer's next turn. Unfortunately, I don't... Does he? Who has turn priority here? I don't think I was able to...
It was Mango. Yeah.
Yeah, so he wants that. Yeah. That means that Stranger cannot switch off of Tartaglia, so Hydro is going to start getting swirled around.
Stranger didn't have the best die roll, do they now? Yeah, pretty favorable. No, wait, actually, sorry, I was looking at the wrong side of the screen. Or wait, was I?
No, this is good. That's a lot of Animo dice for the turn you want to play Wanderer.
Also, just want to point out the setup here. In-game, we are able to spectate both sides and then show both dice on both sides, but I think with this layout, we kind of get to see the deck from the top a little bit better, because then we can see the faces and all the die values all at the same time.
Yeah,
it's kind of hidden.
It's always nice to be able to see this sort of setup. Thank you very much to the production team for making sure that we have all the information that we need so that we can present the best show you guys can get. For now, interestingly enough, I see. Okay, Mango is going to attack once again on Mona just to eat that second bit of Fatui Conspiracy.
Again,
little does he know.
It won't.
Stranger has another one.
Yeah, but it won't affect too much because Mona can just quick swap out of there to someone else.
Now the problem is he ate it on Mona so that it wouldn't appear on Wanderer.
Oh, there it is.
It is Pyro.
Yeah, it's Pyro this time.
Oh, wow. Okay, Stranger is high rolling here, getting Cryo into Pyro, and Mango. You see his face in his hands there, like, really?
Yeah. No, his heart rate is picking up again, too. I was watching it. It dipped below 120. It looked like he was as cool as a cucumber. But yeah, now it's spiking up. He's starting to panic just a little bit. But maybe he can keep this under control.
Now, it might surprise people here that in the Mew deck, the most sacrificable character is actually Wanderer. You want to keep Mona alive for those fast swaps. So the fact that Mango was forced to eat so much damage that Mona is already gone in round 2 is already not the best start, meaning he has to go into Eula to get that freeze and make sure that Tartaglia cannot continue causing chaos.
Right. And yeah, Stranger's got 2 quick swaps out for Child here, actually. Yeah, Stranger's got a wonderful setup here to go up against the other team. Lotus Chris to help back up as well. Yeah, no, this is really good.
He most likely wants to end turn on the manifestation here. He'll be able to get Overload onto Eula and start doing damage onto Wanderer next turn.
Yeah.
And it does seem like he's willing to eat some application here, because he's definitely expecting Eula to go for an attack.
Right.
But if he applies Cryo onto manifestation now, then in the end phase, Mona Summon will freeze and get rid of that application. So this is going according to Stranger's plan so far.
Yeah, but it looks like Mango wants to take that turn advantage, throwing down Vanarana. Stranger want to switch?
Actually, anyone he switches to is still all right.
Yeah, still good. No, but they keep the Hydra there, so Mango can freeze Manifestation on the next turn. Probably advisable, I think, though.
Yeah, a good play to go for Vairana. Go for the ramp. Don't waste the application on the Manifestation. And he does have turn priority as well.
Right.
So he will be able to get that free freeze, meaning that Stranger will need to choose whether or not Tartaglia or Signora comes out next.
Dice roll not looking too good, though.
Yeah, not the best dice on Stranger's side.
Still a very, very strong hit. Gravestone, reaction, everything going on right there for Eula. How would you do this part next, though?
So Stranger has both of his quick swaps, so either character still works here, especially with Pyro applied onto Eula. This is probably the best chance for Child to come out and get one last hit in before he dies. He could even keep him alive if you really wanted to with the Lotus Flower
yeah,
Praise.
the Lotus, that's a good
And he will do that. Child Burst with the Pyro Aura will be lethal on Eula. 7 damage there with the Vaporized proc. And now we have the terrible situation of Wanderer being the last character on the field with no elemental auras to swirl.
I think how fitting that is. The X Harbinger versus the other 2 Harbingers right here, actually. I kind of love the setup that we have going on.
It's Wanderer against the world.
Yeah.
Against your ex-coworkers. Not usually a meeting you want.
No, especially with having Cryo in you right now. Oh yeah, Child has his burst back already too. That's right, because not on melee stance. Yeah, correct.
You don't get to see Child burst on the bow stance very often, but it does refund 2 energy. So after that attack, he's already full up, and Child can actually burst again next round to Lethal Wanderer. I don't know if Stranger will switch to keep him. Yes, he will. He wants Child to burst.
No, that is a very wise move to do right here. They got Riptide on Wanderer right now, so he will take extra damage from Child. I believe probably 8 damage. That should finish him off.
Yes, it will quite easily finish him off. Mango needs something like a Lotus Flower if he wants to survive one more turn. But even if he does manage to take out Manifestation and Child somehow, he has Hydro Aura and Signora is still on full HP.
Yeah,
so the game is basically Strangers at this point.
Yeah. Signora's just chilling out, I guess. I think Mango's kind of resigned right now, just kind of watching his heart rate monitor. He's probably thinking about how the next round's going to go here.
He already knows there's probably no chance for him.
Yeah.
I do like the normal attack instead of going for the kill on Manifestation to make sure there's no free switch into Child. But Stranger has a fast action anyway, so Mango's just nodding his head, knowing
8
that's
damage.
it. 8 damage.
Goes. And the first round goes to Stranger. Nice to see Stranger get a win here for this. Smile from him as well.
That's a nice victory there for Stranger, and
very
hopefully
clean. Yeah, very
that gives
clean
him the
too.
momentum he needs.
Yeah, Mango doesn't seem too bothered by it at all, though.
I think that's the spirit you need to have.
Yeah.
Like you could tell from the look on his face that by the end of that match, he was already like resigning himself. Okay, that's it. Time to sit back a little bit, reset my mind for game 2.
Yeah, and comebacks will happen for sure. I've seen it happen before at other finals, from like a 0-2 loss to a 3-2 win. So we definitely could see it happen here, especially with these decks and the powers that they have right now.
Now, I'm going to be very curious to see what decks are left, because we know that the Finally decks were banned on both sides.
Yeah.
Since Stranger did just win with the Fatui deck, that means he's actually going to be playing Mew next.
Yes.
So,
how would you
does Mango want to mirror match, or does he want to switch in? Maybe Fatui deck is the answer?
I would think you just mirror match it as well.
Mirror match it?
Yeah, and then just hope your RNG is better, because, if you can get Yelana and Thunder Manifestation going.
Do you really want to leave your tournament life to RNG, though?
This whole game is RNG, just like our gacha, isn't it?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah, so we'll see how it goes here. So they are, okay, so we got, as you said, Mew versus...
They are going to switch.
That's right, they don't have Yelan, I forgot.
Yeah,
it's
Mango
child,
also has the child version.
Right.
What's going to feel really bad is if his Fatui Conspiracy doesn't give him the element that it gave to Stranger earlier.
Yeah, that was a really good combination too. Mona to get frozen, then a Pyro to come in and do some vaporizes on the enemy. Like, wow.
Yeah, Mango was ready to like eat a lot of damage on Mona. Like, yes, you want to keep her alive, but as long as she's alive, she's basically doing her job.
Yeah.
He thought, okay, I just eat both procs of Fatui Conspiracy, it's fine. Then the next Fatui Conspiracy comes out, and you just realize, oh, well, that's rough, buddy.
Oh yeah, I think that's the magic of this game, though. Just again, like with all the different cards that keep getting added and all the different combinations you can have, because we never had Fatui Conspiracy really used until now, and the fact that you can have Child and Signor, some of the game's title characters, should bring that up.
Honestly, I feel like what Mango went through in Game 1 is very reminiscent of when we first start our journey in Genshin. When we're low level, we walk into Lier for the first time, and then we run into these weird guys in different colored outfits, and you think, oh, who are these? And then you just get whacked with a big purple hammer. It's not fun.
Oh, those guys. Yeah, the hammer guys. Yeah.
The Fatui just catch you so off guard when you're low level.
Yeah. I really like the Fatui. They have a really wonderful design, but that's neither here nor there. Let's take a look at these decks coming up. So we got Mew here again.
We got Stranger bringing in Mew once more. He does have the version with Ancient Courtyard, which is an arcane legend we don't get to see very much anymore.
I was trying this deck out earlier for myself to see how it played, and I think it's really good. It's if you can like get it set up for Eula specifically, actually.
Okay. Yeah. Whereas Mango can be playing the Fatui Manifestation deck this time, but notice he only has one Fatui Conspiracy, and is playing more of the companion artifact engine. He's got the Liar Song Gilded Dreams with the Boar Princess, as well as the Dunyazard Mao combo. So if he's able to play his cards right, he should be going into these rounds with more dice advantage than Stranger.
Yeah. Also that fun Tavad egg at the bottom there. One of my most favorite cards because it just throws all plans out the window once you see that come out.
You gotta love a little bit of chaos.
Exactly. The chaos and RNG, you gotta bank on it in order to win, I think. If you try to follow too many things close to the book, you're gonna be too predictable to play against.
So you shouldn't fight against RNG. You gotta embrace
You have to embrace RNG, and you just gotta hope your luck is on the ball that day. So do whatever you can to raise your luck. What would you do to raise your luck?
I don't know, I've been unlucky my whole life.
Fair enough. So, well, hopefully one of the luck will go to someone here, and maybe we can extend the rounds, or we're going to see someone go home right away.
Well, we will see, because once again, to really hammer in the stakes, if Mango loses this game, he will be the first player eliminated from the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals. That is something that Stranger wants to make happen at all costs so that he can move on into the lower bracket finals.
Right. But hey, at least you get to say you were the first one to lose in the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation.
Is that something you
Asia
want to say?
Hey, you got to come here. That's a pretty cool prize right off the bat.
That's true. We got to come here.
Yeah,
it's
we got to
cool.
come here. We get to stand here and just talk about how this game's going. Like we know what we're talking about. So.
Well, let's just jump on into the game here. Stranger versus Mango once again. Stranger one game up currently. We do see Fatui Conspiracy in the starting hand once again for Mango.
Yeah.
He definitely wants to keep that based on what we saw previously. Maybe he can return the favor.
Would you throw No, you wouldn't, I guess. I would have just thrown the Venti Freedom card back in. Yeah, honestly. You don't need it now. Just hope for it to come back later. Again, RNG. You gotta hope for it to return.
In this particular case, you cannot afford for the game to last too long. If you're up against like a stall deck, then yes, throw back the Fresh Wind of Freedom. But because the Fatui Manifestation deck here is pretty aggressive in its own right, I think there's a possibility that you could catch them off guard if you have the card available.
Yeah. So right now we are on the Mango's turn. Probably going to use Child's Burst, or will they start equipping some artifacts, getting Fatui Conspiracy out? Lots of options here. Ready for. I see Dunyazad's down there as well. No reason to play her now, but personally, I would like to just get all my dice used on this round, especially if Lieben's not there to eat the rest of the dice up. But just to have like a perfect round, use all your dice up.
But I think since they have Fatui Conspiracy, there's no real reason to drop Dunyazad right now.
Yeah.
Actually gonna go for the Gilded Dreams here. Get set up. So it's a bit unfortunate for Stranger that he is going second here on Mew. If you're able to go first, then it allows you to set up for your second turn a lot more easily. But I think he should still be in a good enough state. The question is whether or not Mango wants to make sure that he doesn't leave child vulnerable for too long.
Right, maybe. Ooh, what are we? Oh, the statement's gonna be the Thunder Manifestation. Okay, no, that's a really good pick, for sure.
So typically you don't want to reveal gamblers too early
Right, I
on.
thought that too, actually, because you don't want to reveal your full hand in front of them.
But in this case, he's just playing for dice efficiency and making
Yes.
sure that he has turn priority so
Right.
that Stranger doesn't get free swirls on Wanderer during round 2.
Who would you put gamblers on in that hand for the child manifestation, Senora?
I think Manifestation is probably the best choice. You could argue that Signora can use it as well, but if you really want to make maximum use, Manifestation has the highest burst damage that you have access to in the early
Right.
game.
But playing on Manifestation leaves you open up to damage, so you might lose it at the same time.
I mean, you could say the same for basically any character.
You could, yeah.
So we do see if a Twin Conspiracy brought out Electro here. So it's a less ideal overall compared to Cryo or Pyro, but it still works pretty well. That's going to be some good Electro charge damage across the board. Ooh, Adeptus. That could give good reason to actually stay on child for a while.
Yeah. Adeptus adding, what was that? 3 damage now. I think that was buffed recently. I could be wrong, but Adeptus Temptation, I don't often see it these days in favor for Lotus and Minty Meat Rolls and everything, but I love to see like other foods being played into the game as well. And then I think we added a new one called Fish and Chips too recently.
Yes, we did get Fish and Chips.
Yeah.
It's kind of a niche food. There's very few decks that can make maximum use of it.
Yeah.
But in the right hands, you basically always have to play it with Mondstadt Resonance.
Fair enough.
There's no other deck that works with it.
Yeah. All right, back to Mango. Just checking things out here on Senora right now. So they could go for a Superconduct to really spread some damage around. Or what else could they do? Probably do that, I think.
I'm trying to consider as well. It might be worth it to switch the Manifestation. Because I don't think Stranger has used his Quick Swap yet this turn. So leaving Hydro available to swirl could be dangerous. But for now, Mango gonna be going for the damage route here. Looks like he's not too worried about giving free swirls over.
Okay, Quick Swap coming in. Also, you don't really want to get Mona to get a free hit off on Manifestation. Apply Hydro to everyone for free. Because then, again, Eula is right there ready to freeze everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I hope that doesn't turn out to be the wrong decision here.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't switch, Mango has enough damage to do one last attack. So that does bring down the total health of Stranger's side of the field a little lower, though Hash Brown's just going to negate that overall. I think he's probably setting up so that Wanderer can be frozen next round, but he is taking a lot of damage on Signora in exchange for it, and also applying Hydro to every character on his side of the field.
Yeah. I feel like Stranger just needs that Gravestone right now to really mess things up here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, if they can get that soon, I think it's going to be Stranger's win. So I feel like Mango really needs to start spreading more damage around to kind of cause some panic. Because I think when you panic, you start making bad moves.
Yeah,
Right.
we've seen that these players are pretty capable of working around that. They do get anxious sometimes, but so far...
Look at Stranger right now.
I think Stranger just looks like that all the time.
Yeah, but
though.
he looks like that, but he's at heart rate 150.
That is pretty high.
You reach 150 when you're running pretty fast for a while. Yeah, trust, because I was running yesterday.
You did go to the gym. For now, Wanderer start going to be able to get that normal attack out. Actually goes with a skill to lethal on Signora. That's it. Oh yeah. The fact that Mango allowed Signora to stay on 4 health meant that she transformed and there's no second life. I feel like that is quite a waste of what the character is capable of.
Yeah.
It does give him the free switch into Tartaglia, but I don't think it's really worth it.
Ooh, hang on a second here. All right, we're gonna freeze.
Yes.
Yes. Freeze. No quick swaps on the other side, other than Mona.
So this will force Stranger in a situation where he either switches to Mona as a sacrifice to buy time and waste dice, or go into Eula to threaten the freeze onto Child. If he had a quick swap here, it'd be great, but yeah.
I think Stranger should try to sacrifice Wander, actually. See if you can get Mona's burst out of it at all possible.
He has no option to sacrifice Wanderer because the only way to do that would be to end turn.
Right. Again. You never know. But we'll see how. Yeah, definitely you don't never want to waste. You never want to end your turn on like several die for sure, right? But.
So he is Lotus, so he doesn't have to sacrifice Mona.
He does not.
He's
no.
basically baiting the freeze on child, keeping Mona alive, and maybe ending turn afterwards to get the quick swap onto Eula next round. We'll see whether or not that's a choice.
I think that's a good thing because I just remembered, the Thunder Manifestation's passive is on Mona right now. So regardless of wherever
Actually,
Mona
it's
is.
on Wanderer.
Is it on Wanderer?
Yeah, the one below Mona
right. What is that?
is
Sorry.
a different status.
Huh. I thought that was the spike. My bad.
No, it has a different name. The one on Wanderer is Lightning Probe. The one on Mona is Lightning Rod, I believe. So that's something to keep in mind.
New card. I'm still getting used to that.
Technically, it does mean that he can switch to Manifestation, and that would be enough to lethal Wanderer, but I don't think he needs to. It's no longer a state where Wanderer actually threatens Mango, so I think this is fine.
Okay. Right, Mona frozen. They could take turn. Oh, quick swap over the Eula. That's their only choice right here, though.
Does he still have to quick swap this turn?
Well, they're on Mona right now. They only
Did
switch.
they use it?
No, they only switch to Mona. They can swap off Mona now.
Okay,
for
if
the
they
quick
still
swap.
have the quick swap, then that's definitely the play because there literally is no other option.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so he does still have it. Do we remember what artifact was on Wanderer? I think it was Instructors, right? Not Gilded.
I believe so.
So Liar Song, unfortunately, not gonna have too much use here. Mango also has 2 dice. Not too sure what food he has. But switching to Manifestation here means that he would be giving up turn priority next round.
Not a good thing with Manifestation having Hydro applied to them.
I think it's worth it to end turn here. If he has healing food, he can eat it. But otherwise, I think you end turn, you stay on child. Then his burst is enough to lethal Eula.
Senor went out this round, right? They have the Ito card that they could still play.
They could actually. Do they want to?
Do they want to
I
do
think they
that,
can
though?
actually afford to save it if they want to,
No,
but
they
okay,
did.
they're gonna go for
Yeah.
The
Just
fried egg
revive.
play.
Yeah, fried egg play. Yeah, Yoi comes out. Okay, no, that's a good setup. No threats coming from the other side. Back to Mona.
Right, so yeah, Mango keeps turn priority, ends turn with child in front. But because Stranger switches back to Mona, which I think is the right play here, you don't want to leave Eula vulnerable to the child burst here.
Right, but Mango still does have a quick swap, so they could go on to someone else for an easy kill.
Yes.
Yeah. Probably
Since
Manifestation.
he has turn priority, Mango,
Yeah.
the Lightning Probe is still on Wander, and because it looks like he did keep his Electro dice, so I think that is the plan here.
Yeah.
He wants the quick switch to Manifestation, get the easy kill onto Wanderer.
Or-
and he does still have the Gamblers that he put on Manifestation in round 1.
Right.
Ooh,
Oh yeah,
and a
so
fresh
they're
win,
going for the
right?
kill right now. Are they going to use Child, though? Probably. They could use Child here, yeah, so they can keep it. That's actually a really smart move.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no
That's
matter
actually-
what happens here, there
Right.
is kill potential. If Stranger went to Eula, which he definitely won't because Child can just burst, then that's what Mango would do. If he goes to Wanderer, then there's an option of either going for the kill on Child or switching to Manifestation with the quick swap. But if he does quick swap the Manifestation and skill, he won't have enough dice left to go for the burst on Eula.
I wonder if you quick swap over to Senor and try to bait an attack so they waste their die.
If you want to bait an attack, then you don't quick swap.
You sure?
Yes, you slow swap onto
slow swap.
Signora so that Wanderer attacks her.
Oh, that's what I meant. I think that was. Oh, never mind. They're gonna go for. What are they gonna do here?
Yeah, so he is going to
Okay.
quick swap a Manifestation. Actually, yeah, that's a good plan because Gamblers would give him enough dice to go for one more attack. Unfortunately, it's not enough to switch back to Child and burst, but it will be enough to do some damage with Manifestation. Though he would get frozen. So,
Manifestation frozen now.
a little awkward now for Mango.
Yeah.
Trying to think. Eula still has enough damage for one more attack.
Yeah.
So he's gonna sacrifice Signora again.
Ooh, the burst coming out here. That's a really good move. That'll
Ooh,
guarantee
yes, I like
a
that.
kill on one of those two. Ooh.
Okay. Oh, he killed it. He has killed it.
They have Boar Princess as
can
well.
burst.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, why switch back the child here? Why not
Yeah.
eat the burst on manifestation?
Oh,
but because of the liaison gilded, the magic dice, 8 damage.
All right. Evened up the match. Congrats to Mango for taking round 2. Wow.
We're having a lot of even sets
Yeah.
here. 1-1 again.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see it. It's good to know that Mango is not going to be going home without a fight here.
Yeah, exactly. For sure. So,
A single game for your life in the tournament.
I feel like that round was really fast. Did you think that?
I think it still took a good amount of time, but it
Yeah.
went faster because both players were playing in a pretty aggressive way, which I
Yes.
prefer. Like, I
Yes,
like games
yeah.
like this.
Yes. You did mention that earlier. You are a Hu Tao main, I believe.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. So you're all about just going wall to wall, just crazy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I'm the Amber main. So nice slow burn, but efficient and clean. That's important here. But yeah, so we're going to go to the final round to determine who will advance and who will unfortunately not get to go ahead. But hey, at least you get to hang out with the rest of us.
Does that mean that this is going to be a Mew mirror match for the final? I think it is, right?
According to that, yes.
It is going to be the Mew mirror match. And, well, we're 2 for 2 with the Fatui manifestation deck winning against Mew. So, hey, maybe this is the counter, right?
All right, so yeah, I think the winner of this match, or the coin flip, is really going to determine who's going to have the advantage here for sure.
Yeah, being able to start first on Mew is always very good as well,
So
because the swirl comes a lot more naturally.
Yeah.
So
I feel like player 2 has to think outside the box for this one.
But how much thinking outside the box can you do in a mirror match?
Lots. There's lots you can do. There's so many different things you can do. You can try. I bet you can. I think you can do it. I feel like we'll see. We'll see who coin flips, and then we can try to call it from there.
Okay, if something happens, then we'll refer back to what Rin has said.
I'm saying luck is all part of the matches as well. Gacha and
true.
everything. So you can't just follow the book. You got to think like maybe this might happen. But anyway, let's compare their decks.
Okay, I'm gonna try and remember as much of this as possible because this is a mirror match, and I want to see if there's any clear differences between the decks.
Yeah.
I know that Ancient Courtyard is gonna be the most obvious one.
Yeah.
I can't because Mango is running Fresh Wind, I think. I can't remember for certain.
Mango is running. Let's see here. No, I don't think they are running any. No, that's Mango. They're running Courtyard.
They're also running Courtyard.
Yeah.
So that's actually a mirror as well.
Wow,
okay,
very similar, yeah.
interesting. Now,
see.
looking on the other side, is this completely the same? Are these the same deck lists?
Oh boy.
Well, I'm gonna have to check this real
Yeah.
quick. Is this the same deck list? There's one difference. Mango has one more fruit.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's got one more fruit.
Yeah. So they're gonna lean on the card draw from Wanderer a little bit more here. So they're definitely trying to sit up for something.
Mango has one more fruit. Stranger has I haven't lost yet.
So Stranger wants to sacrifice someone.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's usually more of an emergency card.
Yeah.
Mango also has changing shifts, so that could definitely come into play at some point when you need that one extra dice. But otherwise, the decks are very similar.
Very
so
similar, yeah.
RNG really may be the determining factor.
RNG will be the determining factor here, but I think provided as long as you can get Hydro applied to everyone and you get Eula set up with that gravestone, it should be a pretty easy win as long as Wanderer can continue to swirl around, right? And just leave Eula alone until you absolutely need to bring Eula in. So.
Man, like both these players have performed so well so far. They've really put their all on the stage. It feels really bad that one of them has to leave the competition here, but that's just the nature of the tournament, right?
Yeah, when you have that massive of a prize, that's just how it is, right? So I'm excited to see. So hopefully we can check out how these matches are going to go. Hopefully, I'm personally hoping something just out of left field just comes out of nowhere, just like makes us all be like, wow, what the heck, right?
Yeah, like I think we all are still waiting for that fried egg clutch play, you know?
Yeah, things like that fried egg, or I think there was something earlier today. I can't remember what it was. If it even happened on the match, but
yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Where I can't remember which player, but they drew the Northern Smoked Chicken.
that's one. But it kind of fell flat on them.
Yeah,
right?
because they realized that Yelan was already full.
Yeah.
And she can't afford to ruin her diet.
It's just an egg. Come on. Oh well. Anyway, the players are getting set up. They're looking pretty calm, but we know deep down they're probably hearts beating really fast.
So I know earlier you mentioned that you wanted a stranger to go through. Like, are those thoughts still the same?
I don't want to be like, I don't want to favor anyone. I think Mango's a wonderful player too. Mango's done some amazing plays as well. It's just, I think Stranger was one of our first matches today, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then Stranger went 0-2 right there. You're right.
Yes.
So I like, again, as an Amber main that I am, I'm more of an underdog supporter type person. So I kind of saw Stranger
see.
coming into as the underdog. So, but Stranger's still here. Stranger did win a match. Let's see what happens.
Yep. Let's see what happens.
Mango's heart rate is going right now.
Whoa. Heart beating out of his chest.
Yeah.
We do see a variation here. Mango going for the classic opening because he's starting first.
But Stranger started with Wanderer.
Yeah, he knows he's going second.
Right.
So he's going to eat the Hydro application on Wanderer, which is kind of interesting actually, considering that you typically want to go into Wanderer as soon as possible, meaning that Stranger might want to play for Eula ASAP.
Yeah. Stranger also doesn't have the right dice right now, but they do have a good setup for, I think, Eula to get her
Not
sword
the
on
dice,
right now.
though.
Not the dice. But
Those are...
This could be a good setup round, though, provided you do it correctly.
It's quite rough. I'm wondering what Stranger will need to do, because for Mango it does seem pretty constant. You skill on Mona, swap,
Burning
get the set.
Lieben. Oh yeah, that's right. They
Burning
didn't have enough dice.
Lieben.
I think what they're gonna do is put fruit on, then courtyard for the sword onto Eula. That'd probably be my play here. No, they put on the instructors first. Okay, they're gonna leave in that for now. Okay, they still have the courtyard though, for sure. Okay, yeah, good setup play for a Stranger here to take turn advantage as well.
Yeah, I like that. It means that he'll be able to swap off of Wanderer next round and make sure that the swirls don't come too early on. Mango gonna go for a little bit of setup as well, but because he went for Timaeus instead, Stranger will have dice advantage.
Yeah. Another Fruit of Fulfillment coming out too for Mango. Could give it to Mona if they'd like. Let's see here.
That's a lot of Omni.
That's a nice roll for Stranger right now. Mango's not too bad either, actually. Very Eula-sided, but do they want to keep those, or do they want to try to bring Wanderer and Mona up again?
Mango in particular, I feel like doesn't need to go Eula so soon, but because of the way the dice look, we'll see if he's able to get something a bit more favorable.
That is a full rainbow almost right there.
That's actually worse.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. Again, yeah, the RNG really shown up here. But maybe Timaeus can help out a little bit. I believe they have Gilda down there, so they can create some extra die.
Stranger definitely doing something very interesting. He's already playing like out of the box, as you mentioned here. Going from Wanderer into Eula, not actually trying to set up with Mona. We'll see what the plan is for now.
Well, they have, they got 9 die. They got Courtyard. Gravestone on Eula's skill should do, what is that, 5 damage?
Eula's skill does 2 damage base. Gravestone would be +1, plus another 2 if the opponents are below 6 HP. They're all full, so he's not going to get that.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, even with Gravestone right now, Eula would only do 3 damage on skill.
Swap the Mona though.
He's just eating Hydro on everyone.
Maybe just burning their dice down so they can get a good setup on somebody here.
I think that's most likely the case.
Yeah. Unfortunately though, no energy has been gained yet, which kind of bad. Got to get something going at least right on this round.
Yeah, I'm worried that Stranger might be a little bit too respectful at this point. He went from Wander into Eula because Mona is still on the field. He's basically waiting until Mango switches to another character before he actually starts playing the game.
Right.
And Mango has finally done that. So we'll see what happens next, whether or not he decides to go for skill here. He unfortunately doesn't quite have the dice for it. He will have to tune, and that means that his next attack can go on to Eula. Stranger going to allow that to happen. Gets that Mona skill out, finally.
What would we tune on Mango's side, though, for that normal attack so he can spread that Hydra
He's got Instructor, Wagner, Dunyarzad.
Probably Wagner at this point, I think.
Yeah, I
still
would
have.
go
You
for
still
Wagner
got
as well.
Courtyard, yeah. Oh, hang on. Oh, proved me wrong once again. Actually, that's a pretty good move too. But they might still burn.
You still have
the
the tune.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. So to get instructors out for that extra die coming up here.
So this is already looking not good for Stranger. With the setup, he is able to quick swap onto Wanderer and start swirling himself. But because of all the swap stalling he had to do earlier, he's going to be working with less HP overall compared to Mango.
Yeah. All right, they're going to keep their die too. Interesting. Huh. Didn't want to throw Dunyarzad out there at all.
That is a fair point.
Yeah.
It would have... He could have just thrown Dunyarzad out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maximize the dice.
Maybe he wanted to keep Dunyarzad for a tuning, maybe? Perhaps? Because, yeah, Mango's had kind of like a... Not the best die rolls so far. Oh, Board Princess
guess so.
coming up. What are we going to do here? What are we replacing? Oh, okay.
Instructors.
Another normal attack on the Mona. More damage to even out the HP a little bit. Not bad at all. Maybe bring that energy over from Mona onto Wander right now so you can have a burst for the next round.
Wouldn't be a bad idea, but it does take away a bit of that surprise factor.
Right.
If he maxes out the energy right now, he doesn't actually have the turn priority to take full advantage of it, and it would allow Mango to respawn. So he will use that dice to switch back onto Mona, which I think is a good choice.
That's a good choice, yeah, because now you have the option to do that if you need to.
Yep.
Yeah. Ooh. Pretty close so far, actually, between these two.
Yeah, it did definitely look slower from Stranger because he was starting second in a mirror matchup, but I think he's done very well here, and the HP values have already evened out, so it is anyone's game.
Look at Mango's die roll not looking too good. Stranger's is okay.
But not ideal.
Not ideal. Looks
This
better.
is going to be a pretty pivotal round, so getting some good dice would be ideal.
I'm surprised that we don't see Tenchukaku played anymore these days, especially with all these rainbow decks coming out. But I guess it's really hard to slot that card in alone.
Yeah, because Tenchukaku requires you to have 5 different elemental die. It's very good on stall decks and decks that want to basic attack a lot.
Right.
So on rainbow decks, you definitely prefer the Gilded Dreams engine because it's just way better. And on stall decks, Opera Epiclese, I feel like, has been fulfilling the niche that Tenchukaku did before.
All right, here we go.
But here's what we're talking about.
Wander taken out by Wanderer, starting more Hydra around, and still a healthy amount of HP on Wanderer. Maybe go to Eula to stop him in his tracks?
It's a tricky choice. I think, swapping to Eula is not too bad. Yeah, that's probably the wiser play. Wanderer gonna step on
so
Wanderer.
they did want to keep, because the dice rolls haven't been going too well. Dunyarzad being tuned there for the cryo die is a really good move. Oh, too bad they didn't have Gravestone, though.
Gravestone would have been nice, but I
Gravestone
think
would've
it's fine right now.
Yeah.
I like the switch from Stranger onto Mona because Eula does have the status here. I can't quite recall the name, but it's the one that makes it so that her skill now does 5 damage. Switching to Eula now would basically be throwing the game for Stranger, so Mona would be the sacrifice to bait Mango into throwing that attack away.
I think it's called Grimheart, if I recall.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Eula things as an Amber main. I shouldn't remember most of this stuff.
I mean, I think knowing about Eula as an Amber main makes a lot of sense.
I guess, we'll talk about that later. All right, so Mango switches off to Mona. Not a bad move, of course.
I think this is a good choice as well. What he can do now is he can actually Vanarana and then end turn after this. He still, unfortunately, won't have turn priority, but both players now will be able to quick swap off of Mona in the next round.
Stranger with the advantage right now based on turns. Ooh, Gilded coming out. Ooh, Claymore came out on Stranger's side too right there.
I feel like now that we're this far in, it might be a bit expensive to go for the Claymore.
Yeah, because they used their courtyard too. So wait, they had Wagner out though.
Oh, that is true.
Wagner's right
that's
there.
A free Wolf's Gravestone onto Eula. The value of Wagner.
But you don't want to take Mona out right away though, because you gotta watch out for Eula's freeze as well. Unfortunately, Stranger's Eula has Hydra right on right now. Oh, hang on. Okay, so we're gonna use the lamp instead. Lotus
Ooh, and
Chris.
the Lotus. Okay, I think this is quite smart. Going onto Wanderer to get the kill onto Mona instead so that Eula isn't left in a vulnerable state.
Yeah.
And then even going for the Lotus to make sure that Wanderer isn't so easily taken out.
Yeah, Mango not in the best position right now.
He does have a lot of tools to generate dice. He's got the Gilded Liar Song combo, so he'll be able to get another 2 after this. But Wanderer will not fall here. The question is whether or not Stranger wants to do another attack on Wanderer, because that wouldn't be the most ideal situation.
Oh, this is gonna be close.
And he doesn't want to put Eula in a position where she would get hit. No quick swat right now. He could go to Mona to like sack, but Mango is holding on to a Gambler's in hand, so that would also be bad. Stranger doesn't notice.
Ooh, this one's gonna be tricky. I think that's Boar Princess down there in Mango's hand too, right?
No, that's changing shifts.
Oh, is that changing shifts?
Yeah, it's changing shifts, which is not going to be useful anymore.
Yeah,
so it's just tuning fodder.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Boar Princess has kind of like a pink background to it, I think.
If he had Boar Princess, he'd be able to get another dice here, because I think the play here is definitely Liar Song Gilded, reapply Gilded, then replace with Gamblers, get the kill on Mona.
All right.
There's not a lot of other options he has. The problem with doing this is that, actually no, he cannot kill Mona because skill only does 2 damage. I think that's still good though, because he wants Stranger to waste dice. If he were to kill, oh, he does. Go for the burst.
Not a bad move actually.
It's still awkward because
very awkward.
It's very easy for Stranger to just end on Mona and eat this, and then he has turn priority. And then he could just freeze Eula, and he wins.
You Gambler right now, though. Right? That's what you would do?
He has Gambler.
You Gambler right now.
But he has no dice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
He has to tune Gambler.
Damn.
Which is so rough. He literally only needed 1 cryo. If he had 1 cryo, he could apply Gambler. He would have 4 dice now. And he could get another attack in, which would be enough, potentially, to end the game. But because of this, Stranger has turn priority.
The Lotus Chris might help, but no, it looks like
but
Stranger
he can't
has
play it.
Yeah, Stranger has the egg too. I thought Mango might have had it.
I think this might be it.
Yeah.
Stranger has turn prio. He goes first. He can freeze Eula, and Mango will have no other tools. We could be witnessing the end of Mango's journey here. And by the look on his face, I think he's well aware of it.
Oh, the gravestone comes out right here too. Yeah, and that is game. Stranger takes the win, advances to the next round.
Congratulations to Stranger. The victory here in the lower bracket semifinals. He will move on to face Banab. And Mango, unfortunately, will be our very first elimination of the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational.
Mango still performed pretty wonderful, though, I thought. Some really good plays there, some good luck. They got here first of all, right? So they're pretty skilled at what they do, but unfortunately, that's just how things go.
Yeah, Stranger played incredibly well this game. He was already in a disadvantageous position going second.
Exactly. That's what I mean by the RNG. Once again, you got to think outside the box to beat like the textbook like definition of Mew, basically.
Yeah, I did mention we'd come back to that if we saw an out-of-the-box play, and I think we did, right?
Yeah.
Basically spending the first like round and a half not doing anything.
Yeah.
And then only starting the game in like round 3 with most of your characters on lower health, and still being able to clinch the victory. I think Stranger has really proven his true potential.
Yeah, exactly. There's not one way to play a team. There's multiple ways to play a team. Maybe not multiple, but definitely there's other ways to play the team. And then, yeah, you just kind of have to think, like, what would you not want to happen to you? Do it to them if you're in that situation, right?
That is a fair mindset. It sounds kind of evil without context, but it's true.
Yeah, no, this is just, it's a fair match. Everyone agreed to, like, trying to fight each other, and let's see how it goes.
And speaking of matches, we are going to have one last one.
Yes.
And now that this match is concluded, we know it's going to be between Stranger and Banab for that final slot from Group A into the knockout stage.
Yeah. Excited. We're finally here too. Round 5 of the day. We ended up doing 3 casts today. The next days, Blep, Leah, Staff, and I will be rotating around, so you'll have different combinations of us hosting the show. So I hope you guys enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, we have different mix and match flavors on the caster table.
We were wearing the same shirt color today, by the way. That wasn't planned, or was it? I can't remember.
It was planned.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna lead up to something, but you just genuinely forgot that was planned.
Nah, I mean, like just watching the game, I'm just thinking about that right now. I almost
That's
forgot I was
fair.
wearing a purple shirt.
Like, it doesn't even matter what we're wearing anymore. It's all eyes on the game.
Yeah, all eyes on the game, and we're just here to showcast it for you guys. So.
Hopefully you guys have been enjoying so far. And honestly, kudos to all the players that have made it all the way here and who are putting their tournament lives on the line for our entertainment as well.
Yeah. All right, let's check out the highlights from that round, and then after that, the match data as well. It's like 5 effective dice again.
Okay, and I feel like we have to start re-evaluating what is a high number for this, because it does seem like we're getting some high rollers here overall. The same strongest single strike that we've seen earlier as well.
Yeah.
So,
first 2 rounds though, 5 dice right off the bat. Still really good.
Yeah.
I'd say that's on the good end. Average rounds 4.3. Huh?
Typically, if you're able to get 5 effective dice every round, then you're in a good state. Any less than that, it becomes kind of awkward. So we can see that.
The heart rate's also much lower than from earlier. I remember seeing someone peak as high as 170 in the earlier matches.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was Stranger and what was it again? Falcon, right? Yeah, they were really high up.
I feel like the highest I saw was like 150, 160.
Really?
So I'm not sure if I remember.
Pretty sure I saw 170 somewhere in there.
Well, you're better with numbers than I am.
No, it's just because when I saw that, because again, I experienced that like a couple days ago. I know exactly what 170 felt like. I'm like, they're feeling that just sitting there? Wow.
You're having memory muscle memory through sympathy, basically.
Yes. No, like I understand. It's very interesting to see how calm and collected they are on the outside, but really your mind's racing, your heart's going. Like, what do you do? How you hope you have the right moves? You hope you don't mess up. You got your notes in front of you, everything, right? It's a lot to deal with.
They're basically human pressure cookers, is what's happening, you know? On the outside, it looks fine, but inside, who knows what's going on?
How do you think you would fare in a tournament yourself?
Oh, I would not fare with it. That's why I'm here.
Yeah. Maybe one of these days I'll try it. I'd love to, but
Ooh, that could be interesting. Imagine casting for a Rin Taicho match. And then
you know if I'm going to be in there, we're bringing an Amber deck in. I'm going to make it work. And I know TCG's cooking up one right now. So
I would just straight up be biased at that point. Seeing different characters always like brings a smile to my face.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
I would love to see anti-meta show up.
I do hope we get to see a little bit more variation. I'm sure we will once we get into the knockout stage, because those are going to be best of 5s.
Yes.
Which is even more exciting.
Yeah, more options outside of like, obviously these 3 decks that we see today are like the top 3 decks probably throughout the tournament. But there's a couple more where things start to get a little bit more unique and more in tune with the players themselves.
That is true, that is true. For now though, we've already been through 2 series. It feels like time is flying so quickly when we're seeing like the card slinging happening on screen.
Yep. So I guess we have one more round to go. What do you think?
What do I think, huh? I feel like Stranger has already shown some really strong potential overall here.
Yep.
Whereas in comparison, I think there were definitely things that Banap could have worked on.
Yeah.
But if he's able to fix those issues, then I think it's going to be a very close match.
You know, you mentioned earlier that I kind of wanted Stranger to have like more, like a win. I like Banap's energy throughout this whole tournament, actually, yeah. I don't know, just something about Banap just makes me feel good for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need a reason to feel good for people, right? Like, we want to support these players. We want to see them go far.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, sometimes it will come at a cost.
Yeah.
But that's just how life is, right?
Yeah, hopefully not the cost of your die that you get. But anyway, we're going to take a quick break before we move on to round 5, so don't go away. It is the last round, so please stick around. Yeah.
Yep, that's going to be it from us. Make sure you guys enjoy. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere, because our last match where we decide our second knockout stage qualifier will be coming up right after this. See you then.
Whether prince or pauper, researcher or reporter, any law-abiding citizen in Fontaine will find a warm welcome from the Spina di Rosula. And there's no need to be too concerned about owing them a favor. In the words of the current president, come on, let's be friends.
Count me in!
Her umbrella shields her from the wind and sun, but also doubles as a firearm. Her geovision adds an extra dose of firepower and is perfectly color-matched to the rest of her attire. Sometimes demoiselle, other times president, Navia's unique style always breaks the mold. Those with the smartest methods always reap the greatest rewards. Navia gains increased rewards when dispatched on a 20-hour expedition within Fontaine. Navia's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive slashes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Her charged attack consumes stamina over time to perform continuous swirling attacks, finishing with an especially powerful slash. After tapping her elemental skill, Navia opens her elegant yet lethal Gunbrella, firing off Rosula shard shots that can pierce enemies, dealing geo damage. The more Rosula shard shots that strike an enemy, the more damage dealt. When a party member obtains an elemental shard created from the crystallize reaction, Navia gains a crystal shrapnel stack. The maximum number of crystal shrapnel stacks is limited, and each time one is gained, the duration is reset. Casting Navia's elemental skill consumes all crystal shrapnel stacks and enhances the skill based on the number of stacks consumed. If 1 to 3 stacks are consumed, each stack increases the number of Rosula shard shots fired. If 4 to 6 stacks are consumed, each stack beyond the third increases the damage dealt by this Gunbrella shot. Hold the elemental skill to enter aiming mode, while continuing to collect elemental shards from crystallize reactions. When released, Navia fires Rosula shard shots. Navia's elemental skill has 2 charges by default. At set intervals, Navia will unleash a surging blade when she fires her Gunbrella, dealing Usia-aligned geo damage. After unlocking the talent Undisclosed Distribution Channels, for a short time after using Navia's elemental skill, Navia's normal, charged, and plunging attacks will deal geo damage that cannot be overridden. The damage dealt by these attacks is also increased.
A proper send-off from the Spina with love.
With her elemental burst, Navia gives the Spina President's order for a magnificent Rosula Dorada salute, unleashing a massive cannon bombardment against enemies in front of her, dealing AoE geo damage and triggering fire support, which periodically deals geo damage for a limited time. When a cannon attack hits an enemy, Navia gains 1 stack of crystal shrapnel. This effect can be triggered once per set interval. The Spina di Rosula has to deal with people of all factions and affiliations. That's much easier when you keep everyone on friendly terms. After unlocking the talent Mutual Assistance Network, for every Pyro, Electro, Cryo, and Hydro member in the party, Navia's attack is increased by a certain percentage, up to a limited number of stacks. Navia is a quick and agile thinker. Only the few who can keep up with her train of thought stand a chance of dodging her Rosula salute. In battle, Navia's main means of attack is her elemental skill, which relies heavily on accumulating crystal shrapnel stacks to fire off extra Rosula shard shots. This is a team effort, as Navia gains crystal shrapnel stacks whenever she or any of her party members collect an elemental shard created by a crystallized reaction. By using her elemental skill with enough crystal shrapnel stacks, she fires more Rosula shard shots and deals greater damage to enemies. When energy is full, Navia orders a Rosula Dorada salute, which provides continuous fire support and increases the efficiency of crystal shrapnel acquisition. As the cannonade continues, geo cannonballs fall like confetti to celebrate a well-earned victory. People have many preconceived notions of what a good leader should look like. Mature and grounded, powerful, even austere. The young and vivacious Navia is perhaps not what many would picture. But it would be a mistake to underestimate her just because of her beaming smile. She remains staunchly optimistic about the future of Spina di Rosula, the court of Fontaine, and even the whole world, despite all the trials she has endured. It's unfortunate when the path to a brighter future compels her to close her umbrella and turn it against others as a weapon. But all budding roses need thorns for protection.
Welcome back, travelers, to the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. I'm Rin.
And I'm Stafa. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us all day today. And we ask for your patience to join us for one last match.
Final round between Stranger and Banab, was it?
Yes.
Yes. And we were just looking at their decks. Mirror match is coming up again, but who will get banned this time? What do you think?
Well, I feel like it would be breaking the combo to not ban the Linny deck. Yeah. Like if we get to see it play, then that's exciting. But I feel like that's quite a risk, right?
Maybe they talked earlier and came to an agreement. We don't ban them. Ban someone else this time. Just for some variety.
Would you agree to that kind of agreement?
I would.
Though?
Personally, I would, yes. I am that confident in my skill. If I was at this stage, I would totally do that.
But does that count as a behind the table deal?
I know, just to even up the playing
field. Is that legal?
Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, we'll see what they decide here. All three decks that have been featured today. I think, yeah, all four players today pretty much had the same teams, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than like some variances, like one person had Yelan, everyone else had Child, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then everyone else was just Mew, and then like the finally deck with Official Nahida, Linny. I'm hoping that these are not the only three decks that we're going to see for the rest of the group stage, but it also wouldn't be too surprising if that's the case, because it does feel like the meta has shaped around this a little bit.
And then I understand, like, at this level, you do want to make sure you guarantee a spot in the next round. But yeah, once again, if you look very closely, oh, hang on. That's right, Banab had the Jean, Dia, and Lynette.
Okay, so there is a little bit of variety here. So both sides gonna have that finally deck.
And that does have the Yelan one. Sorry, I got my things mixed up a little bit here. Oh wait, my notes. Yeah, never mind. Sorry about that.
There's a little bit of variety. Yeah. There's only Mew on one side, so that's interesting. And then Stranger has the Fatui version of the Manifestation deck, whereas Banab has the Yelan version. So that should be quite interesting. As for what to ban,
I would
Linny?
like. No! I
Okay.
wanted to see Lynette back in here. Oh, man. Only because Dia's in there, too. I would like to see Dia in the spotlight some more. But it is what it is. But we do get to see finally on both sides getting played here. So that's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's quite special as well.
Yeah.
I get the feeling that Stranger did decide to ban the double animal because he was expecting finally to get banned. Because, like, this deck matches up pretty well into the Jin deck. We already saw it today, but surprise, he actually gets to play it, and he's gonna be bringing it straight away into game one.
Yeah, and so Stranger's gonna lead in with finally as well.
I can't believe they came up with that name. Who came up with that name?
The community.
The community.
Does. They're very clever about it.
You guys are geniuses,
We
man.
could talk about their discussion on Thunder Manifestation another time, maybe when we see Thunder Manifestation again. I want to point out that there's Deepwood artifact in this hand here as well.
Yeah, we don't get to see that very often, and even in this deck, I'm not that familiar with it because, well, we don't get to see it that much. It's banned all the time. But Deepwood Memories is one of the OG artifacts, so good to see there's still some play there.
Yeah, if you were playing earlier before, you might remember like the higher end of the artifacts cost 3. They cost 2 now, which helps them come back into the play a little bit more. Classic Yelan Magic OTK right here. You want to explain what Yelan Magic OTK is again, just in case?
Well, both of us introduced to this variant of the deck literally yesterday by Blep when we watched him play it, and the amount of card draw, the amount of dice generation that this deck can create is magic. That's why Leah has already taken to calling it magic. I wonder if we'll coin the term, but it's something you have to be very careful of, because if you let Yelan Burst come out, then it's basically game over most of the time. And even if you do pressure Yelan to the point that they can't burst, there's still tools they can play around with. But against the most banned deck of the day, that could be an interesting dynamic.
So actually I tried both of these decks today. I think I lean more in favor of the Yelan deck setup. If you can get it set up properly, it just won't stop. You just gotta make sure you got your Minty Meat rolls out by the time that comes out, and it's just insane how much damage you can pump out of there.
That's true, but well, let's just jump on into the bumper video to get the match started.
Well,
very cool entrances once again. Maybe we need to ask production if we could get those intros for ourselves, right?
Come on, I'd love.
We want to see caster intros, right? Why don't we get a cool caster intro?
Maybe we should get the casters to play sometime. All the casters.
Maybe.
Who would win between them? I'd say Blep's gonna win anyway.
Probably.
Anyway, all right. Final match.
It's gonna be Stranger versus Banap, and for those of you who don't know, this is going to be the lower bracket finals. Winner joins LLRI's Falcon in the knockout stage. Loser goes home.
Which isn't bad. You still get something.
It isn't bad?
Not bad at all. I mean, again, you get to come here because you decided to play Genshin Impact one day.
Come on, man, you gotta raise your standards a little bit. No, you don't want to go home, not yet.
I don't know. I'm just here to have fun too. Part of it, right? Also, you don't want to. I get it, right? Like, I'm a bit competitive as well, but I don't know. I think it's still pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And that's why you want to stay here and experience that coolness a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, only one of these players will get to do so. So we'll find out which it is. It's going to be game one, the Finally deck versus Yelan OTK. This is going to be an exciting one.
Yes. I want to see, I really want, because I don't think we saw it properly yet, but like a very perfect Yelan to Thunder Manifestation setup yet. So if we could actually show that today, that would be amazing, and really show the community like this is how strong this deck can really be.
Now against this deck, it's going to be quite difficult for Banap to stay on Yelan to farm that burst, because the more reactions you give, the more happy Stranger is going to be. And I feel like Stranger is already pretty satisfied with how things are going, because I'm pretty sure I saw him with the double Opera Epiclese, in his starting hand. So that's just straight up dice generate. I'm kind of surprised he didn't mulligan the egg, unless he redrew that.
Maybe the egg for assurance here, because the egg, once again, is quite like the, what the heck happened here? Kind of just like spin everything on their head kind of moment.
I guess.
Yeah.
All right, it's a way to save things. Their dice is pretty good. You have enough with one tune for Fischl as well as Nahida's skill. For Banap, it's a little less ideal. They're going to need to tune to get a skill out on Yelan, and then after that, they're going to need to decide whether or not they want to stay here.
Is that icon on Fischl Thunder Manifestation?
Yes, that is Lightning Rod.
That was the Lightning Rod.
That's Lightning Rod, but if you watch as Fischl cast a skill, another status will appear on her, and that is the Lightning Probe. Yes, that's how the manifestation works.
I see.
It's so special. It needs two symbols.
So what does Lightning Probe do exactly again?
Lightning Probe is basically a status that constant... wait, hold on. Lightning Rod or Lightning Probe?
Lightning Probe.
So lightning probe is basically a status that's always there that says, hey, if you're the first person that uses a skill this round, I'm going to give you lightning probe.
Then does lightning rod do? What's the difference?
Lightning... We're getting confused, aren't we?
Yeah. I am
lightning rod
Yes.
is the one under the card.
Right.
Which says, if you're the first character to cast a skill, you get lightning probe, which is the arrow is on official right now. And lightning probe means that manifestation, skill, and burst attacks always that character no matter where they are and deals +1 damage to them.
I see. Okay. I'll have to study that again later. New card.
It is a new card.
New card.
It's seeing a lot of play.
Yeah, a lot of play, especially with their talent card, because I believe it's anytime Thunder Manifestation hits someone, they can draw a card just from that.
Yep. The draw power is pretty good. And there's very few character cards in the first place that can deal a consistent 4 damage without a lot of like restrictions.
Right.
The restriction is technically that, oh, you only get to hit this character if you want that extra damage, but usually that's what you want anyway.
Yeah.
So it's just a very good card for aggressive play.
I believe Thunder Manifestation's talent can also be equipped when they're not active.
Yes.
I think that's a unique thing about it. It's a really strong card. Yeah.
For now, it does look like Banap is going to take that catalyzing field, even some seed damage. So Yelan on 4 health before even having 2 energy is not ideal. Actually, still gonna go for the attack. Maybe he wants to set up for a freeze, but that means the Nahida can burst here. I feel like Banap is letting Stranger get away with too much.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, yeah, they couldn't get the proper setup here.
That feels weird.
Yeah.
Like, that just feels kind of careless. Like, yes, this deck can operate perfectly fine without Yelan, but there's also no real need to sacrifice her so easily.
Banap's pointing at something in the air. I'm trying to think. Maybe they might have misstepped that. Who knows?
I can't say for certain.
Yeah.
It could be all part of like some big master plan, but for now, for us plebs on the cast, that didn't seem like a good play.
Yeah, that did not seem like the best thing to do there. Huh. Yeah, they're trying to mull over their options right now. Do you want to let Fischl hit Thunder Manifestation? Probably not.
I think you have to go Signora.
You
freeze.
have to, yeah. They
And
do
then
have the Ito card though, so there's an option there for some extra energy.
That's true.
Yeah.
If he goes Manifestation, he can Ito card and burst.
Yeah, but
it won't really threaten Nahida. And
Yeah.
then he has Dendro Aura applied, so Oz would apply Quicken again, which you don't want. So I think Signora is the play.
Yeah, hold your Ito card too right now. Don't reveal it too early. Oh, maybe do it now actually? Spring it on them?
Even if you do, Signora's ice version burst only does 4 damage.
Right.
It does heal, so if Linny attacks here, actually no, it's not even his turn. I don't think there's much but switching the manifestation is,
oh my God,
I
that's
feel
a
like
lot of-
also
that's a
a
lot of-
bad play.
Oh no, not
He
looking
goes
good
for
for
the I haven't
Banap
lost
right
yet.
now.
I don't know, this feels very greedy from Banap.
Ooh.
It doesn't even lethal Nahida at end phase. Like I feel like Banap's already lost momentum here.
Yeah, definitely.
He's gonna be forced to solo carry on Signora, and I don't think she can do it. Well, I can prove me wrong. Okay, wait. Yes, it will do enough damage to lethal Nahida at least.
Yeah. Okay. All right. They are pretty low health. As long as you don't... Okay, because they still have the revive mechanic on Signora here.
Banap really has to hold on to that revive. He has to make sure that Signora doesn't transform at the start of the round.
Yeah.
Because that's going to
actually
make the difference.
Maybe we should mention that real quick, because Signora is a new card. Can you explain Signora's rebirth mechanic?
Yeah. So for those of us who are familiar with Signora's boss fight, she does transform when she is at lower HP into the Crimson Witch of Flames. In this case, the TCG version, pretty similar.
Yeah.
If Signora is taken out, basically if the card dies, she will revive with 1 HP as the Crimson Witch of Embers. But if she starts the action phase at 4 health or less, she will transform naturally, and that means that if she dies afterwards, she will not revive. So Banap ideally wants to take full advantage of the revive mechanic here, since it is 1v2.
Ooh, minty meat rolls.
Minty meat rolls could be good.
Interesting setup. You also got Mao as well. Want to draw another food card out of there? I think Banap could probably still do this. I'm just trying to figure out how exactly they're going to do it, though. Both Fischl and Linny are low health. Linny does have an electro reaction on them. Both really bad news for Linny if Signora were to hit.
It's just that Fischl being at 3 HP is a very awkward breakpoint because Signora skill only does 2, and then the extra damage is done at the end phase. So Fischl would still be alive to do whatever is necessary during the turn.
Okay.
Because for Flowing and Echoes of an Offering, Flowing Rings is the lower cost version. So it's going to be a normal attack. Get some dice. Gilded, and I do see Deepwood as well as the Boar Princess. Deepwood, unfortunately, not going to be as useful now because Nahida has already been taken out.
They do have the egg too. Stranger does have the egg as well. But that does cost 2, so that's going to mess things up a little bit.
4 damage. Linny. How much damage can Linny do right now? He can do 3, I believe, with Prop Arrow.
Yes.
I'm gonna need to check some numbers real quick. Hold on. Yeah, so Linny can do 3 damage, which isn't quite enough. And even then, Signora will be able to revive.
I think you play Mao right now. Or no. Okay.
Yeah, I think the most obvious play here is to go for the kill onto Fischl because Linny will not be able to do enough damage to kill Signora here.
Yeah.
If he had an extra energy, then Adeptus Burst would be enough.
He's got...
But even then, Signora can revive. But they do have Egg.
Yeah.
That's the big difference. That's the determining factor right now.
Right. Oh, actually, yeah, and get all your ads out right now. Maybe they can... Because Fischl will finish off Signora right here, and the Boggle Cat will come up next. Right? That should finish Signora
what's going to happen here for Banap? He doesn't have any more dice to work with anything.
Yeah.
Oz... Yeah, actually, this is rough.
Yeah.
Oz will lethal Signora. She'll revive, and then the cat...
Yeah, the Boggle Cat will finish off.
Will finish her off. Yep, that's it.
Here. Yep.
That is the power of the finally.
Yeah, ouch. It went a little bit too fast for Banap, but at least they have this deck to go back into the next round with, probably.
It does look like Stranger is on a roll here.
Yeah,
after his previous victory and now getting game number 1 under his belt. Banam not very happy about that. I think he definitely made some mistakes earlier on, giving way too much damage free over to Stranger.
Yeah, losing Yelan right off the bat. Like a really important piece of that deck being taken out that fast.
We already mentioned many times, this deck can perform perfectly well without Yelan, but you also don't just feed her away.
Yeah, you just don't do that, right?
So it's quite weird. I think it was a lapse in judgment that really costed him, because it came really close in the end. If he was able to play a little carefully earlier on, those extra bits of HP could have made the difference.
Yeah, I think, if you, I know they're going to contradict myself a little bit here. But if you stuck to the playbook and you just kept Yelan and Thunder Manifestation healthy as much as you could have gotten rid of Signor, I think. Probably a little bit easier, safer, for sure.
I think this is also a clear sign that there's a reason that this deck is banned so often. The amount of upfront damage, the amount of summon damage, reaction damage, all the statuses, it's so difficult to keep track of. But going into the next round...
Banap is bringing that back again, up against Mew. This time maybe they'll have a better chance this time.
Perhaps so. We did see the Fatui Manifestation version beat Mew 2 times in the hands of 2 different players in the previous match.
Right.
But this is not quite the same deck. So we'll see whether or not that dynamic still stands.
Yeah, I think it's going to really depend on who goes first here and if Yelan can get her burst going as well.
Now, Yelan Burst is such a huge enabler in this deck because once you get that burst out, you can combo it with either Manifestation or Signora for consistent Electro Charge or consistent freeze. So that's why a lot of players are respecting and making sure that they get rid of Yelan before she can get that burst out.
Right, yeah. And having Mona, Eula, Wander here to help spread damage around is going to make that a lot tougher to keep her up. If you'd have to go retreat for safety, say she do take too much damage right off the bat.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, the Fatui version is able to apply a lot of pressure early on. That's why the Mew deck had difficulty against it, because they weren't able to safely switch between characters due to having to deal with the elemental application.
Yeah.
But I think against the Yelan version, because Yelan typically takes more time to set up, it will allow for Wanderer to have a much freer time and even force Banap into situations where he has to go for less than efficient lines.
Yeah. It's going to be tough. Yeah, if Banap can get the first jump here, though, I think they're going to be in a much happier position. Maybe get the lesser Vorkasha. I think that's Vorkasha. I don't know what the smaller version is called.
It's called like Kavarena.
Oh, right,
or something.
Right, yeah. Yeah, if they can get that on Yelan early, that'd be a good pick too here. Any other things interesting in this deck that stand out to you?
I do see that they're running the Covenant of Rock here. It's because we've seen the version that Black plays just goes straight for card draw, right? So he likes to play it with Stove God.
Yeah.
So this is a more aggressive version, and it of course combos very well with like Northern Smoked Chicken, Minty Meat rules in order to get like a sudden like last hit in.
Was this the match where we saw the Northern Smoked Chicken pop up?
I believe this is the deck, yes. Where like they were able to revive Yelan with the fried egg, and the Covenant Northern Smoked Chicken that they drew at the last minute would have actually won them the game, but Yelan was not able to eat another piece of food. So hopefully that doesn't. And now that we know this is the only Yelan variant, that means that it was.
It should have been this deck, yeah.
It was this deck. It was Banap who was in that unfortunate situation.
I think it really hinges on Yelan surviving the next couple of rounds here just to get her burst off. I think provided she can do that, I think Banap will stand a chance here.
I'm gonna be very interested to see what happens, considering that now, again, one game away, Banap potentially leaving the competition. Stranger, he's already defeated one opponent going forward here. Will he be able to do it again?
Yeah. Your back's to the edge of a cliff right now. How would you feel in this situation?
I don't want to think about being in this situation. There's a reason I'm not down there in the first place. I'm not going to put my brain down there.
These kind of moments fuel me, though. I feel more energetic from this. All right. Players are getting set up. Stranger just keeping it cool and casual, just looking ahead to the victory. Wonder how Banap's going to be doing here. Also, just want to talk about the set, too. The production did a really amazing job mimicking the whole Cat's Tail for this event.
It really brings the atmosphere in.
Yeah.
It's almost as if you are there in Mondstadt in person. But I also get the feeling that the players aren't thinking very heavily about that.
They're not thinking about that at all right now. Yeah. I don't know. It looks pretty cool to me, though.
I think it's pretty cool to most of us.
Yeah.
And it's pretty cool to the players as well.
Yeah.
But what is on the line right now is the tournament live, so that's going to be the priority.
Look at all those artifacts.
Jumping into the game.
There.
Yeah, that is a lot of artifacts.
Yeah,
unfortunately, no engines to play them with.
Yeah, maybe put. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Put gamblers back in. See. There's the curse. There's the cursed chicken. Okay, so Yelan does get the start first, which is really good.
So if you really greed it out, Northern Smoked Chicken allows Yelan to build up 3 energy on turn 1.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention here.
So while you typically would want to avoid Swirl against Mew, it is also a reaction that doesn't actually do that much upfront pressure.
Right.
So if Banap is feeling really greedy, he could just go for double attack into Northern Smoked Chicken, but it looks like that's not going to be the case.
Let me get the extra die there. They're going to draw a card on... No, that's the other card. Sorry, artifact. My bad. They need to create a reaction. Oh, they're not going to do it, though. Okay. Yeah, they're rushing it right now. They gotta get
They are greeting it out.
Yeah. Ooh, Minty Meat Roll. This is a good setup coming up here. Actually, really good.
Banap does look to be greeting this out somewhat. Oh, I like this from Stranger, though.
If Banap can get Yayoi coming up here, I think they're going to be in a solid position. They got a quick swap. They got Covenant of Rock set up. They even have Gilded. They have Thunder Manifestation's talent, too.
Yeah, so you can see the look on Banap's face right now that this is not quite going to what he expected. He wants to greed out and build out the Yelan burst. But he was really expecting Stranger to go for the attack into Yelan. He was ready to take the swirl. But because Stranger went for the Vanarana ramp play instead, that means that he's actually gonna be quite a bit in danger next round. And he's gonna wanna figure out how to reduce some of that damage.
I think Banap shouldn't worry too much about that right now. I think you play Yelan to her full potential. You just stay on her, get her burst out, get the cards you need, or yeah, they can just switch you off to Senora. I think that's too safe of a play, personally. I think you need to be more aggressive than Stranger here to really start going.
It's a risky option. It's definitely the more fun option to watch, but for these players with the stakes involved, you can see why they'd stick to what they feel like is the safer option.
Yeah, maybe don't take my advice. I'm too high risk. Sometimes you need a little bit of that, a little bit of luck, and a little bit of just, you know, daring.
I kind of agree with you, though. Well, something that we saw was that in the upper bracket finals, I feel like Banap did end up losing because he played a bit too safe on the double Animo deck. So we'll see whether or not that bites him in the butt this time. The dice are pretty good here for both players.
Yeah.
Looks like Banap going to stay on the Signora.
I can see maybe Banap's trying to put elements on everyone before unleashing everybody. Oof. Yelan taking damage there, though. Not good.
Is he? He is switching to Yelan. I feel like this is... Like, yes, he can order Smoke Chicken into the attack. I think he's got Gilded. And he's got Boar Princess as well, so he should be able to burst.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's fine.
Because Stranger does have a quick swap, though.
Yeah, that's something you always have to consider. But then again, neither of the other two characters can actually deal 3 damage up front. So, yeah, this works for Banap.
I probably would have quick swap to Eula. Use Courtyard. No, you still wouldn't have enough dice, though, I guess.
No, because swap to Eula would cost 1, then Courtyard, Will's Gravestone still costs 1. So it's not going to be enough.
No, I would have done everything you can to get rid of Yelan right there. But okay, so yeah, now Yelan gets her burst out. Now we're seeing a really good setup coming up.
Oh, this is the scary time.
Yeah, here we go. Banap's in a position here. Ooh.
Characters on Stranger's side are basically the position of the treasure hoarders in Yolan's character demo. It's not where you want to be.
Oh. Some people might say that.
Depending on who.
Depending on who, but let's not get into that. All right.
Stranger gonna prioritize maintaining first move.
Yeah.
Banap can probably end around quite easily. Plays the seed dispensary into Chef Mao as well to start setting up. He does still have that minty meat roll. So with Yelan burst,
they need to move on this next round, though. Because I believe usages tick off after each round, right? Yeah. So this is the one round they got to get set up.
They've got a good setup, though. Chef Mao, they got minty meat rolls. They still got Covenant of Rock as well.
The only unfortunate thing is they got to watch out for Eula because Thunder Manifestation is affected by Cryo right now. And that could really mess things up.
Is there any element on Signora as well? Yeah, that's why you don't want to have Hydro on them. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
This is also a convenient time for Eula to deal 2 damage because it means that Banap doesn't get a free switch onto one of his anchors. And he doesn't have quick swap either, so he's gonna have to slow swap, which means that whoever he switches to is going to get frozen. And if he wants to avoid that, he has to attack on Yelan, all of which are not ideal.
Yeah, not ideal right now. Ooh, what would you do here, though? That's tricky.
He's got Boar Princess, Gilded Dreams, but no Yayoi.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe try to get... No, you don't have enough breakthroughs, though. Yeah, tough one right now.
Oh yeah, and Signora has already transformed too, so you won't get freeze control with the Yelan burst anymore. It's a lot of damage with Vape.
Yeah, I think the best move here is to apply Hydro to Eula at least.
But it means he'd be left with 5 dice.
Right. Oh, what are we gonna replace?
He's gonna go Boar Princess, and then I think he's gonna skill. So if Yelan dies here, he at least gets a dice back.
Right.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have Liar Song.
No. Stranger does have Gamblers though. They have a switch swap over the Wanderer, so they could take full advantage of this right now. Yep. Probably the Wanderer is my guess. Maybe, yep, Gambler's coming up.
So Banap was definitely aware of the possibility that a quick swap was available for the Wanderer switch. That's why he still played the Boar Princess even though he switched off of Yelan. Because he was expecting swirl damage to kill her anyway, but
4 extra dice right there. Okay.
This is now looking very bad.
Okay.
I did not realize that would also kill Signora.
Yeah.
I always forget about weapon damage.
Yes. Ooh, it's gonna be close now.
I don't think it's close anymore. Eula is still full HP.
Yeah.
Manifestation has Hydro, so if you get frozen, you're just done.
They don't have a quick swap though.
They don't need to actually. What they could do is Ancient Courtyard, Wolf's Gravestone, and turn on Mona. Then
Banap still has an egg.
Oh, that is. I don't think it's gonna be enough.
If they can get Gamblers on somehow though.
But Lotus might help them somehow.
Right. But this is the one turn where they're only gonna get to use Yelan's burst here, right? Or
I'm trying to
if you revive Senor with egg, does that switch her back to cryo and reapply her? No?
Doesn't work like that, unfortunately.
I see, okay.
She will still be Pyro.
Oh, will she? Okay.
Ooh,
that's tough.
Very tough.
What? Yeah.
Minty Meat rules would allow him to do 3 attacks, maybe 4, with all the dice he has. And then Covenant of Rock might give him 5, but that means he has to survive all of them as well.
Okay, let's see here.
And the moment that Stranger switches to Eula and he gets frozen, his turn is just done.
The Ito card will come in clutch right now, actually. And they still have Minty Meat rules and Covenant of Rock. If they can run... Oh, hang on.
Burst. 6 damage.
Just barely. Okay. Oh, yeah, they don't have enough dice on Stranger's side. Actually, Banap might be able to do something here.
But Stranger has Liar Song. Does he have Gilded on Wander? I can't remember what is on Wander.
Gamblers right now.
Gamblers, okay.
Yeah.
So no Gilded, that means not enough dice for Stranger to do another attack. He will have to enter and allow Vanarana to catch this. So this is the best chance for Banat to do something.
You gotta use the Ito card, yeah. No, maybe? Yeah, you should.
Probably should, yeah.
Yeah, do the burst, get the summon out there to help you out. Oh, this one's close.
This is very close.
Yeah.
Okay. There's still avenues here. 4 dice.
You got don't forget Minty Meat rolls is still in play. Or not there, it's not used. Or they can't use it yet, but
they're choosing not to use it. Not going for Minty and not going for burst.
Yeah.
They still have dice for another attack. They can they can still Minty and then do 2 attacks with Covenant of Rock. They're trying to set up in a situation where Stranger makes a mistake and puts Eula at risk, which he kind of has done here. Puts Eula out, gets the hit onto Electro Manifestation. Can Signora do enough damage here? 2 damage with skill. +2 on Yelan, +2, that's 6 damage with the Yelan burst with 1 attack. Signora unfortunately cannot eat food because she's just been revived in a similar situation to Yelan.
Oh, they're gonna use Covenant then Ito here.
Covenant Ito, they can. Yeah. It's enough actually.
That is enough.
Covenant,
can
Ito,
they
3
take
dice.
Eula out and then Yelan?
And then Yelan burst kills Mona,
takes Mona out. All right.
I think it does.
Yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen here. Actually, and they have enough cards to tune if they need to.
Hold on. I don't think it's not quite enough.
No. Because
because Signora can only do 2 damage max up front.
On skill?
On skill, yes. So Eula would still eat the Yelan burst. And Mona would survive.
Attack.
1 damage, 2 Yelan burst. Yes. Mona survives. Stranger has turn priority. I think that's it. Mona can just attack. Banap can do nothing.
Oh my god.
That is it.
Mona. Oh my god.
Where were you?
Oh,
where were the liar songs?
Where's the liar songs right there? Oh, really?
That could have changed things.
Yeah.
But Banav, his head is in his hand.
Yeah.
He knows that is it.
Stranger's being very calm about it still, though.
I think Stranger has one expression.
Look at all those
and that's
electro dice on Banap's side. And Stranger takes the win, coming back from an 0-2 loss in the first round and then taking a 2-0 himself.
Banap.
Yeah.
Definitely feeling the effects of this.
Right now.
You don't want to have to go home this early in the competition, but super well played the Stranger. Literally the first player sent down to the lower bracket, and yet he made it all the way to be the second player from Group A to move on to the knockout stage.
And that's why you don't give up even though things look bleak. You got to keep going, right?
Oh, being able to come back from the brink, being able to keep your head in the game, and Stranger, he's just got that serious expression on his face all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that he knows exactly what he's doing with every move he makes.
Yeah. Did Stranger have a really good die roll each hand too, I think, right? Things were definitely leaning in his favor for that whole round.
The dice rolls were good,
Yeah.
but I think the choices that he made were very smart as well. He was definitely playing around what he knew his opponent's decks could do, and even catching people off guard often as well. I think Banap, unfortunately, did make one too many mistakes during this series, and that resulted in close games that he really could have won, but not quite going in his favor.
Right. Banap did play both Yelan on both rounds, right?
I
think
believe so.
Yeah, they didn't even get a chance to use the other hand, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, I guess with that deck, it is a very set, you should follow this format, but they did get it set up, but just not in time, I don't think.
I think so. They were able to get the Yelan Burst out, and we mentioned how scary this deck in particular can be when you get that Yelan Burst out, but unfortunately, Banap's choice of eating the Hydro applications earlier on to try and make sure he could get that burst out in the first place really costed him, because it meant that neither Signora nor Manifestation were able to take an active stance against Eula.
Yeah, they couldn't really start doing their thing once Yelan set up, unfortunately. But yeah, that's just part of the whole deal. Luck. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Once again, so.
RNG plays a role, but I think we've seen throughout today that skill is also very important.
Skill
and the ability to stay cool under pressure.
Yeah, definitely keeping your head. You got to stay calm when you do this so you don't make mistakes where you tunnel vision to one path but not paying attention to what's around you, which can be intimidating for new players coming in, but it's not that bad.
I mean, these are the top players.
These are the
16 top players across Asia participating here. And now 2 of them have officially been eliminated from the competition.
Right.
That also marks the end of our first day, and what a day one it has been.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to the highlights of the last match, but once again, congratulations, Stranger, for surviving that. Probably not the best way you wanted to start out, but you did make it to the end.
I want to see the numbers here. 5 effective dice again. Apparently, this is just the average now.
Yeah, so maybe that should... maybe it needs to be higher now.
I think if it's any higher, then RNG is no longer even a factor.
I think the moment it hits 6, one of them needs to go do a pull right away.
That's true. Seems like there might be some luck surrounding the Asia Invitationals.
You're right. Heart rates were about the same too. Yeah, both coming into this match. Not as high as what I've seen, but definitely not in the area where you're calm and collected either.
This is also only the second 2-0 sweep we've had today.
Yeah.
And somehow Stranger has been involved in both of them.
Yeah.
On opposite ends.
Yeah. I think that's really good too. Once you experience the double losses, it humbles you, right? Reminds you to go back to the basics, remember your strategies and things you got to calm down with. And then, Stranger proved it and came back 2-0.
Yeah, really clean executions as well. I could see why he is here on this stage to compete. But of course, we do have to give props as well to the players who've been eliminated. Mango, Banap, they are really strong contenders. It just wasn't their day today, but hey, the next time we have a tournament like this, I'm sure they'll be back with fangs to bear.
Yeah, and maybe newer cards coming in the future. That's something I wanted to highlight as well. The cards themselves. I love how they kind of match how they work in-game. Actually.
Yes.
Yeah. A lot of them, you can expect any of the new cards coming up, they're going to work almost just like they would do in the real world in the TCG.
It's one of the best things I think I've seen about this. Actually.
It's a great design because it not only means that hey, there's a sense of synergy between the base game as well as the TCG, but it means that you know that if a character is going to come to TCG, you can kind of predict how their kit is going to work just by seeing how they play in game.
Yeah, so like it may seem daunting to come in the TCG and seeing all these like massive moves and like these meta decks built by everyone. If you already understand the game, you'll probably do pretty well in the TCG if you were to join.
Yeah, I would think so as well. Considering everything, these players are definitely the cream of the crop, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't be among their ranks someday yourself. So hopefully everyone watching as well has a fire lit beneath them.
You say that because of Hu Tao?
Yes.
No, okay.
But yes now.
I'm a pyro main too, right? So, well, not really a pyro main. I'm a physical main technically, so yes.
Physical main, really?
Have you not seen the Amber machine gun technique?
I have.
Okay.
I don't know how to do it.
That's okay.
I have old man hands.
You can't say that at me.
Why not?
I'm a little bit older than most people, I think. That is exact. But that doesn't matter anyway. We don't have to worry about that. Again, wonderful matches today. Hopefully tomorrow we see something really cool. Maybe some variants, I would hope. What would you like to see tomorrow?
I mean, if you're going to ask me that question, you know what the answer is going to be.
But besides that.
Besides that.
Yeah, besides that. I would say Raiden.
I feel like everything I say is not going to be meta.
This doesn't so. Who cares?
If it's not Hu Tao, I want to see Keqing. If it's not Keqing, I want to see Nilou.
Classic. Oh yeah, the Nilou. Forgot about Nilou and the new mechanic Nilou brought in.
I'm kind of sad we don't get to see a bit more Bountiful Bloom.
Yeah, Bountiful Bloom is it's crazy actually how that one works.
It's unfortunately just a little bit too slow, right? Because there are better summon decks out there, and even now we got to see the finally deck, which I'm pretty sure would dumpster Nilou decks a lot of the time. So it's kind of sad. All my best girls are not as best here. But who knows? Maybe one day.
Yeah.
Right?
I was actually hoping for like Al-Haytham to be up in the
that
meta
is
as
true.
well, because his signature weapon is part of like the series of like things. So you would expect maybe he have like a meta team working for him. Maybe someone still needs to figure it out. Maybe it does exist. Who knows?
I personally even think that Al-Haytham as a character card is almost a little too strong in certain situations with the extra Dendro application.
Right.
But I think the problem right now is that there isn't enough support for him among the character cards. He really relies on, say, like Beidou, and she takes a bit too long to get set up. So, and I think once we get to see people experiment a bit more, maybe we get to see some stuff built in here and there. Who knows?
All right. Well, we're going to check out the highlights of this previous match right now and see some of the massive plays here, maybe even some of the missteps along the way.
Yep, that is the end of day one. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Oh, hold on. Not quite.
Yeah, sorry. Something just came back to us.
There's still a little bit more.
Yeah, still a little
My
bit
bad
more.
there.
Yeah.
We're just going to jump on into the highlights. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah. Seeing Amona survive to the end with 1 HP to win with a 1 HP damage,
Sometimes that's all it takes, right?
Yeah.
Just that one bit of damage. You always think, oh, 1 HP isn't going to mean that much, but we got to see a very clear look at that.
Yeah.
So every little step you make in a competition like this especially is so crucial.
Those are my favorite matches too, to see the one-on-one, everyone's dead, your last stand, you just gotta do it. So hopefully see a lot of that tomorrow. Speaking of,
yeah, we're going to have even more matches tomorrow. We've already concluded the results for Group A. And once again, congratulations to LL Rise Falcon and Stranger for being the Group A players that will move on into the knockout stage. But we still have 3 more groups and 3 more days of the group stage.
We'll be rotating hosts, seeing more players come up and represent where they're from. What else is there? You're supposed to say.
What else is there?
Yeah,
there's the prize pool that they're vying for.
Yes.
There's the pride of being the champion of the Invitational.
Actually, the prize. You remember how much it was?
The prize pool is 500,000 yuan.
Yeah, and I think the winner gets half of that.
Yeah.
And I think for our audiences, how that for my end, sorry.
Yeah.
From my end, it translates to about 35,000 US.
That's quite a lot.
I think it was what it was. Yeah, I could be wrong, but it was around there. That's a lot.
It is a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Obviously, even the last places, like the players who got eliminated today, do still get to go home with a little bit of that prize pool. But you obviously don't want to have your journey end so quickly, right? That's why there's so much effort from these players to prove what they've got up on stage.
Yeah, $35,000. What would you do with that?
Hu Tao C6?
I already have Hu Tao C6, so I don't have to do that.
I'm sad.
So I'm sorry.
It's because I don't have the 35,000.
That's
why.
Right, yeah. Genshin is fun. I like Genshin. Genshin's been really, really fun time. But yeah, I really want to see... I don't think we're going to see much variance tomorrow. They're probably going to be roughly the same decks. Like, again, you only got 3. You kind of want to guarantee your spot. So we'll probably see a lot tomorrow, but we're going to probably see plays a little bit different across the board.
Well, we don't have to hold our breath, you know. Like, we can surprise ourselves. We're going to go in expecting, it's going to be the same few decks. But when something new comes up, that's when we get to really enjoy what happens. But let's have a look at today's results.
Yeah. So, LL Rise coming in strong 2-0. And then when they went back to their qualifier against Banap, another 2 wins easy. They did lose 1, so pretty good record for them. 4-1 today. Banap, they won their first. Yeah, they won their first feature, but unfortunately, they weren't able to bring it back after that.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit bad for Banap, considering that he was 1 win away from moving on to the knockout stage twice today.
Yeah.
So it's quite unfortunate, but shows you that the competition is rough. Gotta give props to Stranger, dropping down the lower, making it all the way through. And of course, for every player on the screen right now, they really poured their hearts out for us.
Yeah. Looking at where Mango plays too. Mango only got 2 wins throughout today as well. Yeah, Banap at least had a few there. All right.
With that, we get to have a look at the group stage results for Group A, where LL Rise Falcon and Stranger will be the 2 players moving forward.
It's gonna be exciting. Actually, LL Rise Falcon and Stranger going together after facing each other.
That's true.
I kind of hope they go up against each other again. With more decks.
I think we can definitely look forward to that. Whether or not they'll get the chance to be matched up will remain to be seen, and depends on who their opponents will be from the other 3 groups.
Yeah. Oh, I love the storylines that are being created here, just from day 1, actually. You know? Maybe they might even advance together to the finals. You never know.
We never... It would be really poetic, right? If the first 2 players are also the last 2 players.
I'm a lot more invested all of a sudden.
Opening and ending. A really nice sandwich.
Yeah. All right, we got tomorrow's schedule here. Oh, I recognize some of these people, especially Crimlet. I've seen in many tournaments I've casted for them.
I as well. I've casted for Chikuwa once before, and I'm a big fan of Chikuwa personally. He's one of the most expressive players I've seen. So it's always so fun to watch him.
Yeah.
And they're actually going to be the first players to match up tomorrow.
Then we got Arc and Gold Olive as well. So
I haven't seen Chikua, Arc, and Gold Olive, so I'm excited to see how they play.
I've watched a little bit of Arc. I actually tuned in a little bit on his stream right before this when he was practicing for this very tournament.
Oh, yeah?
But I as well am not too familiar, so I think it's going to be very exciting to find out what happens next. And of course, similarly, we are going to figure out which of these 4 players will move on into the knockout stages for Group B.
Yeah. So, that's all happening tomorrow, the next day, and the day after that, same time. So, I hope we see you guys all here again. Thanks for supporting us, and the fact that we're here is amazing. Right?
Yeah, again, it is such an honor that we've gotten the chance to come here and cast these amazing TCG games for all of you watching at home. And we thank you all very much as well for choosing to tune in and enjoy the Asia Invitationals alongside us.
Yeah, so that is all for today, travelers. Once again, it's the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. And so we'll see you guys all tomorrow, same time.
It's the same time indeed. Make sure you guys lock that down. Put that in your alarm clock, right? We want to see all of you back here because we already saw such great games today. Why put a stop to it, right? There's still even more. There's still 3 days of the group stage, and I am so looking forward to it.
Yeah, I just want to see tomorrow. I just want to see more.
Yeah,
I would sit here again.
I
would sit here again and just keep doing this, but we probably should do that.
But tomorrow, we're not going to be the ones sitting next to each other.
Yeah, we're changing up the host tomorrow. I believe I'm with Blep tomorrow, and you're opening up with Leah tomorrow.
Yeah, that should be fun as well.
That should be interesting.
It is quite unusual considering that those two are usually stuck together.
Yeah,
right?
those two are like, I would say those two are like the title casters for the NA. Yeah. So.
But with that, I think it's officially time to conclude day 1 of the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals. My name is Staffa.
Rin Tai Cho. And we'll see you guys next time.
Tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.